Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects of the elders, past, present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1. Anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing amendment, making gambling businesses accountable bill 2022.
Give the call to the member for Clerk.
Morning, Speaker. Speaker, I present the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment, Making Gambling Businesses Accountable Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to regulate suspicious gambling activities and for related purposes.
I call the member for Clerk.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, the bill amends relevant legislation to put a positive obligation on gambling companies to report to AUSTRAC if they have any reason to suspect a person is paying for a gambling service with money that they've obtained illegally, and where a bettor has paid for a gambling service using funds they did obtain illegally, the bill enables the federal court to order the gambling company to compensate the injured party for their loss. In other words, the bill will reduce the opportunity for gambling companies to profit from the misfortune of others and ensure that gambling entities are held accountable by preventing them profiting from illegal behaviour in particular. It targets the unconscionable conduct of gambling companies to ensure that the money they receive from bettors has not been obtained at the misfortune of innocent parties. Speaker, by way of background, Australians continue to be the world's biggest gambling losers per capita. Indeed, according to the latest annual figures of Australian gambling statistics, Australians lost over $25 billion in 2018-2019, which equates to $1,276 per person, for every person. And, Speaker, it's getting worse. Indeed, according to the Australian Institute of Family Studies report into gambling in Australia during COVID, dated October 2020, 1 in 3 survey participants signed up for a new online betting account during the early days of the pandemic. And even with limited access to venues, overall, participants were gambling more often. Indeed, the proportion who gambled 4 or more times a week increased from 23% to 32%. Of particular concern, 79% of participants were classified as being at risk of or already experiencing gambling-related harm. And the Australian Communications and Media Authority's annual consumer survey, more recently in 2022, found that online gambling increased significantly between 2020 and 2021. Indeed, the percentage of Australians who participated in online gambling was sitting steady at approximately 8% up until 2020, but this increased dramatically to 11% in 2021. Moreover, 16% of those surveyed reported gambling at a higher frequency than before the pandemic. Now, Speaker, according to other research, and this comes really to the essence of the bill, there is a clear correlation between problem gambling and crime. Moreover, the more complex, prolonged and persistent the gambling problem, the more likely that a crime will be committed. But while there is a growing understanding that gambling addiction is a behavioural disorder, this has not been translated into sentencing by the courts. Indeed, problem gambling is bizarrely not considered to be a mitigating factor in sentencing in the same way that mental health problems or drug and alcohol addiction are. At this point, Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge Mr Gavin Fenech, who is the inspiration for this bill and who has helped to develop it. Now, Gavin is a former financial advisor who lost more than $8 million of his clients' money through gambling after he was targeted by 3 of the country's biggest online betting agencies. Yes, Gavin understands he did the wrong thing and takes full responsibility for his actions and will accept any punishment meted out by the courts without appeal. But he feels he is not the only one to blame, and he is right, Speaker, considering the predatory practices of the gambling companies as they took advantage of Gavin's gambling addiction. First, there was Tabcorp, where Gavin was quickly promoted to VIP status, assigned a personal customer service manager and offered special treatment, including events, experiences and bonus money to bet with. And of course they did, because Gavin was gambling and losing big time. Indeed, from September 2016 to June 2018, there were 194 times where he deposited $10,000 or more into his tab account, and 23 times where he made a withdrawal of more than $10,000 from his account, 10 of which were for $50,000. But as Gavin continued to lose more and more money, rather than offering him support, Tabcorp fuelled his growing addiction with bonus money and tickets to sporting events to encourage his gambling. And all the while, Tabcorp never intervened, never asked Gavin for proof of funds, never asked for proof of income, never showed the slightest interest in where all the money was coming from, until it was too late and Gavin had lost almost $4 million. Yes, his tab account was eventually frozen, but this didn't stop the predatory gambling companies to continue to knock on his door. Next, there was Ladbrokes. About 3 weeks after his Tabcorp account was frozen, Gavin was contacted by representatives from that company, completely out of the blue, who offered to sign Gavin up with a, quote, superior experience, unquote, including thousands of dollars in bonus bets. When Gavin disclosed that his Tabcorp account had been frozen, the Ladbrokes representative facilitated an account under a false name. He was never asked for identification, nor again for proof of income. And then there was BetEasy. A few months after signing with Ladbrokes, where he lost close to $700,000, Gavin was again contacted out of the blue by gambling company BetEasy, who set up an account for Gavin and gave him $50,000 in free bonus bets, which he lost within the space of 45 minutes. Over the next 16 months, Gavin lost approximately $3.6 million with BetEasy. And again, BetEasy never asked him for proof of income and only checked his identification in the last 2 months of his gambling with that company. Which brings me back to the bill. Speaker, Gavin Fenech believes, and I agree with him, that he was deliberately targeted by the gambling companies for his addiction. Of course the betting agencies would have known that Gavin's gambling was suspicious, because their software tracks certain behaviour and hunts down the most vulnerable so they can be groomed and milked of every dollar they have and can steal. And this must stop, because gambling companies are preying on the financially and emotionally vulnerable and must be held accountable for their unconscionable and unethical behaviour. So while I in no way condone Gavin's behaviour, I do acknowledge that an addict by definition has lost control of their behaviour, and that the bigger crims are those that knowingly create the addiction in the first place. At least Gavin's prepared to try and do something about it, and good on him for that, Speaker. I now invite the member for Mayo, who is seconding the bill, to contribute to the debate in my remaining time.
Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wholeheartedly second this motion and the bill, and I rise to speak in support of this bill because this bill will provide just an inch of accountability. It will put the onus on gambling companies. And as the member for Clark said, back in 2018, I think it's the latest figures, $25 billion was lost by Australians. An estimated 7.2% of Australians, over 1.3 million of us, are already at risk or experiencing problematic gambling, harmful gambling, according to the Australian Gambling Research Centre in 2021. These statistics are horrendous. We are, per capita, the biggest gambling losers out of all the nations. It's just unbelievable that we do so little in this place with respect to addressing the vulnerabilities of people who are addicts. They are addicts. Gambling damages relationships, health and emotional and psychological well-being. And I've got to say, what I find particularly galling, and it's really the entire time on the weekend and any time there's sport on the television, you get the adverts. Gamble with mates. Oh, they're really cool. They get overseas stars to be in them. And it's pervasive. It's every advert break, one after the other, one after the other. And they are so targeted at young men who are watching sport. My sons, they're targeted at my children. And it's outrageous. And I think that we should be banning during children's hours, during daylight hours at least, these gambling advertisements. The fine print warning to gamble responsibly, I think, is disingenuous when we allow gambling companies to behave the way they have, the way the member for Clark has outlined. We need to hold them accountable and they need to be more responsible. We need to do more in this place, and enacting this bill would allow victims of such theft to recoup compensation from the gambling firms who are ultimately reaping huge, huge rewards. I commend this bill to the House as an important first step in helping to address gambling harm that impacts our whole society. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment, Climate Trigger Bill 2022.
I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment, Climate Trigger Bill 2022 in the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Call the member for Melbourne.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. The glaring gap in matters of national environmental significance is climate change. This bill closes that gap. Now, Mr Speaker, these aren't my words. These are the words to a second reading speech introducing a climate trigger bill in 2005. The words belong to a member of the House then, who is still a member of the House today, Prime Minister Albanese. He went on, and I quote, "It is time to act. It is time for procrastination to end. The tragic events in New Orleans and in other southern states in the United States of America highlight exactly what can be expected from the impact of climate change. We cannot any longer afford to be complacent on this issue. We need action, and one of the actions we need, which has been acknowledged for many years, is this amendment to the EPBC Act. We urge the government to support this private member's bill." End quote. Since the day that the now Prime Minister urged the Howard government to end the complacency and support his climate trigger bill, Australia has pumped close to 9 billion tonnes of heat-trapping gases into our atmosphere and oceans. His point remains valid. The glaring gap in our environmental law is still that we allow global heating to become worse. The climate crisis and the extinction crisis are one and the same. At the beginning of this new government's term, they released the State of the Environment report. a report hidden from view by the Morrison government. I just want to quote a few short sections of the climate change section of that report. Quote, "With further impacts on the cultural environment and Indigenous economies, First Nations knowledge and knowledge systems are at further risk of destruction." End quote. The Greens acknowledge this, and we say again that there can be no climate justice without First Nations justice. And the report continues, quote, "Flora species are disappearing and are at risk of extinction. Fauna species are forced to leave their habitats, which places stresses on the new ecosystems they migrate to. Human well-being, air quality, safe drinking water, sufficient food, secure shelter." End quote. These taken-for-granted essentials cannot be guaranteed if global heating continues on its current path. We are in an emergency, and the first thing to do in an emergency is to check to see if you can remove the danger, if you can stop what is causing the harm. What is causing the harm is coal, oil and gas. Australia is the third biggest exporter of these planet-cooking products and climate pollution after Russia and Saudi Arabia. Our biggest contribution to the global climate challenge is the mining, burning and exporting of coal and gas. The biggest contribution Australia can make to stop ecosystem collapse is to prevent the 114 new coal and gas projects in the pipeline from ever being built. And that is what this bill will do. We can have a debate about how to phase out the existing infrastructure in place, but the very first thing we have to agree on is not to make the problem worse by opening up new coal and gas projects. And that is why a climate trigger law needs to be in place, to stop new coal, oil and gas projects. If the government approves new coal and gas today, it will lock in more emissions and warmer oceans and atmosphere for decades to come. BHP, who claims to have signed up to net zero, just filed an application for a coal mine expansion that will operate till the year 2113. Queensland Labor last week approved the Ackland thermal coal mine. The Federal Minister for Resources just released 10 new oil and gas leases covering 46,758 square kilometres of our oceans to be exploited and to add to our extinction crisis. The Federal Minister for the Environment just approved a gas-powered fertiliser plant next to culturally important rock art made by Murujuga ancestors 40,000 years ago. This art will be eroded from chemical reactions or they will be removed from its location. That is not environmental protection, it is profit protection. There are 114 coal and gas projects in the pipeline. For our sake and for our children's sake, not one of these projects can proceed. If even one of the larger projects proceeds, even the unscientific 43% target of the governments won't be met, and we can say goodbye to net zero by 2050. Look at Santos's Barossa project, being challenged in the courts right now by Tiwi Islanders, Woodside Scarborough project in WA, Kerry Stokes and Victorian Labor's gas project next to Victoria's 12 Apostles, and the Beetaloo Basin in the Northern Territory, which will blow up our national emissions as high as 11.3%. None of these currently require emissions impact to be considered in their approvals. The United Nations, the International Energy Agency, school kids striking for climate, the Greens, scientists, millions of Australians and even the Pope are all saying we can't open up any new coal, oil or gas fields. Australia's leading role in extinction tells us that our environment laws are broken. The government has committed to reform them, and the Greens likewise give our commitment that we want to make these laws as ambitious as they need to be. The only thing stopping us from closing this climate loophole is the Labor Party. This glaring gap, as the now Prime Minister called it, can be fixed right now with this bill. This bill sets a trigger for new emissions-intensive projects with two thresholds. Firstly, a class of significant emissions. For projects that would emit between 25,000 to 100,000 tonnes of Scope 1 emissions in any 1 year, including in pre-construction stage, the Minister must consider the project through Part 9 of the Act, as the Minister currently does with other projects of national environmental significance. As part of this assessment, the Minister must consider this. Will the project be consistent with the remaining national carbon budget we have left until we hit net zero? This bill obliges the Climate Change Authority to develop a national carbon budget to 2050 to be updated annually so everyone is clear just how little scope left we have to burn fossil fuels. The second threshold is a prohibited impact on emissions. For projects that would emit above 100,000 tonnes in any 1 year, these projects would be treated similarly to nuclear projects under the Act, where the minister is forced to reject any application for the project. The bill will require the minister to also consider the remaining national carbon budget and Australia's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets when deciding whether to enter into a conservation agreement, and the bill also allows these considerations to inform bioregional plans. This is designed to allow climate change considerations to be factored into planning considerations more broadly. Finally, the minister will be expressly prohibited from using certain alternative proposal processes for emissions-intensive projects. If this bill is supported by the government, it can be the greatest single contribution Australia can make right now to put genuine action into the slogan that the Prime Minister has told the Pacific and the world that Australia is coming to the table and we are serious about doing our fair share to stop runaway global heating. So I commend this bill to the House, and in my remaining time I invite the seconder, the member for Ryan, to make some additional contributions.
Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. I second this bill. Because, Speaker, we are at one of the most critical crossroads in our nation's history. We in this parliament have the opportunity to make the right decisions for our future, for the future of our children and grandchildren. Our current Prime Minister said 17 years ago that it was time to act on a climate trigger bill. Tragically, since then, the profits of coal and gas corporations have been put ahead of climate action, and the urgency of our situation has multiplied exponentially. We are already living the catastrophes caused by climate inaction. We knew then what we needed to do, and we didn't. Well, that is why there are now so many new faces in this House to act. No more time for procrastination, as Mr Albanese said then, and now Mr Albanese is in the position to act. We know that our biggest contribution to climate change is the burning of coal and gas. We know that there are 114 new coal and gas projects in the pipeline, and we know that even if a handful of these projects go ahead, we can kiss goodbye to any hope of ever meeting the known targets to keep global warming under 1.5 degrees. We know that going above the 1.5 degrees of heating means wholesale catastrophe, an uninhabitable, unimaginable world for all of our grandchildren. These are facts. How could any one of us in this House, with any conscience, with any sense of responsibility, allow this? How can we sit here when we have the collective power to do something and not do it? Well, this bill does something. With the 2 threshold triggers and the alternative approval prohibitions, it will finally put a safe future for all of us ahead of coal and gas profits. I second this bill. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clock.
Private members' business, notice number 3, a motion in relation to the cost of living.
I'll give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the motion relating to the cost of living in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Mr Speaker, 3.5 million Australians have a mortgage. 4 successive interest rate rises and uncontrolled inflation are crushing the quality of life for these Australians from 2 directions. First, real wages are rapidly eroding, and secondly, the budgets of small businesses and Australian families are being smashed with ballooning interest rate payments. Making ends meet for Australians is becoming increasingly more challenging with the current economy, and experts are warning that the real pain for families and small businesses is still months away. Mr Speaker, the government has now been in power for more than 100 days. Last month, the Reserve Bank of Australia increased rates for the 4th successive month in a row. It is noted that the RBA again meets tomorrow. Australians with a mortgage of $610,000 are now paying over $500 more per month on their mortgage than they were paying in May. Whilst interest rate decisions should remain the decision of an independent Reserve Bank, the government has not brought forward any plan to address cost of living pressures on families and also on small businesses. Instead, Mr Speaker, Labor has already walked away from its election commitment to cut power bills by $275. Similarly, Labor has already walked away from its commitment to deliver real wage increases. Mr Speaker, the government must improve its budget position. This is the most crucial decision the government can make to ease inflationary pressures. It is what the Coalition did in government, and it is what enabled the largest budget recovery in over 70 years. A $100 billion turnaround confirmed in the pre-election fiscal outlook. Mr Speaker, the government would have more credibility attacking the Coalition's government debt levels if it was not proposing to add significantly to that debt. Mr Speaker, the Parliamentary Business Budget Office confirmed that only the Coalition's election promises would put Australia on a pathway to financial resilience and, crucially, a better bottom line than Labor. Mr Speaker, let us revisit the Coalition's record. The Coalition ensured that Australia's recovery led the world on economic and jobs growth. The Coalition government focused on jobs and small business, as we believe in liberalism, innovation, entrepreneurship, and that a strong economy delivers improved living standards and better services for all Australians. Mr Speaker, more than 2 million jobs were created under the Coalition government. Under the Coalition government, unemployment hit 50-year lows. The Coalition provided lower taxes to 10 million Australians. The Coalition delivered a $250 cost of living payment to nearly 6 million pensioners, welfare recipients, veterans and eligible concession card holders. The Coalition cut the fuel excise in half for 6 months, saving a family with 2 cars around $30 per week. The Coalition cut the cost of medicines and slashed health costs. Mr Speaker, this is in stark contrast to the current government, which to date, after more than 100 days, has not shown Australians any plan to reduce the cost of living and no overall economic plan for Australia. Over the last 30 years, Labor governments, without exception, have delivered higher unemployment and higher electricity prices. There is no evidence so far that this government will be any different. However, Mr Speaker, the Coalition will hold this government to account. While nobody blames the government for many of the circumstances challenging Australia's economy, the government has both the opportunity and the levers to be proactive in its response to these challenges. Government is about making tough decisions in tough circumstances, not merely paying lip service and announcing that planning is underway. The risk to Australia is that whilst ever the government continues to procrastinate but fails to deliver, life simply becomes much harder for Australian families and small businesses. The government must now adopt and release a plan to ease pressures on the cost of living for Australian families and small businesses now, rather than waiting for an October budget.
Is the motion seconded?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Speaker. I second the motion.
And reserve your right to speak?
Mr Speaker, I'm pleased to rise.
And you reserve your right to speak?
And I reserve the right to speak.
And I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you. Speaker, I was just speculating with my colleagues whether the Shadow Minister wrote that speech, and given he seconded it, perhaps he did. I'm going to give the member for Hughes this credit. She wasn't in the parliament for the last term, so of course didn't witness firsthand in this place what that government was like. It was not the fairy tale that was just contained in that speech, that's for sure. But the member for Hughes, I assume, was in the community in the last 3 years and was in the community for the last 9 years, in which the Liberal National Government did everything it could, one suspects, to trash trust in politics and trust in government from the Australian people. Did everything it could, one suspects, to undermine the fundamental institutions of this democracy and this government for, I don't know what, their own benefit, because it wasn't for the benefit of the Australian people. I mean, the member for Hughes starts her speech for her motion by saying real wages are rapidly eroding. That hasn't happened in the last 100 days, you need to know. That, as part of the deliberate design feature of the last government, is something that Australians have been struggling with for a very long time, and which the previous government ignored because it was a deliberate design feature. But here we have a new government that in the first 100 days argued to the Fair Work Commission to increase the minimum wage so that the lowest paid workers in this country, their wages could at least keep up with inflation. Now we have a government that is prepared to go to the Fair Work Commission and literally put its money where its mouth is and support a pay increase for aged care workers, highly feminised industry, some of the poorest paid workers in this country, some of the most important workers in this country, caring for older, vulnerable Australians, so they can get a pay rise. And we finally have a government that says, and we're prepared to do the work we need to do to back that pay rise. The member for Hughes says, oh, well, this government has no credibility because it would spend more than the last government. It would spend taxpayer money in areas that benefit the people that are struggling, not in areas that benefit the people who are already doing so well and are already privileged. That's the difference. And I kick myself because just sometimes I give the other side a bit of credit and think maybe if you've been running a line that is not particularly truthful and isn't working, you might give it up and come back to the next sitting of parliament with something else. But no, we're going to hear again, apparently for the next 2 weeks, that the government has walked away from its election promise to reduce power prices. I don't know if I have to remind you, but I will, Member for Hughes and the Shadow Minister at the table. There's this report about the increase in prices that was hidden by the former government before the election that we had to release. I also will explain to you our promise about reducing power prices is part of our promise to act on climate change, to invest in renewable energy, to have 83% of the grid be renewable energy by 2030, to reduce emissions by 43% by 2030. That's how prices will be reduced, and that's how we will be working towards protecting our environment and protecting the future. Ridiculous debate based not on fact about promises from the election is going to do nothing to address the cost of living or to move things forward. And when you say we don't have a plan, we've got a plan that's already helped low-paid workers increase wages. We've got a plan to address the bargaining system in this country, which has meant that wages haven't increased and productivity hasn't increased. The budget has measures for cheaper medicine. We've had a Jobs and Skills Summit, which has come up with a range of options to increase workers' value and productivity and deal with cost of living. We've got a plan for cheaper childcare. We've got a plan for more bulk billing.
The member's time has expired. I thank the member for the member's time has expired. I thank the member for Dunkley. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise in support of this very important motion because Australians are doing it tough. They are doing it tough, Mr Speaker. In response to that, they need a government that does two things. First of all, it needs to care. It needs to see this as a top priority. in their agenda. It needs to be something they are responding to right here and right now, which leads to the second thing we need, Mr Speaker, which is a plan. A plan. Now, those on the opposite side of this place were very fond of saying on a regular basis, every time we were met with a curveball in government, and you are met with curveballs in government. That's the nature of it, particularly in the last couple of years. It's been tumultuous. Every time we were faced with a curveball, they understandably said, you need to take responsibility and you need to have a plan. Now, as soon as the curveball comes at them, Mr Speaker, as soon as the curveball comes at them, they ignore it. They ignore it and they say, no, we don't need to have a plan. We don't need to take responsibility, Mr Speaker. But the truth is, Australians want you to have a plan. I'll tell you why. I tell you why. Because they are feeling the pain when they are at the Bowser. They are feeling the pain when they pay their bills, Mr Speaker. They are feeling the pain at the checkout. They are feeling the pain when they upgrade their houses, Mr Speaker. And all we get from those opposite is a vanity project, Mr Speaker. The Job Summit last week, a vanity project. You know what we got out of that, Mr Speaker? You know what we got out of that vanity project last week? We got a return to the 1970s. Now, I lived through the 1970s. And tie-dye, that was all right. ELO was one of the better productions of the 1970s. But I tell you what was wrong with the 1970s. Inflation, Mr Speaker. Inflation. Inflation. That's cost of living. Cost of living was off the charts, Mr Speaker. ELO might have been on the charts, but cost of living was off the charts. It was insanely high. It was insanely high. And we saw interest rates going to a level where families like mine, farmers, small business people, were in extreme pain, Mr Speaker, extreme pain. And we saw that for real. Now, the truth of the matter is those opposite have come forward with no plan, and they are making a bad situation worse. And let me talk about what we're going to see in the next couple of months, Mr Speaker. In the next couple of months, we're going to see the interest rate increases that have come through. Mr Deputy Speaker. I just
call the member for McNamara. The member is entitled to be heard in silence.
He's been doing it all day.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We have seen a series of 50 basis point interest rate increases pass through since the election. And those increases are only being felt now. Indeed, the first of them is being felt from the 1st of September, because it takes several months for these things to flow through. By Christmas, Mr Speaker, just at the time that families are spending money on presents for their loved ones, on getting together for what a wonderful, wonderful time of year it is, on going on holidays, Mr Speaker, they are going to be feeling the extreme pain of these mortgage repayments, November and December, Mr Speaker, and we are expecting, and the market is expecting, a further increase coming through tomorrow, which in a few months' time will flow through to their mortgage repayments. Now, Mr Speaker, as I said, they have no plan to deal with this. They have no plan to deal with this. The best we got last week was a return to pattern bargaining, a situation where you see a race between wages and prices, where ultimately, we know from experience, real wages lose. That's what happens, Mr Speaker. You wreck the economy. That's what happens. And, Mr Speaker, there is an alternative, which is a comprehensive plan, an economy-wide plan that recognises the full range of cost of living pressures that Australians are facing. Mr Speaker, they are walking away from their election promises. They've walked away from their electricity price increases. We haven't heard the Prime Minister or the relevant minister once confirming that election policy. Not once in this place, Mr Speaker. And I'll make a fair bet he won't today either. Mr Speaker, we have seen them break promises on material increases in real wages. They've given up on that. We saw that in their economic statement, Mr Speaker. Those opposite have no plan to deal with the cost of living pressures Australians are facing.
I thank the member for Hume. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The contribution from the member for Hume that we just heard really did sum up the last decade of the government in which he served. There was no plan, and the economy that we're facing on this side of the House at the moment comes directly from the policies that they didn't have or that they didn't do anything about. Australians are currently facing some of the most difficult economic challenges in a generation, and the circumstances that bring them about are extraordinary. It is the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic that are still being felt and are causing extreme fragility in the global economy. Our economy is inextricably linked to the overall movements of the rest of the world. From COVID shutdowns in China to border closures at home, this has all contributed to massive disruptions in supply chains. With soaring prices across the economy and stagnant wages, this has been a deadly combination to Australian families. The previous government's deliberate policies of keeping wages stagnant for almost a decade has contributed to the pain that families are experiencing, especially in the electorate I represent. For some years, Werriwa residents have been affected by rental stress and mortgage stress, with postcodes in my electorate featuring predominantly in the top 10 for both of these things. The change in government has brought with it a change in policy for workers who have kept the country running during the pandemic. Australia now has a government that is willing to make changes to improve the lives of working Australians. One of our first acts in government was a submission to the Fair Work Commission in support of an increase to the minimum wage, and pleasingly that happened. Last week, the Jobs and Skills Summit has come up with positive ideas to find solutions to address the skills shortage that is affecting all sectors of the economy, and has been doing so for some considerable amount of time. It has identified areas of reform in our industrial relations system to drive real wage growth and productivity. One of the key announcements from the Jobs and Skills Summit was the addition of 180 fee-free TAFE places, because our government understands that education is the foundation of prosperity and needed for the Australian workforce. It is vital that Australians can acquire new skills to find good-paying and secure jobs for the future. While wage increases is one aspect of addressing cost-of-living pressures, it is not the only policy area. We know that electricity prices are soaring, and this is linked to the previous coalition governments and that minister's policy failings. With 22 different energy policies over 9 years, is it any wonder that the energy grid is failing to provide consumers with the cheaper form of energies it needs to drive down prices? With no national leadership, the market stagnated. The resulting energy grid consists of ageing power assets that are increasingly unreliable and costly to run, and this is the cost that's being felt every day by Australians. The passage of the climate bill in the lower house means that the energy market and those people investing in it finally have certainty. The alignment of federal and state governments mean Australian families can be provided with the cheapest forms of energy, putting downward pressure on energy bills in the long term. Strong wage growth, one energy policy and well-paying secure jobs. That's what we've done in 100 days. The Albanese Labor government is committing to tackle both the short-term impacts of the pandemic as well as the structural issues that have been slowly chipping away at the economic security of Australians. It has supported wage rises for aged care workers. But importantly today, it announced that 4.7 million Australians will receive government payment increases. This is the largest indexation increase to payments in more than 30 years for other things, and also 12 years in pensions. The Albanese government has a plan to address the cost of living crisis for everyday Australians. With over one-third of Australians suffering chronic illness, it is important that we reduce the price of medications, and that's what we'll do in the October budget. And we know one of the largest barriers for women coming back into the workforce is the cost of childcare. That's why we will be introducing legislation for cheaper childcare for more than 1.26 million families. The Albanese government understands that tackling the cost of living crisis requires both structural adjustments to how our economy works, and we will do just that.
I thank the member for Werriwa. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise and commend the mover of the motion, the member for Hughes, on bringing this important subject into this chamber. And I think most Australians that stop you in the street would say that cost of living pressures are the most significant thing that they're concerned about, and it's something that's causing a great deal of apprehension amongst the families of Australia who are confronting the real significant pressures that they're under from multiple fronts when it comes to cost of living. Of course, we have the Reserve Bank meeting tomorrow, and regrettably it probably is a high likelihood that interest rates will be increasing again. One of the largest burdens on the household budget being meeting the cost of your mortgage for those that have a mortgage. Petrol prices, of course, have been sustained at a high level for a significant period of time, and very shortly the temporary reduction in the fuel excise is going to be removed. So, with other indexation, around 25 cents a litre increase in the cost of a litre of unleaded fuel is going to put an enormous amount of additional pressure onto families in this country, on top of what they already are paying higher petrol prices. Electricity prices are also going up at a remarkably high rate, more than 10% increases in some jurisdictions within the national electricity market that came into effect from the 1st of July. And of course, real wages are decreasing. Real wages in this country are growing at a lower rate than inflation. Now, what is absolutely appalling is that anyone would commit a great fraud on the people of this country by going to an election in May and saying you are going to reduce cost of living pressures, you're going to reduce electricity prices, you're going to increase real wages, and subsequently fail to keep those promises. That is an absolute disgrace, a break of a covenant that was put in place through a campaign of lies and misinformation that the Labor Party ran at the recent election. Now let's look at electricity. We of course never hear this $275 figure anymore. It is not uttered out of the lips of anyone, or particularly the Prime Minister and the relevant ministers, since the election. But of course in the election campaign they said we're going to implement an electricity and energy policy which will reduce electricity prices by, on average, for the average household consumer, $275. That was a very simple commitment that was given. They didn't have to give that commitment. They chose to. And if it turns out to be a lie, then that will be an absolute disgrace, and a significant electoral cost will be inflicted on you for lying to people about that. Because meeting electricity costs is one of the most significant challenges that households have. Now, the Labor Party said, well, we modelled these electricity price reductions, and that's how we know we can achieve it. So any spurious argument that existing policies of the previous government, going back over the last 10 years, would have been taken into account in the modelling that you did. If it's reputable, if it was reputable modelling, if it was robust, there's no way that you could say with a straight face that anything of significance has changed since you made that commitment. The only thing we can deduce, therefore, is that you knew you weren't going to meet it, but you thought we'll lie to people to get their vote, and we'll deal with the consequences of that after we've won an election and we're in government. Well, the chickens are coming home to roost right now because, of course, you're far from achieving that $275. So come clean and own up to it. Say, yeah, look, for all these reasons, we're no longer going to achieve the $275. It was someone else's fault, but yes, when we said that, it was a lie. It was a lie, and now electricity prices are not going down. They're going up. They're going up by more than 10%. More than 10%. And the Labor Party went to an election and misled the people of this country on that. Of course, they misled them on real wages as well. They said, oh, we're going to get real wages growing, and we got lectures when they were in opposition about how real wages worked. And, you know, when you look at the
member for Sturt, you should be addressing your speech through the Speaker. Thanks.
Certainly, sir. Yes, no, certainly. I addressed through you that the Labor Party lied at the last election during the campaign. Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, they lied to the people of this country. And there is an enormous political price, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Labor Party will pay for that. That they will pay for that. Because when you mislead the people of this country and they trust you and they take you at your word, they vote for you, you get into power, and then you break those promises you made, well, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is an enormous consequence that the people of this country will mete out against the Labor Party for those lies, and I welcome the opportunity to contest that at the upcoming election.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Speaker, and great to see you. You're looking well. You're looking fit.
I thank the member for Solomon.
And as you know, Deputy Speaker, many Australians are doing it particularly tough right now. The cost of fuel, groceries, childcare, utilities, and the cost of housing and mortgages, everything is going up. So many people rightly feel that they will be overwhelmed as household budgets get tighter and tighter. Now, despite the claptrap we just heard from the member opposite, those opposite left us with many, many ticking time bombs. They pursued a deliberate strategy to suppress wage growth, and that was for a decade, and they were proud of it. They said it was actually part of their plan to suppress the wages of working people in this nation. But that has led to the crisis that we're in. They did very little to diversify our economy and therefore left us very vulnerable to the shocks we saw when they mishandled the China relationship. They imposed bans on our exports, and that hurt a lot of Aussie producers and businesses. Now, our government understands, and we've already begun work after just over 100 days in government to address some of these deep systemic problems, mostly the result of the ineptitude of those opposite. We must ensure that wages keep pace with the cost of living, and the rewriting of history by some of those opposite is understandable, having lost the election and trying to explain it away. But the reality is that one of the big reasons that they were unsuccessful in the elections because the Australian people knew that they were cooked and they did not have a plan to address some of the big issues that we face as a nation. In contrast, the Albanese government has a plan, and we have committed to making childcare more affordable for 97% of families, which just doesn't only help our kids but obviously helps parents get back into the workplace, more money for families and a huge boost to productivity in our economy. It's also why we lifted the minimum wage in line with inflation so that Aussies earning lower incomes aren't losing pay. Our Powering Australia plan will cut power bills for households as we do this important work of pivoting our economy towards renewables. We've also committed to improving the affordability and uptake of electric vehicles, something that those opposite dismissed and derided as ending the weekend. I mean, how ridiculous not to see where the trends are going in terms of affordability of electric vehicles and how that's going to help household budgets. Now, as far as fuel prices go, we've seen them rise significantly over the last decade. My constituents in Darwin, like many other regional Australians, are being gouged by the fuel retailers. Now, 97% of our refined fuel is imported. Renewable technology is obviously the way of the future, so why not invest in that and use what is very clearly in our advantage? I'm running in my electorate a concerted campaign against the fuel retailers because even as the oil price did drop, they were taking much too much in terms of profits, and we'll continue to point out to them how unethical it is, how greedy it is, and how it's not in the interest of our national economy to keep gouging Australians when it comes to fuel. Now, we want Australians to pay less for their commute to work, and whilst they're dropping the kids off to school or going away for the weekend. And all those things will not disappear just because their next car may have a battery in it. Now, continuing to rely on foreign oil would punish Australians and their household budgets. We know that renewable technologies will take some time to be implemented, but our government, the Albanese government, is committed to looking forward, not just towards this next term of parliament and the one after, but over the coming decades. We want to build an Australia with a lower cost of living and with higher living standards, especially for those who are on lower incomes and who are struggling to get by at the moment. And Australians can count on the Albanese government to do just that.
I thank the member for Solomon. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there is no doubt when I'm in Casey talking to my residents and constituents that cost of living is the biggest issue that they face today. And there is an old saying that I like: if you spend too much time looking into the rear vision mirror while you're driving, you'll crash into the car in front of you. And listening to the government continue to talk about the previous government over the last 3 months shows that their eyes are clearly focused on the rear vision mirror. That's because they don't have a plan to address the rising cost of living. They've got no plan to tackle the economic challenges that we face today. Let's indulge the government's obsession with the rear vision mirror for a moment and look back to March and April of 2020. We all remember the lines at Centrelink and the Treasury predictions of 15 to 20% unemployment. I was not an MP at the time. I was working in business, worried for the future. I watched the coalition government ensure that Australia's recovery led the world on economic growth, jobs growth, all with lower debt levels relative to other advanced countries. The coalition government focused on jobs. As we know, the ability to get a job and to keep it gives Australians more opportunities to manage their household budgets and make the best choices for their families. I remember the then Shadow Treasurer saying the test of the government was the unemployment level, with it currently sitting at 3.4%, hitting a 50-year low. The former government well and truly passed that test. The Treasurer would do well to remember that the next time he says Australians have nothing to show for the current debt levels, because we all know that without the then government's support, businesses, particularly small businesses, would have closed and unemployment would have hit those terrifying projected numbers. Labor promised the world during the election campaign, but the only thing they have been able to deliver is a string of broken promises. They have abandoned their commitment to cut power bills by $275 a year for the average Australian, a practical measure that could have made a difference to millions of Australians. Worse than having no plan, this government can't even accept a good idea and implement it immediately to help pensioners and veterans with their cost of living pressure and businesses with labour shortages. It took 3 months for the government to adopt our position on allowing pensioners and veterans to work more hours without impacting their pension. That is 3 months they could have been earning more as the economic clouds were looming. 3 months they could have possibly saved a little as prices continue to rise. To make pensioners and veterans wait 3 months to announce the policy at the Jobs Summit shows this government will always put politics and optics over the interest of Australians. All of this goes on as interest rates rise. This is already hurting many Australians who are doing it tough. If the Treasurer fails to act, it will mean more pressure on inflation, more pressure on interest rates and higher cost of living for Australian families and small businesses. The single most important thing any government can do to help ease inflationary pressure is to improve their budget position. That's what the coalition government did in government. We saw the largest budget turnaround in over 70 years, in the recent years around $100 billion turnaround. Labor has no plan to reduce the cost of living and no economic plan for Australia. The Labor Party went to the last election promising to run bigger deficits. This was confirmed by the Independent Parliamentary Budget Office. By contrast, the PBO confirmed that the coalition was the only party that went to the election with a pathway to improve the budget bottom line. The coalition's 2022-2023 budget was balancing, and Labor extracted all these efforts. Over the last 30 years, Labor governments have, on average, delivered higher unemployment, higher interest rates and higher electricity prices. This Labor government will do the same. Labor can't manage the economy and can't manage money. I just hope that the government stops looking in the rear vision mirror and focuses on the road ahead. The last thing Australia needs right now is a crash.
Thank the member for Casey. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Lola.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, sometimes you have to pinch yourself, and this motion is one of those occasions. Here we are in this chamber. We've formed government, and there's $1 trillion debt with not enough to show for it. The fact that members of the Liberal Party want to talk about cost of living, the crisis they created, is just extraordinary. Seriously, the party that admitted they deliberately kept wages low for a decade now has the audacity to come into this House and pretend they care. In fact, one of the biggest cost of living pressures on families in the electorate of Lola and around the nation at the moment is the availability and cost of seeing a doctor. This is a direct result in my community of changes to the distribution priority area funding that saw our area lose 40% of local GPs. Let us not forget who froze Medicare rebates. Let's not forget who changed the rules so those local GP clinics couldn't recruit more doctors. And let's not forget who wanted to tax every single visit to the GP. The worst health minister, it was said at the time, since 1980, who's now the leader of the opposition. Trash, attack and tax Medicare, and you get promoted in the Liberal Party. And let's not forget, too, that they hit, prior to the election, a massive hike in electricity prices. In fact, high electricity prices are the result of the fact they had 22 ineffective energy policies. Imagine how much better off families would be to manage the cost of living pressures they now face if the previous Liberal government didn't make low wages growth a deliberate design feature of their economic plan. The Albanese Labor government is already addressing the cost of living pressures Australians are facing. We've supported a $1 an hour increase in pay for Australia's lowest paid workers, helping millions across the country, something those opposite said would cause the sky to fall in. We're supporting an increase in the pay for the heroes of the pandemic, our aged care workforce. Last week's Jobs and Skills Summit brought unions, employers and industry groups together to work out how we boost wages and deliver secure employment for Australian workers, the best way to tackle cost of living pressures. And our Powering Australia plan will invest in renewables, delivering cheaper power prices, lower emissions and more jobs. Deputy Speaker, this Labor government, in just over 100 days, have taken more action than those opposite took in nearly a decade about cost of living pressures. We've extended pandemic leave that was due to expire under the Liberals. We've introduced legislation that will drive investment in cleaner and cheaper energy, as I said. We're making sure enough gas stays in Australia for Australian households and businesses. We'll introduce legislation for cheaper childcare for 1.26 million families. Our budget will cut the cost of medicines. We're fast-tracking fee-free TAFE places. In September, pensions, allowances and rent assistance will increase in line with inflation. That will see 4.7 million Australians receive a government payment increase. That is directly impacting 4.7 million Australians and their capacity to deal with the cost of living. Deputy Speaker, it is astounding to be in this House, to be here today and have those opposite raise these issues. $1 trillion of debt and not enough to show for it, and they have the audacity to come into this chamber first thing on a Monday morning to talk about cost of living pressures that they did nothing about for 9 years. In fact, having been in this chamber for those 9 years, I can just hark back to that 2014 budget, that cruel budget that was introduced into this House that was horrendous, that was driven back by the Australian people and by those on this side now who worked so hard to make sure that people understood what that Medicare rebate freeze would mean, what the freeze to pensions would mean. Those on this side can walk in here proudly with our heads held high because we are getting on with the job. We are introducing the things that need to be done to ensure that Australians are better off, because that's why we exist, to ensure that Australians get a fair go, unlike those opposite who are happy to see those vulnerable Australians suffer year in, year out, most potently across the last
Member for
9
Fisher.
years. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Lola. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. First 100 days. Interesting. And the key word I'm getting from my electorate is disappointment. 100 days of disappointment. The first 2 weeks we sat in Parliament, all we heard about was climate change and the voice to Parliament. The people in my electorate said, is this really the priority of this new government? Here we are, we're struggling to make ends meet, and they're talking about these issues. Now, all these issues have to be dealt with, of course, but it's about prioritising what is right. And the people of Longman don't believe that they are the major issues that are facing our country at the moment. The fact is that the cost of living pressures and the homelessness issue in my electorate far outweigh these other issues that the government has been prioritising. The people of the middle class in the suburbs of Australia feel abandoned by the Labor Party. It's as simple as that. Interest rates are killing people. The interest rates are going up. Therefore, the mortgages are going up. So the investors who have got to pay these mortgages have got to raise the rents to the people who are renting. So their cost of living is going up. So let's have a look at what Labor's solutions are. Let's abolish the fuel excise and stick another 22 cents a litre in their fuel bill. That's probably going to work out about another $50 a week to the average Aussie. That's a great move. They can really afford that. They put up wages, and unfortunately the Labor Party is full of people who have never been in business, who have no concept of what it means and what that decision made. So after talking to a local baker, and I said, how'd you go with the pay rise? And he said, it was easy. He said, I just cut 40 hours a week out of my wages bill. He said, so I laid a couple of casuals off, and the full-timers are going to pick it up. Every employer wants a worker to earn as much as they can. But at the end of the day, they have a budget, and if their budget is $200,000 for wages, when you put up wages, all of a sudden they don't have a bigger budget. In 35 years of small business, 22 years in ownership, I've never, ever had someone walk in the next day and say, hey, there was a pay rise yesterday, can I pay you a few more dollars? The money is not endless, but unfortunately this is a concept that Labor never, ever understands. The money just comes off a tree at the back of Parliament House, apparently. Just keep pulling it out. And I always laugh about the $1 trillion of debt comment, which is a joke because we know that Labor were responsible for over half of that. And every person I talk to in my electorate are completely behind the fact that the government had to go to extraordinary measures during extraordinary times and was admired around the world by the way that they handled the pandemic, and in fact were asked for advice from many countries from around the world. I look at the electricity promise. So we have a promise from a Prime Minister that says we're going to cut electricity prices to households to $275. He's not going to come on this, and again, the sign of a leader, not a manager, because there's a difference. And we don't have a leader in this country, we have a manager who runs around putting out fires. He doesn't build fire breaks to prevent fires, he just runs around trying to put out fires. And he's either misled or he is incompetent if he hasn't done due diligence. If he has made promises without knowing all the facts, as I say, he's either misled or he's incompetent. It's one of the two. Only a fool would come out and make promises without knowing all the facts. So that again just shows that this is not about delivering for people, this is about winning votes at whatever cost. And it sounded good. So you know what, because it sounded good, I'm going to say it. $275, who isn't going to be happy about that? But when you don't deliver on it, that's not on. You've taken the Australian people and you've treated them like fools. And they will respond. So now we need... The Australian economy is a big business. That's all it is, a big business with big numbers. And it concerns many people out there that we have a party that is full of political career people who are from unions running this country, and they say, and I say, God help us all, because the future will not be good under this government.
I thank the member for Longman. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bruce.
Well, I was trying to remember whether there is in fact a point of order for weirdness, but concluded that there isn't, otherwise it certainly could have been taken. This is an absolute treat, isn't it? It's a lovely start to a parliamentary fortnight. This motion from the Liberals, congratulating themselves on their economic record. I mean, what a contribution to debate. I read it and I did actually laugh out loud, and I thought, is this April Fool's Day? And then I looked more closely, I thought, oh, it's a new member. It's the member for Hughes. It's the member for Hughes. She's new here, but she has a great advantage over most of us here. She has low expectations because all she has to do is not be Craig Kelly, and people are going to welcome her contributions and presence here. But really, this motion, Deputy Speaker, is utter, total nonsense. If the Liberals or the Morrison government's economic record is success, then I would hate to see failure. I mean, seriously. $1 trillion of Liberal debt. The previous speaker said, oh, well, it's not fair when they say that because half of it was from Labor. It wasn't. It actually wasn't. That is an untruth. He has a problem, a pattern of mendacity, if he keeps saying that, because I'm not allowed to call him a liar, Deputy Speaker, I know that. $20 billion of JobKeeper the former government paid to companies to increase their profits. I mean, if you were big business, you'd be backing up the truck at the Treasury thinking, really, they're going to shovel it full of cash for the next generation to repay? What a bunch of stooges. Over $1 billion they spent on taxpayer ads advertising themselves. I mean, where were the rorted grants programs? Well, anything the National Party administered, you can guarantee has been rorted, all on the national debt for the next generation. Real wages falling in this country, and they can't hide behind COVID. That is the big lie they keep repeating, Deputy Speaker. Oh, well, it was a tough time. We had to kind of like pour out the cash everywhere because of COVID. 10 years of dysfunction and division. The OECD comparisons are clear. Real wages went backwards for a decade, even before COVID. Productivity was falling even before COVID. The worst productivity performance over the decade they were in office of the last 60 years that they've measured and recorded it. Appalling economic record. The highest inflation rate in 20 years. A flatlining productivity, as I said, and a cost of living crisis. Now, some of that, I agree with some of the defences, excuses the former Prime Minister gave. There are global factors in this. But there was also policy laziness at a domestic level. There were contributions because of what they did and what they failed to do that have led to the mess that we've inherited now. Their response was always one-off band-aids or sticky tape. Throw a little bit of cash, make a silly announcement at a press conference, give it a cute program name. Remember JobMaker? That was the centrepiece a few budgets ago. We had a good old Josh, what happened to him? And Scott Morrison, now the member for Cook, I think we call him, standing up there going, we're going to create 450,000 jobs with JobMaker. Well, 12 months on, they'd created 1% of what they said and they quietly scrapped the program. It's all announcement. It was never about delivery and no serious structural reform. Now, the motion has these little gems. It says, the cost of living and inflationary pressures are having a significant impact on Australian households and business. Well, no, I'm not allowed to say that word, Sherlock. Current and predicted interest rate rises will have severe limitations on working families and the housing market. Well, that's genius, isn't it? It's like the Liberals discover reality. And whilst global pressures are having an impact, the government can implement measures. Well, imagine if they'd been the government for the last 10 years. Maybe they could have done something. The Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, remember his vision was snap back. After COVID, we're just going to have things go back to how they were, because it was all going so terribly well, wasn't it? With falling productivity, falling real wages, rising national debt. Now, Labor didn't make the mess, but we are taking responsibility for fixing it. In the first 100 days, we backed the minimum wage rise, which was approved by the Fair Work Commissioning, benefiting 2.8 million Australians. Climate change legislation. I mean, the former Speaker said, well, that's a waste of time, no one cares about that. Imagine supporting renewable energy, the cheapest form of new energy, to put downwards pressure on power prices. Imagine such a radical step. But instead, the former government actively covered up. They actively covered up the power price rises which were coming from them. They know it. They don't like to talk about it. I mean, we could call it a lie, but we won't say that, will we, Deputy Speaker? 180,000 fee-free TAFE places coming on board this year and fixing the migration mess they left. Nearly 1 million visas backlogged right across the economy and families, hurting the economy. We're taking action to fix their mess.
Order. Is the Shadow Minister making a point of order?
No, he's just kind of randomly yelling as he does. But at least
Okay.
stand up a permanently confused face, which is the default.
Okay. Well, you were commenting a lot. Thank you. I'll call the member for Bruce is finished.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's okay. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, motion in relation to climate change in the Pacific Islands.
The member for Reid is seeking the call.
Yeah.
I ask leave of the House to move notice number 4, private members' business, on behalf of the member for Jagga Jagga.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. I call the member for Reid.
I move the motion relating to climate change and the Pacific Islands in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. A decade ago, I was lucky enough to live in Samoa. It was the most stunningly beautiful country, and everything about that place was vibrant. The landscape was lush, the ocean was made up of brilliant shades of blue, and the sunsets felt like they were in Technicolor, something I'd never experienced before. And the people, they were vibrant too. Friendly and embracing, full-body laughs, and outfits that were bright and loud. And on special occasions, I still pull out my favourite pink and orange pulatasi to wear. And besides Australia, it's one of my favourite places on earth. But that country is under threat from climate change. When I was there a decade ago, climate change wasn't an existential threat. It was very real and it was very present. On this tiny island in the middle of the Pacific, there were no climate change deniers, because the effects of climate change were being felt and seen every day, and it's gotten worse. If we do not act, Samoa will be wiped off the face of the earth. With the help of international assistance, the Samoan government had built seawalls to try to hold back the rising tide. Their efforts, while valiant and may have some limited success in the short term, will ultimately prove to be futile. By 2030, the island's surrounding sea level will increase by up to 17 centimetres. Samoa and island nations in the Pacific are on the front line of climate change. Their pleas for action have gotten louder, and no one can forget the image of Tuvalu's Foreign Minister, Simon Kofe, delivering his speech to the UN COP26 Climate Summit while standing knee-deep in seawater. He said, "We are living the reality of climate change, sea level rise. As you stand here watching me today at COP26, we cannot wait for speeches when the sea is rising around us all the time." He wasn't engaging in melodrama, he was engaging in reality, because Tuvalu is sinking, with 40% of the atoll's nation's capital already below sea level at high tide. I feel their palpable sense of loss now. I felt it more than a decade ago when I lived in Samoa, but I feel it even more acutely now. To our friends in the Pacific, we have not forgotten you. The Albanese Labor government is deeply committed to taking real and significant action on climate at home and establishing Australia as a climate leader internationally. We recognise climate change is the single greatest threat to the security and well-being of the peoples of the Pacific. We will listen to our Pacific partners as we stand shoulder to shoulder responding to this crisis. And we will deliver new climate finance for the region. At COP26, we announced $2 billion in climate finance for 2022 and 2025, a doubling of Australia's previous pledge. This includes a commitment of $700 million to build climate change and disaster resilience in the Pacific. Early visits by our Foreign Minister and Minister for International Development across the Pacific Islands send a clear message about the importance of our relationship with the Pacific. It's a relationship where Australia will listen, learn and work together to build a stronger Pacific family. I was in Samoa when they celebrated their 50th year of independence in 2012, and I saw firsthand the pride Samoans had in their country. It was during the week-long festivities where I got to witness the celebratory exuberance of Samoans, and it was then that this island nation captured my heart and has held it ever since. This year marks the 60th anniversary of Samoa's independence. I hope we do everything we can to ensure that Samoans are able to celebrate their independence on home soil in another 10, 20 and 60 years to come. Mr Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Reid. Is the motion seconded?
Reserve my right to speak.
Thank the minister. And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the member for Reid and her very personal story. Acknowledge what she said, but do want to point out at the outset that the private member's motion states that it recognises the renewed engagement of the government in the Pacific and so forth. But the word renewed is interesting, offensive, as the former speaker says, because as the former government we did so much to help the Pacific, rightly so, deservedly so, justifiably, but let's not let the current government just wipe all over that and rewrite history. Let's not let the current government make out as if nothing was done, because if there is one important area in the world right now, it is the Pacific. And the day of reckoning for this government is soon going to arrive. The government accused us, when in government, of being there only for photo opportunities, and that was certainly not the case. But what we have seen over the past 3 months is, in many cases, just that, the photo op, the media opportunity. And what we are about to see is this government having to make important decisions about the Solomons and then a controversial security agreement with Beijing signed earlier this year, and what that means for visiting ships, certainly the conflict islands, and what the government's going to do about the ownership of those important islands just east of Papua New Guinea. And we haven't seen thus far anything coming from the government that suggests that any sort of decision is going to happen any time soon. And what the government also needs to remember, and remember well in its rhetoric, in its narrative, is that whenever there was a disaster in the Pacific, and they're not all, let me tell you, due to climate change, certainly not, but whenever there was a natural calamity, it was Australia sending HMAS Adelaide or whatever ship, sending plane loads of fresh water, personnel, equipment, most importantly our defence people, to help out those islands when they were in their most hour of dire need. And that's what we will continue to do as a responsible neighbour, as a responsible country. That's what Australia does. It rolls up its sleeves and it helps. So it worries me that sometimes when we hear the narrative coming out of the mouths of the government members and ministers saying that nothing was done over the 9 years of the former government, then that is very disturbing, because we did a lot, and as former Prime Minister Morrison told fellow G20 leaders just on March 26, our Pacific Island family must be a focus of international support. There has never been a more important time for Australia's Pacific step up as we all face these massive challenges. And he was right then, just as anybody who says the same thing now, and they should, would say at the present. Australia's support for our Pacific Island family must and has always gone far beyond climate, But worryingly, what the current government hasn't actually stated is what is going to happen with these new 43% targets as to some of the infrastructure that is going to be built and needs to be built in the Pacific. What happens when, let's say, a new runway may be funded and partly helped by this government and partly helped by certainly other good friends and neighbours? What effect is the climate and what that potential infrastructure might have on emissions into the future? Will it be built because of the new 43% target? Will it be able to be constructed? Those are the questions that the government needs to answer. Those are the questions that people are starting to ask, and those are the questions that, indeed, our Pacific friends need to know the answer to. Now, indeed, what we did for the Pacific, apart from the funding, we established the Office of the Pacific in 2019 to support Australia's engagement with our valuable friends, to enhance whole-of-government coordination and to drive implementation of our regional activities. Activities, I have to say, went far beyond climate, far beyond the apocalypse that was described by the member for Reid. And I too, like her, wish the Solomons and all the other countries all the very best as they celebrate all that is great about them.
I thank the honourable member for Riverina. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Maiden.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the member for Reid, who on behalf of the member for Jagga has brought this motion before the House. Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst advanced and wealthy countries argue about the realities of climate change, the changes that may have to make to their way of life, and the cost that those changes may cause, developing countries of the world, such as Australia's near neighbours in the South Pacific, live with the greatest fear, the greatest cost and the least ability to defend themselves from what may happen in the future if the climate change trajectory continues. Mr Deputy Speaker, people of the South Pacific have for decades been close friends and partners of Australia. They have relied on Australia in times of need, and they have been allies and reciprocated whenever they could. Regrettably, over recent years, and particularly during the term of the last coalition government, contrary to the comments of the member for Riverina, Australia's relationship with our Pacific neighbours have deteriorated. They had been particularly disappointed in Australia's paltry response to climate change, which in turn signalled an indifference to the serious consequences that climate change predictions posed for their people, and particularly those people living in the South Pacific. Predictions that they take seriously and which they understandably cannot ignore. For them, the consequences could be catastrophic. If climate change projections continue, sea level rises will very likely see much of their land disappear, while in the interim, extreme weather events will cause massive destruction to what little infrastructure they already have. We are seeing that currently in Pakistan, with a third of that country underwater and a humanitarian crisis that the world needs to respond to in order to help the people of Pakistan. Mr Deputy Speaker, over the past 5 years, in both the northern and southern hemispheres, extreme weather events including cyclones, hurricanes, floods, fires, extended droughts and changed climates have caused the loss of thousands of lives, billions of dollars of destruction, and countless new weather records have been broken. In the Pacific region, sea level rises of 30 centimetres have occurred since 1990 in some places, causing extensive coastal erosion, seepage of salty water into land areas, the loss of biodiversity and agricultural land, and even the loss of housing. If current trends continue, by 2100, sea level rises are predicted to reach between 0.6 and 1.3 metres. That level of rise would be catastrophic for many of the Pacific Islands. Indeed, some of the Pacific atolls, I understand, have already disappeared. Climate change problems in the Pacific will ultimately impact Australia as well. As a member of the Pacific Islands Forum, which was founded in 1971, Australia will be expected to respond, as it has in the past, with aid, with resettlement, with food, medicine and so on. So it's not simply a matter that we say, well, climate change might affect people elsewhere, but our priority is here in Australia. What happens elsewhere directly impacts on the people of Australia and, in turn, on what we need to do to support them. If Australia is to regain the trust and confidence of our Pacific neighbours, we must take the threats of climate change seriously, and in particular the threats to the people that are in the Pacific area. And we must take them seriously by responding with meaningful mitigation policies. That's why the Albanese government's climate change legislation, currently before the Senate, is important, because that legislation represents a credible response to climate change and its impacts throughout the world. This motion highlights the importance of Australia once again rebuilding its relationship with the Pacific Island countries, whom we have worked with together for so long and which, as I said earlier, has deteriorated under the last coalition government. It's pleasing to see that the Albanese government recognises that and is trying to reshape the relationship with those islands.
I thank the honourable member for Maiden. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Some years ago, I covered Cyclone Pam in Vanuatu. It was an experience as a journalist that was very challenging in a community that was devastated by an unusual storm. This is happening in communities now all over the world. And we know that although this government has stepped further into the Pacific as a priority, I think it's important that we note that much more needs to be done. It is a welcome development that particularly the Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, has recognised that renewed engagement in the Pacific is a priority, that her first foray to the Pacific was an important signal of this fact. But my position is that we have ignored this region for far too long, and it will take long and consistent efforts in restoration to restore the confidence of those nearest neighbours. It's very easy to lose such confidence, but much harder to restore it. Many years ago, some will recall, we won plaudits for standing up to and opposing French nuclear testing in the Pacific and taking concrete steps to back up that opposition, but that was a long time ago. And it should come as no surprise that at a time of geopolitical fragility and uncertainty, that the Pacific should once again be a cockpit of big power rivalry. We left a vacuum, and big powers seek to fill that. As a middle power, but a middle power with an outsized role in the Pacific, we need to tread carefully. And we need to use our relations with our most important ally and our biggest trading partner to make sure that the Pacific does not become the cockpit, not merely of big power competition, but of conflict. We've played this role before, we can do it again. Engagement, though, is one thing. Actions are another. We've not yet done the one thing that the islands of the Pacific desire above everything else. This motion asks us to commend the many Pacific Island countries that continue to be world-leading in their commitment to addressing climate change. And yes, they deserve our commendation, but actions speak louder than words. They deserve the quality of actions on our part that would help minimise the real likelihood that some of these island nations will disappear beneath the waves as a result of climate change. Like us, they will suffer from extreme weather events, higher temperatures that will affect fishing grounds on whose resources many of them depend. As I said, some years ago I was in Vanuatu after Cyclone Pam hit the archipelago, causing untold devastation. Trees were stripped of leaves as if a bushfire had been through. Crops like bananas were flattened, houses were wrecked, food and clean water was short. Recovery from these events is slow, and as they occur closer and closer together, it will become more and more challenging and expensive. Real climate action is needed, and so is risk management and mitigation, with climate impact already baked in for decades. This parliament took a significant step by entrenching climate change in law, but we all know that a target of 43% is not enough to ensure we keep global warming below an increase of 2 degrees, let alone 1.5. Drought in China, extreme heat in the EU and US and floods in Pakistan show clearly that we do need to do more. What will be our response to the next disaster in our neighbourhood? How do we think the nations of the Pacific, our nearest neighbours, our family, as this nation calls the largely low-lying islands of Micronesia, Melanesia and Polynesia, how do we think they think of us, given what we do rather than what we say? Less than 2 weeks ago, this government announced approval of nearly 47,000 kilometres for new offshore gas and oil exploration. As others have noted, the terms the minister used to justify this could easily have spilled from the mouth of her coalition predecessor. Vital for the economy, central to alleviating future domestic gas shortfalls. Yet these sites would take years, if not decades, to go into production. The message this announcement sends to our Pacific friends is contradictory. We talk about our commitment to net zero, yet nothing has changed. The islands of Pacific need us to do better. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Order. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In a 2020 analysis by the Institute of Economics and Peace, we were told that as much as 1.2 billion people within 31 countries could potentially be displaced by the climate crisis by 2050. Additionally, 5.4 billion people face extreme weather stress and 3.5 billion could face food insecurity. It's not an exaggeration to say that climate change is the most significant challenge humanity is yet to face. All around the world, just in the last few months, we've seen what extremes in climate can do. There's been fires in North America, and last week Pakistan suffered devastating floods, killing more than 1,000 people and displacing more, with waterborne diseases rife and many struggling to find food. I provide my condolences and thoughts to the residents of Werriwa whose families have been devastated by these events. None know the threat of climate change more than our neighbours in the Pacific Islands, who have been urging the global community to take this crisis seriously. This is not a distant threat to them. This is a lived reality. Those in the Pacific Islands have unfortunately experienced the worst of the effects of climate change. Sea level rises affecting coastal infrastructure, more intense cyclones and droughts, crop failure and water shortages. Some Pacific islands are drowning. This is not a laughing matter, and it creates stress for the people who are facing these crises. Biodiversity loss will be significant, with incredible, unique ecosystems being disrupted by the continuous onslaught of climate change-related events. And unfortunately, the loss may be greater than the estimated larger areas are unsurveyed. But we do know that the Pacific region holds 3 of the world's 35 biodiversity hotspots, and they will experience disproportionate effects of climate change. Displacement is also a major current and future issue for our Pacific neighbours. With more coastal areas becoming uninhabitable, those who live there will have no choice but to move further inland or abroad.
Kiribati and Tuvalu could become completely uninhabited within 50 years due to sea level rises. With over 2.3 million people estimated to be living in the Pacific region, this will cause extreme instability and severe humanitarian crisis. This is a human and cultural catastrophe. Thousands of people will be left homeless, with many more becoming food and water insecure as climate change decimates already scarce resources in the region. With this displacement comes loss of cultural and Indigenous knowledge. The loss is invaluable to both the people of the Pacific and the entire world. The world, and more specifically our partners in the Pacific, have been urging Australia to treat climate change like the threat that it is. Despite what we know of climate impacts in our region and in our country, they were met with silence by the previous government. When the government did respond, it did so with embarrassing climate targets that they themselves didn't believe in and a policy of disengagement and denial. The last 10 years of inaction saw Australia become a pariah on the global stage under the former government. We were out of touch for our closest allies in the Pacific, as well as historical allies, the US and the UK. The work that our government has done in 3 months to legislate our carbon emissions and work with all parts of the economy to reduce greenhouse gases has finally provided certainty. And remember, these targets are a floor, not a ceiling. We were at risk of isolating ourselves from our Pacific partners, and we need to take climate change seriously. There is no role in the Pacific for Australia that fails to listen to the issues that are affecting our shared region. The government has been working to repair our relationship with neighbours, with the Prime Minister and the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Penny Wong, initiating a series of meetings with the Pacific family. We know that the disrespect that was shown over the last 9 years, that Australia must work hard to regain the trust of the Pacific Island nations. With the climate crisis becoming more and more evident as we experience it firsthand, we must ensure our region is forging a path forward to a carbon-neutral future. The whole world deserves a better outcome, and to make sure that we look after them and understand their reasons and their concerns.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Werriwa. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Acting Speaker. I rise to speak in support of this motion. The member for Jagga-Jagga's motion moves that the House acknowledge the importance of Australia's role as a member of the Pacific family and recognises the reinvigorated engagement of the Australian government in this region, along with the significance of recent ministerial visits to the Pacific, which have reiterated our shared priorities. Further, this motion recognises and applauds the numerous Pacific countries that have positioned themselves as world leaders in their commitment to addressing the growing challenge of climate change, noting its existential threat and potential consequences, including increased likelihood of extreme weather events, limited access to fresh water, changes to dominant industries such as agriculture, fisheries, forestry and tourism, increased coastal erosion and inundation and detrimental impacts upon biodiversity. And this motion therefore welcomes the government's commitment to act on climate change, seeking to protect further generations within Australia and abroad. The challenges faced by our Pacific neighbours are significant, and without international support, they may seem impossible. However, long-standing ties between Australia and the Pacific, evidenced through our cultural, social and economic connections, places us in a prime position to build upon our existing partnership and establish a genuine friendship founded on respect of our mutual pursuits. The threat posed by climate change in the Pacific is no longer speculative, it is imminent. In the 9 years between 2011 and 20, close to half of the people in the Pacific were impacted by a major disaster. In 2015, over 180,000 people in Vanuatu were affected by Cyclone Pam, and the following year, Tropical Cyclone Winston devastated Fiji. I travelled to Vanuatu in the 17-18 summer and hired a car and spent time around the other side of the island, the main island of Fate, particularly the northern part of the island, which was well away from resorts and tourist accommodation, but the area where Cyclone Pam certainly hit hardest. And it was devastating to see that years after Cyclone Pam, that school halls and churches were still covered in tarpaulins. In fact, they were becoming threadbare. And the ring road was still washed away in so many places. I felt at that time that Australia was not doing enough to work with Vanuatu to rebuild and build back better. And I feel for years we have largely forgotten or overlooked our Pacific neighbours and that we have not valued these relationships as we should. I've visited Fiji many, many times. Outside of Mayo, it's probably the place in the world I feel most at home. And we can learn so much from the Pacific Island nations. They are resourceful and care for each other in ways that I wish we cared for each other in Australia. Villages are tight-knit communities. They are welcoming, generous. They deeply value their elders, and family is everything. The Pacific is facing the brunt of climate change, and I therefore urge members to consider the potential consequences of inaction and the associated outcomes of projections, which anticipate a 1,000-fold increase in storm surges across this region by the end of this century. In recent times, we've seen the ease with which international relationships can deteriorate, highlighting the importance of consistently fostering and valuing connections. As a member of the Pacific family, Australia must rise to this challenge, and we must work with our neighbouring nations. This is not about working for them, it's working with them. They are sovereign nations, and we must work in true partnership to ensure that these vibrant island communities have secure and prosperous futures. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Mayo. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recall in this place in March I reflected on what was then the then government's Pacific step-up, and I actually termed it the Pacific stuff-up. And it was really a failure of the former government in positioning Australia as the partner of choice for our Pacific neighbours. And the sheer incompetence at every post, at every milestone, at every turn when it came to managing our international relationships was stark. Well, that period of ineptitude is over, Deputy Speaker. Already Prime Minister Albanese and Foreign Minister Wong have engaged significantly with our neighbours in the Pacific in the last few months. In doing so, they have re-established the foundation for engaging with our partners on substantive issues of mutual importance. Issues like climate change, which represent an existential threat, particularly to the Pacific, with the impacts likely to be more immediate and particularly severe in our region. Prime Minister Albanese has joined Pacific leaders in July to declare that the Pacific is indeed facing a climate emergency that threatens the livelihood, security and well-being of its people and ecosystems. That is why one of the first pieces of legislation introduced by the Albanese government is to legislate ambitious emissions reduction targets to achieve net zero by 2050 and limit global temperature increases that are threatening the existence of our Pacific neighbours, including shifting our national energy market to be made up of 82% renewables by 2030, rejoining our key partners not just in the region, but Canada, South Korea, Japan in our ambition towards 2030. We have also committed to increasing official development assistance to the Pacific by $525 million over the next 4 years. This will include assistance for climate change adaptation and resilience programs. These programs will be developed, designed and implemented in consultation and partnership with our Pacific partners, because they don't need us to tell them how to do it. Already they are at the forefront globally on adapting to the impacts of climate change, and they are indeed world-leading in their calls for greater commitments to address the climate crisis. These programs will form part of the Pacific Climate Infrastructure Financing Partnership, supporting the build of infrastructure and clean energy sources that will make Pacific communities more resilient to the impacts of climate change. This is what true commitment to our Pacific partners is all about. Now, the previous government's engagement was marked by paternalism, disrespect and, frankly, condescension. For our government, it is about engaging with our Pacific neighbours as co-equals, sovereign states, and treating them with the respect that they deserve, and ensuring Australia remains their partner of choice for the region. The Albanese government continues to demonstrate Australia's commitment to this across areas of shared priority with our partners, whether it be the $5.6 million e-commerce fund that has helped over 850 small businesses across our region to participate in digital trade, or our commitment of an extra $12 million a year for aerial surveillance to help combat illegal fishing that threatens the region's fishing industry and costs Pacific Island governments more than $150 million in lost revenue. We will also deliver an Indo-Pacific broadcasting strategy that will provide funding for the ABC to boost Australian content to the Indo-Pacific region, expand regional transmission and train media partners. We will make improvements to our Pacific Mobility Scheme, such as allowing primary visa holders to bring their partners and children. We will also boost permanent migration from Pacific countries. Speaker, up to 3,000 Pacific engagement visas would allow people from Pacific Island nations to move to Australia. All of this is real. All of it is substantive. All of it matters to our Pacific neighbours in ways that will make a real difference to their lives, to their nations. That's why this is a real engagement. Because we understand the value of people-to-people exchange. We understand the value of cultural links, not only for our mutual benefit, but for the entire region and for regional unity as well. Generations of migrants, Speaker, have shaped the modern Australian story, and our Pacific friends should continue to play an even larger part in that. We will welcome people from the Pacific Islands with open arms and give true meaning to that term Pacific family. And we will continue, Speaker, to deepen our ties and ensure Australia remains the partner of choice in the region.
Order. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I inform the House that more than 2 weeks ago, and while the House was not sitting, the honourable member for Melbourne raised a matter of privilege with me under Standing Order 52. In his correspondence, the member for Melbourne provided information and his reasons for requesting the urgent referral to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests as a matter of privilege or contempt, but whether the member for Cook had deliberately misled the House by action or omission in causing himself, when he was Prime Minister, to be sworn in to multiple portfolios as an additional minister without informing the House. I've responded to the member for Melbourne about the matters he raised, and I now also report to the House. Deliberately misleading the House is one of the matters that can be found to be a contempt. While claims that members have deliberately misled the House have been raised as matters of privilege or contempt on several occasions, no Speaker has referred such a matter or given precedence to allow such a matter to be referred as of right to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. To establish that contempt has been committed through action or omission, it would need to be shown that 1. A definite action or omission had in fact been misleading, 2. The member knew at the time the action or omission was incorrect, and 3. The misleading had been deliberate. The matter of deliberately misleading the House is a serious one, and rightly there should be a prima facie evidence that the House has been misled, and the misleading has been deliberate, in order for the Speaker to act under Standing Order 52 or 51. I've told the member for Melbourne that on the information available to me, it does not seem that a prima facie case has been made out in terms of the detail that speakers have always required in relation to such allegations. It then follows that in accordance with the practice of the House, I did not refer the matter of Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. Nevertheless, I understand the concerns of the member and other members about the matters he raised. While in accordance with the practice of the House, precedence as of right to a motion for this matter to be referred to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests cannot be given. It's still open to the House itself to determine a course of action in relation to this matter. I've received messages from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the following bills: Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Royal Commission Response Bill 2022. Treasury Laws Amendment 2022 Measures No. 1 Bill 2022, Public Sector Superannuation Salary Legislation Amendment Bill 2022. I've received messages from the Senate informing the House that Senators Ormond Payne, McDonald and Dean Smith have been appointed members of the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia. I have to report to the House that on the 9th of August 2022 I received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees. In accordance with Standing Order 229B, as the House was not expected to sit for several weeks, the appointments became effective on that date. I've also received advice from the Chief Government Whip nominating members to be members of the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia. I now call the Minister to move a motion to resolve the membership of the committee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted? Yes. I call the Minister.
I move that Mr Broadbent, Ms Sharkey and Mr Violi be appointed members of the Select Committee on Workforce Australia Employment Services, and Mr Ench, Mr Gosling, Mr Newman, Ms Scrimgeour and Mr Wilcox be appointed members of the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia.
I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I've received advice from the Honourable the Prime Minister nominating members to be members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. I'll call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to serve on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Call the Minister.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Intelligence Services Act 2001, Mrs Andrews, Mr Hastie, Mr Hill, Mr Khalil, Mr Wallace and Mr J Wilson be appointed members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1, Governor-General's opening speech, resumption of debate on the proposed address in reply.
The question is that the address be agreed to. Before I call the honourable member for Fowler, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. I give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Mr Speaker, thank you for welcoming me into this place. I feel blessed that I'm able to stand here today in the 47th Parliament of Australia. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people, the traditional custodians of the Canberra region. I pay my respects to the elders, past and emerging, and to all of Australia's Indigenous peoples. I also wish to pay my respects to the Gadigal people of the Darug Nation as the first inhabitants of the electorate of Fowler. My name is Dai Trang Le. I'm an Australian with Vietnamese heritage and a refugee who escaped war-torn Vietnam with her family in April 1975 as a child. Tôi tên là Đài Trang Lê. Tôi là một người Úc gốc Việt và một người tị nạn. Đã vượt biên với mẹ tôi và hai người em tôi sau khi giải phóng tháng 4 1975 khi tôi còn nhỏ. I'm humbled that my community has chosen me to represent them. It will be hard to express in words how grateful I am for this unbelievable opportunity and tremendous responsibility, but I will try. I never set out to be a politician. I only want to be a strong advocate for a community that has been neglected and abandoned by the major parties. Mr Speaker, I started that journey nearly 14 years ago today, and I'm ready to make sure the people of Fowler have their voices heard. My electorate of Fowler is named for Elizabeth Lillian Maud Fowler, MBE, 1887 to 1854, for her contribution to local government and in recognition of her role as the first woman mayor in Australia in 1938. She was a trailblazer in local public service, a woman ahead of her time. As someone who comes from and deeply believes in local government, I couldn't be more prouder to represent Fowler. Mr. Speaker, many of my colleagues in this chamber will attest that one of Australia's greatest Prime Ministers, the Honourable Gough Whitlam, proudly represented the people of Fowler as I do today. And I'm sure he would have agreed that while it is a privilege to represent the people of Fowler, we are not a privileged people. We are the forgotten people, and yet we are the backbone of Australia. Fowler is an amazingly rich area in culture, talent, people and landscape. We are one of the most culturally diverse electorates in the country. Our residents and families come from more than 130 different cultures around the world and have called Australia home. More than half the population, 52%, were born overseas, and almost 70% speak another language other than English. Nearly 10,000 refugees have been resettled in our region, in particular Fairfield City Council area, between 2012 and 2017, more than any other cities in Australia. Many come seeking opportunities, possibilities and freedom. We are a settlement city, and proudly so since the Second World War. But a settlement city has its own challenges. We have the third highest unemployment rate in the country at almost 10%, which is about 3 times the national average of 3.5%. Our median income is 20% less than the rest of the nation. Almost 77% of our population live in a family household and at least 20% in a lone household. 42% of our residents rent, compared to the New South Wales average of 32.6%. Our low socioeconomic profile eclipses our resilience, grit and determination. Our people and our families play a critical role in elevating Australia's economy. We are the backbone of the New South Wales economy, if not the country. This was evident during the COVID pandemic, when almost everything came to a halt because our tradies, truck drivers, retail workers, nurses, teachers, office workers were locked down. We weren't allowed to travel beyond the 5-kilometre radius from our homes. We were told to get travel permits. We were forced to get tested every 3 days. We had helicopters flying around our area, as well as police on horseback and men in uniforms knocking on people's doors. While the intention was good, we are a city made of people who have fled tyrannical regimes and war zones like my own family, my own home country. The last time I looked, a government that takes away individuals' liberty to choose how they want to live, work and raise families was called a communist dictatorship, a political system that my family and I escaped from, and many other refugees escaped from, especially the Vietnamese Australian community. But despite what has been thrown at us from mainstream media over the years, despite the lack of investment in our great city, despite the lack of resources to make lives better for our hard-working citizens, our people soldier on, placing their hopes, dreams on their children to study well, to do well, to live well and to give back to the community. Not only are we the most resilient, embracing and courageous community since COVID, we are the most vaccinated and the most locked down and the most tested. I'm so proud to have grown up in this amazing place among these amazing people. I have witnessed its growing pains over the years and now witnessing its maturity as a cohesive, embracing and accepting multicultural community. Our Fowler electorate stretches from the wonderful Western Sydney parklands covering the suburbs of Abbotsbury, Edensor Park, Greenfield Park, St John's Park, Prairie Wood, Bosley Park, where the great Marconi Club was born, to the west of the electorate were families in the suburbs of Bonnerick, Mount Pritchard, Cabramatta, Canleyvale, Canley Heights, Fairfield East, Villawood and Carramar and Lansvale enjoy the diversity of cultural cuisines, religious places of worship, as well as the Georges River, which connects it to the Chipping Norton Lakes. Mr Speaker, like many in the electorate of Fowler, mine is a refugee settlement story. I was 7 years old when Saigon fell during the Vietnam War in April 1975. My mother was forced to flee with my two younger sisters, escaping communism. It was a time of chaos and confusion. I remember running with my mother and two younger sisters, scrambling to make our way onto a boat and pushing through the cries and screams of women and children. I had no idea what was happening. All I can recall were the cries, the panic, the chaos, and the one moment on the boat when I turned around to look back at my birth country to try and comprehend what was happening, and just saw a big black smoke in the distance. I remember the moment when I thought we would die, when a huge storm hit our boat. I remember my sister V and I hanging on to our dear life, while my mother held my other sister tightly in her arms with her rosary beads spraying. I remember being soaking wet, lying under the tarp as the ocean hit us and the rain poured down. I remember how my face almost hit the ocean as our boat rocked so hard from the storm. And I remember my mother's warning that I had to hold onto my sister in a plastic canister just in case the boat would tip over until we could find one another. Trying to peer through the tarp, all I could hear was the storm and was terrified we couldn't survive because none of us could swim. My mother kept praying, rosary beads in hand, as the boat continued to rock. The ocean was pitch dark, and all I could think of was that I was going to fall into this black abyss. I kept praying in my heart that should the boat tip over, that I would still hold on to my sister and I would still find my mother. The storm subsided the next morning, but everyone was exhausted. I remember seeing bodies lying on the boat like dead corpses. I remember the years in refugee camps, dreaming of being able to lie on a proper bed, to have a proper home, and to go to a proper school. I remember the moment when we were accepted to be resettled as refugees in Australia, known to many back in refugee camps as the island with the best education system in the world, and remembering as we stepped out of Kingsford Smith Airport, the feeling of gratitude and freedom. We were filled with hope as we looked out onto the horizons of endless possibilities. Australia, you welcomed my mother, my family, with open arms. You gave us comfort, food, and a warm bed to sleep in. I will never forget the love shown to us by Auntie Claudia and Don Smith, who helped my family integrate into the community, and their children, Kylie, Malia and Matthew, who kindly shared their books, clothes and toys with us. I know that Auntie Claudia is in the public gallery today with her daughter Kylie Williamson and her husband Neil Williamson. I want to thank them for their kind and generous heart, for being there for my mother and sisters as we struggled to rebuild our lives. There weren't any refugees or settlement services around to hold our hands back in those days. It was the kindness and support of people like Claudia and Don Smith and the St Vincent de Paul Ladies Society who helped us embrace the Australian culture and way of life. I remember the Ferrers, who gave my mother her first job cleaning their house and helping us be settled in. Mr Jim Ferrer has since passed, but he and his family was a migrant story from Italy, who came to Australia, worked hard to build his shoes business, and who later helped people like my mother. And to the wars of Scottish ancestry, who introduced me to Anzac biscuits and made me feel like I belonged to this new country. This migration story belongs to all of us. It's our story, and we can all be proud to share it. I also want to take this opportunity to pay tribute and acknowledge all of the Australian servicemen and women who fought for our freedom in Vietnam and who continue to serve us today. So, after all that, how did I get to this place? I entered politics at the community level, fighting for a car park in Cabramatta in 2008, almost exactly 14 years ago to this day. I had just returned from a reporting trip with ABC's foreign correspondent when I heard the people at Cabramatta markets complaining about the decision by the then state member for Cabramatta for resigning soon after she lost her health ministry. The chatter in the markets was people had voted for her at every election, and now she cannot, and they complained that she couldn't even deliver a car park for them. After hearing my outrage, my husband suggested I consider being a voice for the community. With no links to political parties or mainstream politics at all, the idea seemed daunting. How could I, a simple ABC reporter back then, do such a thing? I had no idea what was needed to be the voice of the community of Cabramatta. I'll be honest, it was scary. In 2008, people of diverse backgrounds, and in particular women of colour and those like me, did not feature in mainstream public life. I had no one to turn to. I had no one to mentor me, nor to guide me on the journey I was about to take. But I took the leap of faith. I was so driven by the feeling of unfairness and how my community was treated as second-class citizens. The fact that my community wasn't given a car park when they had been crying out for one for years, and that people had to pay 50 cents to use the toilet. I advocated strongly for the car park in 2008, which was delivered a few years after following my election to the local council in 2012. I started my journey with one small step. As Lao Tzu said, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one small step. For me, the decision to go into mainstream politics was easy, not because I knew anything about it. Rather, it was because I knew nothing about it. At the December 2021 election just last year, myself and the first independent mayor, Frank Carbone, joined forces to run an independent ticket for the election. While our team managed to win a small win in 2016, it was a very slim win with 250 votes. At last year, we won the majority, with 10 of our 13 councils elected. It was a very significant result, with the first popularly elected mayor with a 75% margin. It was against this background that we said something had to be done about the move to parachute a former premier, a woman, to be our voice in Fowler. We believed that it was time for one of us with lived experience, who've grown up, who works, lives and spent most of our lives in our community fighting and standing up for us, to represent us, especially over the past couple of years during COVID and lockdown. Conversations started amongst our small team. Could we sit back and let our community be taken for granted again? The people of Fowler wanted and needed a representative who came from their community and who would never forget the personal challenges that they face every day, and who have walked in our shoes and have been through what we have been through, not just at election time, but every day. As a breast cancer survivor, I have experienced our amazing health system. I can say that in life and death situations, our public health system is probably the best in the world. It saved me and my mother, who's had 3 open-heart surgeries, but often it can fail the many other ordinary Australians for simple treatment and services. We have 2 hospitals in Fowler, one that is heavily resourced at Liverpool Hospital and the other hardly resourced at all at the Fairfield Hospital. In 2019, I campaigned for Fairfield to get funding in order to have Wi-Fi because the hospital doesn't have the electricity capacity load to enable Wi-Fi. At the start of this year, while attending one of our amazing cultural events, the Lunar New Year, I was approached by two young women who stopped to thank me for campaigning for the improvement to the hospital. They were both specialists and told me that because of my campaigning, they were able now to treat patients under the basements of the hospital because it now has air conditioning. As long as I'm in this House, I will continually ask that both federal and state governments reassesses its health funding allocations so that it is equally distributed to our hospitals. Liverpool Hospital, despite the funds, is also overstretched because people and cases are pushed there. As a result, staff are under-resourced, stressed, and people are not seen on time and get frustrated because of the lack of care and service. This government can do more for families and communities like mine in Fowler. We need funding restored to Fairfield Hospital so that it can cater to the ageing and culturally diverse population, so that it doesn't put pressure on the Liverpool health system. We have a large percentage of young people in Fowler. Many children of migrant and refugees are moving back into the area to be closer with their ageing parents, and there's more affordable housing for those who can afford it, and to set up businesses that allow them the flexibility to spend more time with their families. Fowler has formed in small business, 13,190 according to the recent ABS statistics for our division. Small business makes up 98% of all businesses in Fowler. While the government recently announced the increase in migration of 195,000 to assist with the lack of skill shortages in Australia, I asked the government to first look locally to address this skill shortage because in my electorate of Fowler there's almost 10% unemployment. I would also like to ask the government to look at the reasoning why we have skill shortages. I know of qualified people who were forced out of a job because of the vaccine mandates. We need to rethink this and include them back into the workforce. We must learn to live with COVID. We also have migrants and refugees with professional qualifications who are now working in underqualified occupations. We must work to swiftly create pathways for recognition of their qualifications so that we can engage their skills in our community. And if we are to bring in more migrants, the government has the duty to ensure that there are immediate plans to build more housing, more public transport infrastructures, more local services to accommodate for this planned increase. Our community has seen the settlement of almost 10,000 refugees with no additional funds to hospitals, schools, waste services, roads maintenance, traineeships or jobs opportunities. While it might sound and feel good to bring more people, we must ensure that they are set up to succeed and to be included in community and provided with housing, education and other opportunities. We cannot simply increase migration and then let these new migrants to fend for themselves in a foreign country, leaving them feeling marginalised and demonised. It is the responsibility of government to ensure systems and plans are in place to enable a productive, cohesive and connected society. I want to see the Fowler community prosper. We have the people who are willing and ready to work. So we're looking to the future of technology and IT hubs in Fowler as part of the Three Cities plan. We want to be the bridge between business and diverse communities to build wealth for our communities and our country. Our electorate has produced some of the best and diverse talent in Australia. In sports, we have Mark Bosnich, Steve Smith and Michael Clark. In food, we have Luke and Pauline Nguyen, whose parents opened one of the first pho shops in Cabramatta, which is a beef noodle soup for the Vietnamese community. And Angie Hong, the founder of Cabramatta's landmark restaurant Tan Binh, and her son Dan, an Australian chef, restaurateur and television host of SBS Food, The Streets with Dan Hong. In the creative space, we have the talented Maria Tran, the first Asian Australian woman who started the female action film movement that challenges gender stereotypes. We must invest in our children. It's our job to plant the seeds of success today for a future Australia that we can all celebrate. I will work towards getting many of our local schools into permanent buildings. And nobody should have to go to school in years in demountables. And our education system should be ready technology-wise so that the young children can tap into the future of work. Is our educational system fit for the future of work? My son is currently studying second year at university, and he told me many students are given videos to watch as part of their lectures. There's hardly any student-lecturers interactions. Since COVID, many young people are finding that they're no longer connected to what's presented to them on a laptop. Young people must be supported as they struggle to study, to find work and to figure out their place in this fast-paced, social media-driven world that we're now living in. Increasing traineeships, apprenticeships, internships will encourage and provide the platform and resources for our youth to be innovative so that they can add value to solving some of the world's problems. We need funding to build facilities that will care for our elderly, especially those from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, who are often forgotten. We need to plan for equitable, accessible and affordable health services for those with special needs and vulnerable. So I'm here to represent the families of Fowler, those who wake up early every morning, the working people, the people trying to juggle a mortgage and pay rent, or work in a factory, or run a family business, or while getting their young to be educated. I am their voice. We have often been misrepresented and misunderstood. But get to know us, and you'll see we are more than a headline. We are so much more. I'm here to fight for resources, for facilities, and for funds for my community. Fowler, you fought for me and stood up for me, and I will stand up for you, so that our children will not be forgotten and overlooked. As long as I have the honour to represent the Fowler community in this House, you will hear me calling out for the funding we need for our children, for our education and health and local services that we deserve. To my people, my community of Fowler, I wouldn't be standing here in this 47th Parliament without you. I'm here to serve you with integrity and transparency. I'm accountable to you. Know that I will fight for our rights to celebrate and promote our amazing cultural diversity that this country has afforded us. And I will also stand up to defend our freedom to express our different perspectives, thinking and share our ideas with respect for each other. No one human being can be, think and experience life like another, not even in a close-knit family. And know that of the 151 members of Parliament, we have achieved the most unique result. I can say with hand on my heart that you, the people, delivered me. Not any major parties, nor any funders. It's you, the community, and my family's mortgage. I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart and the many people who have been on this mad journey with me for the past decade. Mr. Speaker, I'm standing alone in this chamber today, but on my journey to this place, I have been accompanied by many. I must thank all the people who have been with me on my journey for the past decade. Katrina Lay, Suli Lim, Ken Chapman, Julie Tagg, Jeff Davis, Charlie Lynn, Andrew Rohan, Charbel Saliba, Raymond Pham, Thomas Dang, Leonard C., Bailey Wang, Anna Dung, Sung Brown, Wendy Chuin, Gwen Riley. And to my current team of council, Kevin Lamb, Ugo Mavillo, Reni Barco, Milovan Karadzic. While we only met in recent years, you have given 150% at each election since we met. And the same to these community members, Ninos Yunan, Tiklat Romel, Monica Falco, Juliana Falco, Bao Nguyen, T. Ha, Samantha Boon, Julie Dang, Marco Mijatovic, Lynn Podetti, Jennifer Kao, Jackie Ashley, Anderson Chen, Pat Sergi, Litha and Holly Korn, Laith Achino, Samir Yusuf, Emmanuel Sada, Adam Sedene, Senilia Radovic. And to the numerous volunteers who travel from all across Australia to support our campaign, a huge and heartfelt thank you. Politics is a lonely journey, as many of you in this chamber would attest. Someone can be your closest ally 1 minute and your enemy the next. It changes like the flick of a switch. Finding someone to trust and work through the political labyrinth is not easy. There are trials and errors. I'm lucky to have found a great and trusted team in my councillor colleagues. But there's one person who has been on that political journey with me, fighting the enemies, as well as delivering for the community since we got on council. My councillor colleague, the Mayor of Fairfield, Frank Carboni. Mr Carboni's endorsement of me to the community at this May 2022 election played a key role in my success in Fowler. He has the support of many in our city and region. Thank you, Frank. To my family, my sisters, Vilay, Tui Vilay and JC Lay, and my mother, who never ever doubted me and have always been there for me. I'm sorry I've been an absent sister and daughter. My sister V and her husband, Alan Morris in particular, you've always been there, willing to help whenever I reach out, without complaints or criticisms. Thank you for your unconditional support, understanding and kindness, standing by me throughout my political journey since I began in 2008. Lastly, and certainly not least, my beautiful and loving family, the most important of all, my darling son, Ethan Lambert. Ethan started the campaign when he was about 5 years old, and at every election was there to help hand out his mother's how-to-vote cards. I love you to the moon and back. Thank you for allowing me to work for the community without demands and judgments. The same goes to my loving and supportive husband, Marcus Lambert. Thank you is not enough for all that you have done to enable me to pursue my public life and to be of service to the people of Fowler. I'm grateful that you have been willing to put our personal finances and took huge risks to enable me to reach this milestone. I know you have made huge personal sacrifices for the greater good of the community. The almost weekly and weeknights functions that I have to attend meant that you had to make your own dinner, look after the house and the family, which include our 2 dogs, Bella and Clancy. I'm grateful for your unwavering and unconditional support. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for letting me be me, for igniting my passion and never ever trying to dim my light. I love you both so much. I began my journey in this place in the same way I began my life in public service, with hope, with passion, and with relentless commitment to do what is right for the people who live in the electorate of Fowler. The people of Fowler are my people. Our story belongs to every Australian. Mr Speaker, thank you for your time.
Order. Order. I just invite members in the gallery to resume your seats. The question is that the address be agreed to. Before I call the honourable member for Cunningham, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. I call the member for Cunningham.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and congratulations on your election as Speaker. Your energy, your kindness and the tone you have set will help our parliament be dignified and respectful. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal people, and also the lands of the Cunningham electorate, the Wadi Wadi people of the Dharawal Nation. Today is a significant day for the Illawarra. It is the day that the late Fred Moore would have turned 100. Fred was a fierce local unionist, activist, teacher, mentor, feminist, miner, musician, boxer, husband, father, grandfather and honorary elder of the Djuringus tribe. He cared about people, social justice and equality. A foundation member of the Illawarra Aboriginal Advancement League, Fred would be so proud that we are enacting the Uluru Statement from the Heart and moving quickly to create an Indigenous voice to Parliament. One of Fred's 5 daughters, Sue, who is here with us today, said to me when I was preparing this speech, "You have the right principles and sense of social justice. You can't go wrong with that." In paying tribute to Fred Moore, I gratefully acknowledge the work over many years of union members and leaders in the Illawarra. Their activism has led directly to changes in policy in response to industrial accidents like the 1887 Bulli mine disaster, the 1902 Mount Kembla mine disaster, battles like the Dalfram dispute in 1938, and the campaign by migrant women to work at the BHP Steelworks in the 1980s, known as the Women of Steel dispute. I thank Robin Murphy for her support and for telling the story of these women through the Women of Steel documentary. These events shaped our community and our workplaces, contributing to the Illawarra's unique character. I thank wholeheartedly my good friends in the Illawarra Union movement for their support and friendship over the years. Arthur Orris and Tina Smith from the South Coast Labor Council, Rob Perk and Brad Gibson from the TWU, Tara Coote and Ellen McNally from the ETU, Paul Farrow, Chris Newbold, Joe Hutchings and Laurie Gripton from the AWU, Rudy Oppetz and Mick Jones from the USU, Bob Timms and Andy Davey from the United Mine Workers Union, Mick Cross and Michelle Myers from the MUA, Rob Long and Lorraine Watson from the TAFE Teachers Association, Duncan McDonald, Henry Regenda, Maury Mulheron and Angelo Gavritalis from the Teachers Federation, Anne Knight from the SDA, Chris Christodoulou, formerly of Unions New South Wales and now CEO of Green Acres Disability Care, and my very good friend Narelle Clay, President of the ASU and CEO of Southern Youth and Family Services and her amazing team at SIFS. I also thank Jared Hayes, Adam Hall, Lynn Russell, Lauren Hutchins, Mary Basevsky and Renee Sheridan from the HSU for their tireless support of our local aged care workers, allied health staff and paramedics. It has been a privilege working with you to develop Labor's aged care policies we are now implementing due to the hard work of previous Shadow Minister Claire O'Neill and our new Minister Annika Wells. I would also like to thank Andrew Detmer and Ian Curry from the AMWU, Mark Burgess, formerly of the ETU, and Brad Parker from Mates in Construction for their friendship and sharing their knowledge of apprentice policy. My mum, Petronella, or Pem as she is known to everyone, has a familiar story of the Illawarra. She migrated from Holland when she was in primary school, starting her life at the Skyville Migrant Centre before moving to Bondi, where her parents operated a delicatessen, and then on to Coldcliff 7 years later. I grew up in Woonona, a typical Australian suburb, and I went to Woonona Public and Woonona High. We grew up in a house that my late father Ron was converting from 3 old flats. Like painting the Harbour Bridge, it was an ongoing project. For much of my childhood, we had no proper flooring, no plaster on the walls, and electricity switches hung out of the walls. Dad was a sparky. Dad worked in the mines and was in and out of work, a common experience as the Illawarra suffered the harsh economic winds that blew through coal and steel making in the 1980s. Mum and Dad often struggled to keep our home, and Mum would try to convince us that lamb's fry was steak when stretching the family budget. Not terribly well. At times it was tough, really tough, and it's an experience you don't forget. It is why, throughout my working life, I have stood up and helped workers and vulnerable people. Worrying about the future of your job, paying the mortgage and putting food on the table can become overwhelming. I will always work for more jobs and investment in the Illawarra. I want people to be secure in their work and able to take up opportunities as they arise. Dad dreamed big. He loved innovation and new technology. When he could afford it, he was an early adopter. Sometimes he got it right. We were one of the first houses in Woonona to have solar panels in the 1980s, and we had an Apple IIe computer. Sometimes he missed the mark, like choosing Beta over VHS. He argued passionately that Beta was technically superior. Many hits. Many hits with the occasional miss. It's the story of human progress. My formative years were a mix of school, surf, sun, work at McDonald's and some standard teenage rebellion. In reflecting on my upbringing, I couldn't help thinking of Puberty Blues by great Australian author Cathy Lett. It was a coming-of-age story and I saw myself in it. I could never understand why, as a young woman, I was encouraged to do sewing and home economics. Why, when I came first in computer studies in Year 9 and 10, the boys I beat were still lauded as the computer geniuses. We girls could never understand why we had to wear scungies for school sport, effectively running around in a T-shirt and underwear. When confronted with leaking lights, we organised and forced teachers to teach us outside. We drew attention to the problem and worked together to get it fixed, in what would now be described as student activism. At the time, we didn't have a label for it. We were simply looking for fairness. The determination for a better deal and fairness are things I have pursued throughout my life. I am not willing to see people treated poorly just because they are vulnerable. Socially, my experience was relatively smooth, but not all of my classmates could say the same. I watched the struggles of 3 of my friends who were gay and could never dream of coming out at high school. Thankfully, we have made progress. They are all now out and proud and living their best lives. They include Daniel Mahe and his partner Patrick, who are here in the gallery today. Others in this place typically left school to go to university. I left school early in Year 11. My parents were clear, though. Leaving meant going into training or getting a job. I did a business administration course and got my first full-time job as the accountant's assistant for New South Wales Labor. After a year and a half of commuting to Sydney, I was fortunate to obtain a job as an electorate officer with the then federal member for Macarthur, the Honourable Professor Stephen Martin AO. Stephen went on to represent Cunningham, and I also acknowledge Stephen's predecessor in Cunningham, my friend Stuart West and his wife Mary Paris. It was in Stephen's office where I learned the importance of good local representation, and I thank him for the opportunities he gave me. They led me here today. It was also where I learnt the importance of punctuality, a good work ethic and fixing problems. It's been said that I'm like a dog with a bone when it comes to fixing people's problems, sometimes as a compliment, sometimes not. It was that determination which equipped me for the role, being willing to advocate hard for people who needed help from government. Constituents are often angry or distressed, or both, when they approach their local MP for help, because they have been let down by the system. If people come to me for help or advocacy, they get it in spades. For example, my good friends Professor Justin Yerbury AO, a recent Eureka Prize recipient for his MND research, and his amazing wife, Dr Rachel Yerbury. They fought so many exhausting battles to get access to decent services and support for Justin, who has motor neurone disease and is manually ventilated and in a wheelchair. Fights they should not have been forced to have. Or Susan, Mark and Sophie Wallace, who I met with their gorgeous Gracie, forceful advocates for a better deal for people with disability. It has been my privilege to advocate for you. I share your stories to demonstrate our need to fix the system so people can concentrate on caring for their loved ones, not bureaucratic battles. I will work hard to improve the NDIS to make it work for Australians with disability. Minister Bill Shorten has already started this work. I will work hard to implement our reforms to aged care to provide better care for older Australians. I will work hard to improve access to primary health care with an Illawarra Medicare Urgent Care Centre. It will give people a bulk billed service and help reduce waiting times at Wollongong Hospital ED. I will work hard to implement our housing policies so that more people have a roof over their head. My motto as a staffer was always apologise for the failure of the system, empathise and act, but never overpromise. As my close friend Chris Lacey says, be a good human, know your stuff and get good stuff done. For the past 17 years, I worked for Sharon Bird in her electorate and ministerial offices. Sharon is one of the most phenomenal people I know. She cares about people, cares about her community and has a unique way of bringing people together. My approach will also be working to bring people together. I thank Sharon for her support, encouragement and for being one of my best mates. She hated it when I called her my boss. The opportunities she provided also led me here. I also thank my former colleague and mate of 30 years, Gino Mandarino. Gino is a strong supporter of women, pushing us to do better, aim higher and not take rubbish from people. Your friendship and support is valued and appreciated. And I also thank Sharon and Gino's grandchildren, Anton and Sienna, two of my youngest supporters. Gino and my husband, Paul Scully, are my toughest critics, but also my strongest supporters, a powerful mix. I have known Scully for 30 years. We grew up in Young Labor together and were great mates before falling in love in 2004 and marrying in Las Vegas in 2008. I'm sure I'm going to regret saying this, but Scully is one of the smartest, most caring and passionate people I know. He both infuriates me and inspires me, sometimes simultaneously. He is also my best mate and I am pleased we will work together with our community to help set up our region for the decades ahead. And now my very long list of thank yous. As Hillary Clinton said, it does take a village. Firstly, the people I have called on for support daily over the past year and shared adventures with prior to that. Catherine Conroy, loyal, fun, smart and one of my best mates. I am so very grateful for your advice and friendship. You, your sister Paula and your mum Marguerite, or Mrs C, make a very formidable family of strong women. To Richard Brooks and Nelson Tang. Nelson, like Madonna or Kylie, only needs one name, as everyone knows Nelson. I appreciate your very frank advice, particularly from Richard, who is never shy with his opinion. My two fiercest fashion critics, but also two great mates. Thomas and Livy Moorhead, your friendship and support is so very much appreciated over many years and cemented over problem solving with bubbles and burgers. I thank Thomas for fighting with me for better paying conditions for staff and for helping me to set up my office. Mitch O'Dwyer and Caitlin Rudenrees, my campaign director, field director and great friends. Thank you so much for your time, your kindness, your advice and your support. And a huge thank you to Monica, Marta and Ellen for giving up your husband and dad to help me and for bringing the fun to the campaign meetings. Caitlin is a fearless young woman with strong ethics and has a great future in front of her. And thank you to my campaign team, Geordie Horan, Nathan Brown, Kate Pasterfield and Izzy and Sam Cork. I really appreciate the time you invested in me. And I especially thank my new office team, Chris Bird, Francis Kirkham, Idalina Guerrero, Callan Bain, Hannah Elbasha and Shane Howard. I am forever grateful to you for all of your work in setting up the office and the long hours and commitment you are already devoting to our constituents. I also want to thank my local parliamentary colleagues and their teams who stood on pre-poll and street stalls with me. Stephen Jones, Fiona Phillips, Ryan Park, his wife Cara and son Preston are here today, Tanya Brown, Janice Kershaw, Richard Martin, David Brown, Anne Martin and Linda Campbell. Thank you also to Bianca Gonsalves and Adam Devereaux for your friendship, support and encouragement. Bianca has been my best mate since primary school, where we were known as the Shadows as we were rarely apart. Thank you to Kylie Martin for being another best mate over so many years. Kylie is another provider of full and frank advice. I seem to have quite a few of those in my life. A huge thank you to our local branch members and the mighty Illawarra Young Labor. You phone banked, you stood in shocking weather on street stalls pre-poll and that rainy, cold election day. Too many of you to name individually. Many of you are in the gallery today, but you and I know who you are, and I'm forever grateful to you. A few that have provided strong friendship and support over many years and campaigned with me almost daily include Nick and Judy Whitlam, Lynn Ferry, Ian Turton, Jim Allen, Paul and Kay Tuckerman, Bob and Ann Bauer, Bev and Kev Reid, Neil Barnett, David Campbell, Michael Muir, Kristen Wall, Carol Martin, Tim Coombs, Elizabeth Osborne, Graham Kahabka, Chris Lacey, Karen Stevens, Naomi Arrowsmith, Ron Watt, Blake Osmond, Elise Del Piano, Therese Smith, Tom Ward, Bill and Michelle Stevens and Michael and Norma Wilson. And I would particularly like to acknowledge two of my favourite branch members, Annie Wilcox and her great mate Stella Chapman. I also want to thank Bob Namber, Dom Offner, Alex Costello and Liam Rankin for working hard to ensure that New South Wales Labor is a respectful, ethical and fair organisation, and a winning one. To Amanda Fazio, Cassandra Wilkinson, Paul McClay and David Latham, thank you for being fearless and always standing up for what is right. Thank you to Jessica Malcolm Roberts and to Kayla Hollywood for sending me beautiful pictures of your lovely baby girls, Alexis Malcolm Roberts and Ella Hollywood, during the campaign. I also thank local oncologist and champion for local cancer services, Professor Phil Klingon and his wife Margaret for their very strong support. Also to Faye Campbell and Michelle Saunders, whose fight for our hospitals remind us all about the true nature of care. These champions work hard to try and stop people being taken by cancer too young, like my good friends Tony Newman, Campbell Giles and Louise Biggs were. Thank you to my friends at Bellambi Surf Club, including Craig Kershaw, John Hobbs and Tara Robertson. To Paul Boltwood from Corrimal Chamber of Commerce, Renee, Bruce and the whole Horton team from All Occasions Flowers, Kevin Crane and Nat Smith from Broken Glass Hair, Kylie Montgomery from One Cake Down, Wayne and Jane Henderson from Tonido's Cakes and Ash and Charlie from Port Beirut for their very strong support as well. And I cannot forget the support provided by my long-time friends Michael Crowe, Beck Lee and their children Tara and Ewan. I also thank some of my colleagues who gave me advice and support over many years. Julia Gillard has been a friend and an inspiration. I will never forget her leadership, advice and kind messages of support. And I am thrilled that Anthony Albanese, who I have worked with during my entire time in the Labor Party, has become our Prime Minister. Like me, he doesn't forget where he comes from or the life experiences that have instilled the values he brings to the Prime Ministership. I also thank my long-term friends Michelle Rowland, Milton Dick, Joanne Ryan, Tanya Plibersek, Tony Burke, Tony Sheldon, Jim Chalmers, Brendan O'Connor, Sharon Clayton, Mike Freelander, Anne Stanley, Amanda Rishworth, Jason Clare, Emma McBride, Meryl Swanson, Matt Thistlethwaite and my new class of 2022. And former members, Chris Hayes and his wife Bernadette, Gabe Rotman, Wayne Swan, Laurie Brereton, Leo McClay, Peter Garrett, Craig Emerson and Tracy Winters, and Laurie Ferguson and his wife Maureen. And friends from the New South Wales Parliament, Anilak Chanthavong and his wife Anna and children Audrey and Christopher, Aaron Rule, Greg Warren, Linda Volts, Trish Doyle and Yasmin Catley. And also to former Senator Kim Carr and his fabulous staff who taught me so much with a lot of fun along the way. Now Minister Rachel Stephen-Smith, Emily Forrest, Fiona Scott, John Byron, John Angley, Gary Moorhead, Christopher Anderson, Ray Casson, Ellie Hughes, and also Fiona Bastian and Sam Cardwell, and their super cool son Hamish Cardwell. And another special shout out to Justine Elliott and Team Tweed, Craig, Alex and Joe Elliott, Kylie Rose, Reese Burns and Jerry Ambrosini. I would also like to thank my family, my mum Pen and late father Ron. Unfortunately, Mum is not in the gallery today, but she is watching at home. Thank you for your love and support. I also thank my brother Colin and Karen, Kimberly and Kaylin, and my in-laws Inter, Ian, Jane, Boyd, Annabelle and Max, and Glenn, Rosie and Timothy. A special thank you to my Aunt Edith and cousins Leah Marley and Laura Jean Gully, and campaign dog Fabian. Leah has travelled from America to be here today. Edith and I are both early risers, and our early morning chats are very much appreciated.
I absolutely loved my career as a staffer, all 29 years and 11 months of it. I was proud to represent staff as a USU delegate and staff representative. I thank USU Secretary Graham Kelly for your support in helping the amazing staff here in the Parliament. I have been overwhelmed by the messages of support, good wishes and volunteers from hundreds of current and former colleagues. It was suggested to me that it would be easier to table this list, but given the contribution these talented, kind, hard-working and fun people have made to this place, our community and our country, they deserve to be acknowledged and thanked individually. Angie, Michael and Riley Sidonio, Andrew Big Top Topper-Moore, Cora Trevathan, Andrew Reeves, Ben Rillo, Tanya Drewer, Lou Cullen, Bernie Shaw, Christina Valentine, Nympha Farrell, Kula Alexiadis, Andrew Downs, Owen Torpey, Laura Ryan, Odette Visser and her husband Andrew Green, Michelle Fitzgerald, Vicky Fitzgerald, Shannon Threffel-Clark, Ryan Liddell, Anne Clark, Denise Spinks, Deborah Biggs, Drew Ethelston, Hayden Gray, Erin Smith, Kylie Jenkins, Anna George, Nina Gerace, Barb Pinney, Jenny Lynn Mann, Samantha Miles, Theresa Lane, Kim Pagan, James Bartlett, Nicole Duffy, Adam Boyden, Mitch Wright, Ali Black, Jennifer Light, Todd Pinkerton, Chris Fry, Meredith Horn, Georgie Slater, Zach Alexopoulos, Bryden Toner, Bryce Wilson, Nick Mellis and Poppy Mellis, David Volts, Jane Shelton, Justin Lee, Vicky Meadows and Anthony Cawthorne, Gay Coughlin and Greg Sweeney, Simon Zulian, Rose Tracy, Jeff Singleton, Alex Sanchez, Phoebe Drake, Jared Delapina, Simon Tatz and Amanda Bresnan, Matt and Elsie Ryan, Jim Middleton, Darren Barnett, Lee Heaney, Katana Smith, Polo Gilbert Wright, Ross Nielsen, Dave Britton, I'm nearly there, Jamie Snashall, Simon Banks, Chris and Anthony Brereton, Helen Nezarides, Kirsten Andrews, Brett Gale, Karina Flanagan, Sarah Michaels, Amber Setchels, Prue Myers, Sandra Webber, Dimity Paul, Trish Marinozzi, Chris Parkin, Darren Rudd, Janelle Rod Jordan and Cameron Rimmer, Mel and Nick Haskew, BJ Roberts, Dione Garcia and Donna Tetley, as well as Tate, Talia Rose and Baby Oliver, and Gail Morgan, Jason Smart and Amelia Cozzi. I was with Amelia's parents on the night she was born and have watched her grow into a gorgeous, smart and sassy young lady. Her mum and I are both terrified and excited to see what her future holds. We have come a long way since I started here in the 1990s. Staff are having their voices heard, particularly female staff. I am confident that under Prime Minister Albanese, Special Minister of State Don Farrell and the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff Tim Gartrell that this will continue to improve. For years I have advocated passionately to get outcomes for people. I care about people, I care about jobs, I care about our environment and I promise to work hard to keep goals for our community. I will never let the Illawarra be ignored. Our community is suffering from nearly 10 years of a government that gave up on us. It left us in a terrible state with debt, inflation, stagnant wages, having failed people and ignoring action on climate change. Addressing the gender pay gap and women's workforce participation were reduced to a talking point, if that. To much relief, the election of the Albanese Labor government has ended that sad era. We pushed for a pay rise for low-paid workers, we'll put humanity back into aged and disability care and train Australians for the jobs of the future. And I'll make sure the Illawarra gets its fair share. I support action on climate change, structured to create jobs while reducing emissions. The Illawarra has long been a place of steel, mining and heavy industry. Our deepwater port and world-class university provide enviable connections to the globe. We stand ready to be leaders in achieving net zero emissions by 2050. We stand ready to use our skills to produce high-quality steel in a more sustainable way. It will be used to build the renewable energy and transmission infrastructure we need to power homes and industries. The government's early actions to rebuild Australia's global reputation sends clear signals to business and industry. Wollongong community, business and union leaders understand the importance of workers and businesses having the skills for the modern economy. We have a skills crisis in renewable energy. 3 in 4 solar companies struggle to recruit electricians. Experience in renewables is the main obstacle. Wollongong can play a major role in supplying that highly skilled workforce. To support this aspiration and build workforce and small business capacity, I have secured an Energy Futures Skills Centre for the University of Wollongong and a Renewable Energy Training Centre for Wollongong TAFE. They will cooperate to put the Illawarra front and centre of our cleaner economy and jobs future. I thank the University of Wollongong Vice-Chancellor Patricia Davidson, Carnio Feravanti, Ty Christopher and the Executive Director of Business Illawarra, Adam Zarth, for their help and advice. I also thank Stephen Ferguson from the Australian Hotels Association. He recently came to Wollongong and met with Ryan and Nikki Aitchison from the Illawarra Hotel and saw some of the amazing things our local businesses are doing to repair the environment. They have just employed a sustainability officer at the pub. We also need to focus on education, from early childhood education to primary and high schools, TAFE and universities. As I said earlier, my educational path was not the traditional one. After a sizable gap and with the encouragement of my friends at the university, I completed a master's degree. It was daunting, but I am better for it and proof that education is a lifelong project. My commitment is to deliver for our region. I have secured a community battery for Warrawong, a community with low household incomes, allowing those who cannot afford to invest in their own solar panels to share in the benefit. I have fought for our area to become one of 6 potential offshore wind generation zones, which can help make Wollongong a jobs powerhouse, providing opportunities and further investment. I thank Minister Chris Bowen and his team, including Andrew Garrett and Tom Sklazdian, who are setting a cracking pace to get our grid to 80% renewables by 2030. The Illawarra is innovative, tough and clever, and I am optimistic about what we will achieve. Combining renewable energy training centres, our manufacturing skills and offshore wind generation prepares our region to be a centre of energy and economic innovation, a place which attracts, trains and retains the brightest minds. I have often been asked why I wanted to enter Parliament. People thought, having worked here and seen some of the worst elements, I might be turned off. But it is for that very reason that I am here, because we can and should do better, much better. Australians don't expect us to agree all the time, but they do expect us to get on with the job of being decent people and achieving good outcomes. I do not shy away from my history as a staffer or from the things that made me the determined person I am today. Together we can provide better opportunities for workers and their families. We can do so in a way where economic and environmental sustainability are at the heart of our actions and in a way that makes sure people are not left behind. We can elevate our influence on the world stage. Wollongong has changed since I was born, but our community values endure like hardened steel. They are founded on the need to trust your mates in dangerous workplaces, to understand your neighbour who was born in a different part of the world, and to know that fairness should guide decision-making. To continue this, to fix it, to build on it, to harness it and to grow it are the reasons I sought election. When I was elected, my good friends Luke and Renee Toy sent me a quote from President John F. Kennedy's inaugural speech. I cannot think of a better way of ending my first contribution. But let us begin. I thank the House.
The question is that the address be agreed to. Before I call the honourable member for Chisholm, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. I give the call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and pay respects to elders past and present and emerging. First Nations people have cared for our precious land and waters for over 60,000 years. I'm proud to be part of an Australian government that knows it is vital for healing, for respect, that we recognise First Nations people in our Constitution and implement the Uluru Statement from the heart, that we work to deliver voice, treaty and truth. I also acknowledge the Boonwurrung and Wurundjeri people, who are the traditional owners of the beautiful lands and waters in my electorate of Chisholm. When we are in this chamber, we must always remember that we sit here not merely as individuals. We are here as proxies for our communities, to carry the torch for our communities, to champion our communities. We carry the hopes and the fears of our electorates into this place and are charged to ensure that those fears are eased and those hopes are pursued. I stand now in this chamber with the hopes and the fears of my community firmly in my mind. I think of Pat and John, who I met just near the Wattle Park shops and who invited me to sit with them on the sun-drenched deck at the back of their house on a beautiful autumn morning. They shared with me their fears for the future for their grandchildren if we did not act on climate change, if we did not do more to make our democratic systems accountable, and for parliamentarians to act with integrity. I'm here because I want to give Pat and John, their grandchildren and everyone in my community hope that an Australian government will act to ensure the well-being of our planet and will restore faith in politics. I stand in this chamber and I think of Roger, a proud Australian of Chinese heritage, who worries that communities across the country have become divided, who is passionate about the need to ensure that everyone, no matter where they may have been born or their ancestors came from, is embraced and included in Australian society. I stand in this chamber to assure Roger that diversity is our nation's greatest strength, and I am proud of the rich multiculturalism in Chisholm. Time spent in my community is time spent celebrating the contributions of the people who have made modern Australia and their cultures. The triumph of multiculturalism, of enterprise, of community is evident in our suburbs. Tasting Chinese cuisine in Box Hill, shopping for spices at Sri Lankan grocery stores near Sindel Station, playing cricket in the park with local Indian families in Burwood, enjoying the bountiful supply of zucchinis and figs from Italian and Greek neighbours in Clayton. I stand in this chamber and I think of Angie, an 11-year-old girl from Mount Waverley whose hope encouraged me. I remember on a particularly long day in the middle of the campaign, opening a letter with neat, careful handwriting that read, "I just wanted to say that I support you on your journey of good in this world. Even though I can't vote because I'm too young, can I help and support you?" It was signed, "Angela, your supporter and proud young feminist." Angie's letter was one of hope for the future, of a nation and a world that is more equal. Angie's words gave me encouragement when I needed it. Her optimism and her spirit will stay with me for as long as I am in this place, and I will strive every day to ensure her hope for a better future is realised through actions. We come into this place because of the path that was laid in front of us by those who have come before us. My ancestors arrived in this country to seek a better life for themselves and their families. On my father's side, they came to Victoria in the 19th century, and I am proud of their contributions to civic life and my own. On delicate, ageing paper in the archives in my home state, the names of my ancestors can be found on the petition from 1891 to grant Victorian women the right to vote. I'm honoured to be a descendant of Mary and Edith Garland of North Melbourne, who joined with almost 30,000 others to petition the Parliament that women should vote on equal terms with men. An oft-quoted suffragist maxim is, "Courage calls to courage everywhere," And it is through the courage of my forebears for change, to foster equality, that I draw courage to leave a legacy for those who will come after me. More recently, my mother's family left in Italy brutalised by war to the hope of a better life promised by Australia. They worked hard jobs at a time that Australia was a markedly less multicultural place than it is now, contributing to the post-war reconstruction of our nation as they strove to settle in a strange place. My nonu loved philosophy and politics. He loved opera and his talents were considerable. He aspired to use them. It was not until Gough Whitlam became Prime Minister that he was able to, when educational opportunities became accessible. He became a much-loved maths teacher at Emmaus in Burwood, in my electorate, and this transformed his life, his family's life, my life. This story will be familiar to those who share the post-war migration journey, who experience the transformation of hope into real opportunity from our Labor government. I want everyone in my community to be supported by their government to pursue their aspirations, just like my own family was. I will always look to open doors, to extend opportunity to my community, so that every single person is able to follow the ambitions they hold for themselves and their families. My electorate was named for Caroline Chisholm, a remarkable figure through the 19th century who improved lives of so many in the fledgling European settlements in Australia, especially through her support of women and girls as they forged new lives for themselves in this country. Caroline Chisholm was known as the immigrant's friend, and it is fitting that the electorate which was named for her is home to people who have recent connections to the migrant journey to Australia. It has been said that Caroline Chisholm's favourite axiom was that there must be a place for everybody. This can be taken to mean that everyone has a future in Australia and everybody is valued for their contributions. This example is one I hope to follow. To respect everyone, to recognise the dignity of every person in my community, to work with the community to ensure that there is a place for everyone to learn, to work, to dream and pursue those dreams regardless of where they've come from or who they are. In Australia, everyone should be valued. Even if you've never visited the suburbs of Chisholm, you might have encountered them. For it was in Box Hill in the late 19th century that artists including Frederick McCubbin, Tom Roberts and Charles Condor set up camp on a bit of land on David Houston's dairy farm. They painted en plein air there and in surrounding suburbs in my electorate, producing some of the most famous examples of Australian Impressionism, the paintings Lost, Down on His Luck and The Artist's Camp. Tom Roberts's Australian pastorals on the land in my electorate show his study of light and shade, and those efforts are evident in his magnificent work that hangs in the corridors here, opening of the first Parliament of Australia. And it is the greatest honour to be a member of the 47th Parliament and of a Labor government. Whilst Chisholm might look a bit different now, the remarkable contribution to cultural life continues in my electorate through the groups that meet at the beautiful Box Hill Community Arts Centre, through the talented locals who show their art at the Track Gallery in Mount Waverley or take classes at Amaroo Neighbourhood Centre, and through the Monash Gallery of Art housed in a spectacular sidler space in Wheelers Hill. Our electorate is the place the Skyhooks and the Living End had their start, and the place where Maiden guitars are manufactured. Our electorate is the place my own very first ballet concerts were performed, at the Alexander Theatre, my small contribution to the cultural history of our community. The arts enrich us, and I am proud of the place my community has in our nation's cultural history, and I am sure in our nation's cultural future. I'm thrilled to be a part of a government, a Labor government, that will deliver the first cultural policy our country has seen in almost a decade. Like the arts, education transforms and enriches our lives. I'm proud of the extraordinary contribution my community makes in developing skills, providing educational opportunities and in fostering the ideas that will keep this nation smart, strong and successful. We are home to 2 universities, Monash and Deakin, several TAFE campuses and excellent schools. People want to be a part of our community because of the value we place on education, because of the chance a good education offers to build a good life and contribute to a robust democracy. All levels of education are important, from the earliest years onwards. everyone should have access to the finest educational opportunities at all stages of life. I'm forever grateful for the education, the keys to the kingdom, I've received in this country, and for the teachers that cultivated my curiosity, like Mrs. Kennedy, my English and history teacher, and now one of my constituents. It was so lovely receiving correspondence from her during my campaign, and it reminded me that the course of my life may have been very different if it were not for teachers like her. I received my undergraduate education at Monash University, and as I now move through the campus as the elected representative for that part of Melbourne, I reflect on my own journey through Australia's higher education system. I studied the humanities and social sciences because critical thinking, the capacity to analyse and to have empathy, matters in a healthy society. I was encouraged in my studies by accomplished academics and was so very lucky to be awarded a scholarship to study a PhD at the University of Sydney. I hope to bring the skills that I was taught there to this place. I'm passionate about ensuring we have a robust higher education system that values intellectual curiosity and supports people to think, to experiment, to create new ideas and systems and solutions. Intellectual curiosity and the pursuit of ideas have been maligned by some, but I'm hopeful and ambitious for Australia and know that the courage to follow the thread of a new idea, to imagine possibilities that improve our lives, are to be valued, supported, funded. Researchers and teachers must be offered security in their work, time and space to think and to develop their minds and those of scholars that come after them. If we are not intellectually curious, if we do not protect the independence of research and truly nurture scholarship and academia, society stands still, moribund from a poverty of ideas that demeans us all. My electorate is home to the CSIRO, to the Australian synchrotron, and the power of ideas in these institutions to change our lives, to save our lives, to discover previously unknown mysteries of the universe, as well as enrich our minds and our spirits, is immense. I'm not afraid of ideas. I'm not afraid of imagining new possibilities for what our society could be like, spurred on by the chance to contribute to a better, fairer country. The process of learning never ends. It gives me great joy to learn from my community and my colleagues, to hear different perspectives, to listen to novel ideas. It's something I look forward to each day. The craft of a skilled trade too must be valued, supported and funded. The Holmesglen campuses in my community are exemplars of innovative teaching and excellence in teaching, with the world-class Victorian Tunnelling Centre in Chadstone a source of enormous pride, giving so many in our suburbs remarkable skills, the skills that mean they can build the projects that will define our cities in the future. Whether there's a dream to be a poet, a plumber or a politician, the chance should be given for these to be realised. Everyone has contributions to make, and it is our role in government to embrace and support these. I believe in good government. Governments should lead with vision for the kind of society we want to be, of the types of industries we want to build, and of the good, secure jobs we can create. Too many people in our country are left without the sorts of jobs they can count on, that they can build a life on. In almost every industry, there are people sitting every day waiting at the end of a mobile phone to find their fate, to know if they have a job and a wage that day. This is a national problem. Our communities are starved when people cannot make the important commitment to their local footy club or neighbourhood house or art group because they do not have certainty about their hours of work or their income. I know the ache of insecure work. It has been the dominant form of employment I've experienced. The feeling that everything might dissolve in a moment sticks with me now as it has throughout my working life. The experience of insecure work in academia, in cultural institutions, and for some of Australia's largest employers has defined my relation to the world as one where everything is precarious and could slip away suddenly. And I do not want this to be the case for anybody else. I feel a real sadness and an anger when I think that precarity may be the experience more commonly felt than security in work for a growing number of people in this country. One of the reasons I was so motivated to be here is so that I can do my best to ensure that everyone can forge a life for themselves and their families, built on security, opportunity and ambition.
Until we rid our society of the scourge of unnecessary, insecure work, too many people will be left behind, unable to live the lives they want to live and should be able to live in a country like Australia. I'm proud to be part of a government that is committed to improving people's lives through making sure we have good, secure jobs so that a better future is possible. I thank the Australian Labor Party for their support, and I know that in government, under the compassionate, clever and courageous leadership of our Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, we will deliver a better future for all in our nation. The Australian Labor Party in government has always led the way in dreaming and realising what is needed to live a good life. And this is in no small part also due to the bravery, the imagination, the struggle and the sacrifice of working people coming together in the trade union movement. Ordinary working people coming together through their unions and demanding their ambitions for a good life be supported by opportunity and equity is responsible for so much that we value in this country. We celebrate a superannuation system that means no one should be left in poverty in retirement. We build our communities around the weekend, a time we can come together and enjoy our leisure time with the people and pastimes we adore. We enjoy these standards because of the union members who had a vision, fought for and won these achievements. It has been a great honour to have served with brave and kind people in the trade union movement in my working life. I thank union members, delegates and leaders from trade unions across the movement for their support of my campaign. The power of working in a collective is tremendous, and together we achieve great things. I'm so grateful to the United Workers Union members, delegates and leaders for their support and for the contribution they make every single day to a better, fairer Australia. Thanks to Tim Kennedy, Joe Schofield and Gary Bullock for their leadership and vision. I had the privilege to work at the oldest continuous Trades and Labour Council in the world, the Victorian Trades Hall Council, the Workers' Parliament, as Assistant Secretary. I thank the staff, leaders and affiliated unions at the Hall for their friendship, especially Luke Hilakari, Will Stark and Amanda Balfour. There is a neat thread through history and place between the Workers' Parliament and the suburbs of Chisholm. It was at the Trades Hall School of Design that Tom Roberts and Frederick McCubbin learned how to sketch, to paint, to be artists, long before that significant summer in 1855 when they came to Box Hill and created the works that have become a defining part of Australian culture. It reminds me that, yes, it is bread we fight for, but we fight for roses too. Standing here is an honour I never imagined, and one that could never be achieved alone. I'm here because of the wonderful local supporters and true believers who dedicated their time to my campaign. Thank you. I'm here because of the steady focus of my campaign team: Joe Brisky, Callum Drake, Grace Flanagan, Bofang Wu, Owen Rangel, Philip Darn, Jennifer Yang, Tara Kaneen, Josh Bruni, Peter Chandler, Matt Merry and Michael Watson. Thanks too to members here, especially the member for Bendigo, Lisa Chesters, the member for Bruce, Julian Hill, and to Senator Grogan and Senator Walsh for your support. And I'm delighted that you are now my parliamentary colleagues. I'm here because of my family, the sacrifices made for me, the values instilled in me, and the belief they have in me. Thank you to my family, and in particular my mother Pam and my father John, my sister Olivia, and my brother David. I'm thinking of the future too and what I owe to younger generations in my country, community and my own family. To McKinley and Bonnie, know that I will always work my hardest to make sure the future is bright for you and your generation. I thank my friends for their patience and understanding of the commitment I have made to the Chisholm and for all your support. I'm standing here today because of the trust of my community. I acknowledge my predecessor, Gladys Liu, who was the member of Chisholm for 3 years. Thanks must go to Anna Burke, who represented Chisholm for 18 years, for her wisdom, her kindness and her support. I'm thankful to my team, Nadia Montague, Liz Delamotte, Gariza Sujak, Na Yuang and Grayson Lowe, for sharing with me a dedication to serving our community. The first Labor woman elected to this place was Joan Child, and the modern boundaries of Chisholm include some of the suburbs she represented as the member for Henty. In her first speech, Joan reminded her peers that the basis of election to a seat in Parliament is service to people. We are really public servants. The people made our election possible. They made it possible for us to take our seats in this House. That should be remembered, but it is all too often forgotten. I will not forget. I will not forget Pat and John and the fears that they shared of what would happen if we refused to act on climate change or restore faith in politics through an integrity commission. I will not forget Roger and will demonstrate how I remember him in uniting our diverse community, repairing the wounds of division. I will not forget Angie and her bright, hopeful letter, her wish to see more good in the world. I carry the hopes and fears, the dreams and the disappointments of my community in this chamber. The voters of Chisholm have my deepest, sincere thanks, but they deserve more than my gratitude. They deserve a representative who will never forget them, who will fight for them, who will show up when life is tough, not just when things are easy. I will do everything in my power to make you proud. Thank you.
Order. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Lola.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, we still have a few first speeches to go in the class of 2022, but I know I speak for all members here who have perhaps been here for some time to say it is difficult to rise to your feet to follow the class of 2022. Such wonderful speeches, inspiring all of us and reminding all of us of those first moments in the chamber, reminding us of our responsibilities to our communities. So it was with great joy that I rise to make my contribution and address and reply with that memory and that reminder so fixed in my mind. I represent the people of Lola, Melbourne's outer west, an electorate centred around the old country town of Werribee that has grown into a thriving city of 300,000 people called Wyndham. And I'm really pleased to stand here as a member after 3 terms in this place representing the people of Lola, as a member of an Albanese government. And I say that because it means that in this first 100 days of government, to reflect and to think about what has already been achieved and to reflect a little about the journey we were on during COVID, the worst parts of COVID, the long winter lockdowns of the 2 years, where, as a collective, the members now sitting on this side of the chamber put their heads together, their minds together, their skills together, listened to their communities, listened to Australians, and did some deep thinking about what an opportunity it was for us to reset the way we think about our country and the way to move forward. We learnt many things in the first 2 years of the pandemic. We learnt what it really is to be essential. We learnt that the most essential workers in our community are not those who are paid the most. In fact, in many cases, they are those who are paid the least. And we set our minds together from opposition to do something about that. And it is with great pride, that in the first 100 days since the election, that this Albanese Labor government has already changed lives and taken to address the pay rates, those in aged care, those in transport, those who were on the front lines during the times I've been in here and talked as an aged care centre that I can see office, and I watched aged care workers change their clothes at the of their cars so as not to take contamination families. I heard from people whose children were coming home from shifts at Macca's or in retail, putting their clothes into a garbage bag at the back door before they entered home so as not to contaminate others that they lived with. Great pride that I stand here as a member of the Albanese Labor government, knowing that we have taken action already, that we wrote to the Fair Work Commission, told them that we supported a pay rise for the lowest paid workers in this country. It's a small thing. It's a small thing, $1 an hour, but symbolically it's a huge thing, and it inspires us, reminds us on this side that that work is not finished. Hence the Jobs and Skills Summit. And I know with my friend Sam Ray, the member for Hawke, across Melbourne's outer west. Room, and I know how much they appreciated the opportunity and to give us their ideas about a better future. And of course, if you live in Melton, there is no TAFE in the region to attend. There is no TAFE, and it's that our work's not just about announcing TAFE places as good as but it's about looking at the fine detail, suburb by suburb, region by region, community by community. Where do we need the support? Where are the gaps? And ensuring that every community thank the member for Logan, the Treasurer, for his timely article last week. Has a 3 in front of it. In electorates like mine, it's not the reflection of the reality that this is patchy and that we've got a lot of work to do, making sure not just that we are creating the appropriate opportunities for every single person that we represent in this place. So it is with here to recommit on the back of listening to those wonderful speeches from the class of that as the member for Lola, I will fight for my community and for communities like mine across this country to ensure that everyone gets their share. Take this country forward to build a better Australia. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
For Lola. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43 and the debate may be resumed. Ali has the call.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Shortages in my electorate of Mallee are now at crisis point. Was open, but by Friday morning its doors were closed, locked by an administrator, leaving 15,200 people. Without notice, people have been left without scripts, without an ability to get for people to access medical records if they found a new GP. Of course, there was no possibility of this, as no GP clinic in capacity for new patients. Patients were still showing up for their appointment at Tri-State. Now had no doctor. Almost all GP clinics in Mildura patients face an average appointment wait of 4 weeks. The primary health care shortages are turning preventative health issues into strain. Madam Deputy Speaker, this situation is untenable. I am calling on the government to urgently implement solutions to this crisis.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Health on the Streets is a mobile health clinic for people experiencing homelessness, staffed by healthcare professionals and ensures that those that are homeless and those experiencing homelessness and those otherwise unable to access healthcare are able to get medical assistance difficult periods, receive a holistic health treatment plan. I was able to announce that HOTS, Health on the Streets, would continue operating and receive $400,000 from the Albanese Labor government. Without this $400,000, HOTS faced a very uncertain future and risked no longer continuing. I am happy to report that HOTS can now continue with its work and presence on the Central Coast. HOTS is lose on the Central Coast and ensures that less pressure is placed on our already emergency departments. I would like to thank the whole Coast and Country Primary Care, its CEO, Kathy Beverley, and to the results on the Central Coast. I look forward to working closely and collaboratively with Coast and Country Primary Care over my term in this place.
And I'm giving the call to the member for Flynn.
Dawson, you are never far from the coast, and for many of my constituents, their pilgrimage to the boat ramps and that secret fishing spot is the highlight. With the increase of traffic on the Whitsunday waters, marine rescue Whitsunday has increased significantly. The demand for this service was up by 30%, putting pressure on this volunteer organisation. Sunday VMR, consisting of 50 dedicated volunteers, that able to keep our boaties safe on the water. During the 2020 federal election campaign, a federal funding $120,000 was made thanks to the former coalition. I call on the Labor Albanese government to commit to this, that the hard-working volunteers who watch out for our boaties have remain committed to supporting the of VMR with Sundays, and I will fight.
Thank you, Acting Chair. The arts community in Melbourne's West creativity, social justice and inclusion, the arts community as an NDIS provider as it strives to make art accessible with a disability. Even its home, a beautiful building, tells a story about community activism. A former piggery saved from demolition in the 1970s after a campaign involving historians and politicians. A social enterprise that works with the community's most marginalised people to help their creativity and build their literacy. Sense of belonging in storytelling and these skills. Whenever I attend a festival within Fraser and artists who take centre stage, as Tony and leisure, the arts affects our education policy, our health and much more. And Albanese government rightful place and end the culture wars.
Thank you. We call the member for Wentworth. Just a moment, you haven't got the mic on. Sorry. Member.
Hi. There are thousands of refugees and people seeking asylum who have no opportunity without means to properly support their families. These are talented and people with skills in many of the sectors we have shortages and to our economy, but are being prevented from. Includes a young man from the Congo who has a job lined up in construction. Supported by Sydney Asylum Seeker Centre, the delay is hurting him. Swift action needs to start rights record and support the urgent needs of businesses now. Weeks, the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies has received reports of anti-Semitism bullying in Sydney's east, performing Nazi salutes in boys' changing rooms. These incidents back of revelations of another school where students used a chat room safe and to be able to practice their faith in freedom. We need urgent anti-Semitism.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, in 2 days' time, 2 athletes and as part of the 5-strong Australian team. Dylan Schwartz is competing in his first international event, a veteran of the Australian squad, having competed internationally previously in Portugal and New Zealand. Boccia for and test competitors' degree of muscle control and accuracy. Athletes throw, kick or use a ramp device as possible to a white ball called the jack. Australia medalled for the first 5 years at the Tokyo Paralympics. I can is with Dylan and Karina regularly crushing me in the by their coach Barry Yesberg, who is also travelling to Rome, have worked incredibly hard over the last 12 months despite the challenges of COVID. Taking on his idol, David Smith from the UK, a much greater challenge than me. You'll be able to watch the event being live streamed from the world site. Thanks to the Vikings group, the AIS and the Boccia community for their
call to the member for McKellar.
Imagine if you had to choose between paying your rent or seeing or getting your child the care they need. These are the choices that Australians are now having to make. There are also and regional areas, particularly, that have to wait months to see. Why? Well, firstly, there is in Australia, and secondly, the Medicare rebate for so long between 2013 and 19. In order to keep their businesses afloat, GPs are making the hard decision to pay patients an out-of-pocket expense. GPs in the workforce, nearly 11,000. This is a crisis because GPs are at the forefront of both medicine and preventative medicine. Not enough. The stagnant Medicare rebate was not enough, especially when other medical specialties are better remunerated. Students into the specialty of general practice.
Thank you, Werriwa.
Speaker. The Ingham Institute for Applied Medical Research. A research organisation near the electorate of been in existence for almost 10 years. The extent of their research is endless, mental health, and it is important to the southwest more broadly. Almost 50% of Australians have chronic health conditions, and this has been increasing over. Institutes like Ingham's are incredibly important to identify the a community partnership with the expertise and the best research and medical talent in Australia. Despite Southwest Sydney having a significantly lower median age than Wales, chronic conditions are very prevalent. The Institute understands the value of treatment, management, cure, and Lance Chia from the Liverpool Innovation Precinct, who update recent breakthroughs. I thank all the researchers at the and all the breakthroughs to come.
Thanks. I give the call to the member for Oak.
Lobbying to create the Outback Way, Australia's longest shortcut. Local Government Association conference calling for the sealing of the 2,700-kilometre route from Laverton to Winton in Western Queensland. This would create an Australian tourism route that would also enhance the movement of connect remote Aboriginal communities. Since 1997, the and met with Winton Shire Council Mayor Gavin Baskett, Councillor Shane Mann, and from O'Connor, from the Shire of Nanadara, CEO Kevin Hannon, President Patrick Hill, Councillors Robin Prentice. They are continuing the legacy of previous mayors, Shire presidents and councillors in the Outback Way. Together, they have successfully secured $1 in state, territory and federal funding. The first federal investment the then Deputy Prime Minister announced the coalition government would commit $78 million, which would see the remaining gravel bitumised. I honour this commitment to complete the Outback Way and amazing.
I rise to acknowledge Corporal riding horses and mustering cattle, and he learned from Aboriginal how to track animals in the bush. At age 26, he was posted to Vietnam. Tragically, in action on 29th of November 1965, one RAR cleared a village. That it would cost £1,000 to have his body returned. The Hillier family fought hard for decades, brought home to the top end. I commend Veterans Australia NT, Vietnam veterans, to bring them home. He established their families couldn't afford it. Bob has written Reg, which I was happy to launch recently, and also an Australian legend, Keith Payne, VC. We forget.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Bass.
In Tasmania this past weekend, coaches, parents and the winter season. Anyone involved in club sport is acutely weekday training and weekend games do not have. I want to recognise a special one, Scott Flynn. Scott, or Bruce, known, is renowned for his post-game catch cry to rubbish in the bin and has been the stalwart of the St Patrick's College Football Club. Bar manager. Scott's dedication earned him life membership into an official club legend in 2011. Is awarded to the best player at the President's Lunch. Much to the joy of Volunteer of the Year award. A just award Ian McCallum as the face of the club. He adds to the character Scott's beloved team won the NTFA Division 1 Premiership 27 points. My congratulations to Scott.
The call to member for Macon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier today, centenary birth anniversary of His Holiness Pramukh Swami. Last month I was privileged to attend the launch of the Institute in Australia in the revered presence of Mahama Pramukh Swami Maharaj lived by the motto, "In the joy is our own." He spoke of peace and harmony, building better people, better communities and a better world. He was respected by other world leaders. Today, in a world of hardship, unrest and troubles, we need leadership that stands on the powers by His Holiness and responds to the daily humanitarian everywhere. His Holiness set a wonderful example that today is celebrated and continued throughout the world, not only by many others, and values that we can all learn from.
Give the call to the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Roadworks on Racecourse and McGregor Road. To go back in history, road upgrades, an additional lane on the Monash off-ramp to McGregor Road and on-off ramps from the Monash on the West Ham. $1 on the duplication of Racecourse Road past the Monash Freeway to Henry. Can I say the proposal, the 80 Virginia Council's road engineers, it's since blown out under with a package of nearly Labor to start the road work. But you know what? They still find it amusing that so much money is actually being wasted. These projects get done and get on time. The operations, and I thank the state Labor government for starting the grade step. We delivered the Monash Freeway, Beaconsfield interchange, O'Shea's Road. Something. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Lola.
Over 100 days in office, the Albanese Labor government is delivering a better local GP clinics to recruit doctors from overseas to deliver funded services. This was just one of the ways. GP clinics with a loss of 40%. It was predictable, and we raised it from opposition Parliament today, that working with the Minister for Health, Mark Butler, that is, reverse the cut. The entire Wyndham LGA priority area again. Seek a DPA-type exemption as per the normal process. Deputy Speaker, to the realisation of an urgent care. Thank Minister Butler for his work in making this happen and his fixing the mess those opposite left in Medicare, and of how the Albanese Labor government is delivering a better future.
Thank you. Member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of the people. These customers are being treated with contempt. We see landlords being forced to push up rents to cover mortgage payments to increases announced by the RBA are more often than not passed on. Or not at all. It is simply un-Australian to have you as well. This, of course, is the issue. Not the customer is the priority. The bottom line will always be at the shareholder at the expense of the customer. Action. So the question begs the new government, what are you doing with these cost of living challenges? Of course, history tells us that the people of Australia have endured higher interest rates under Labor government.
Member for McNamara.
Last week, I had the privilege of meeting with the meeting. I'm told that Blake had never actually reached out to an MP around the monkeypox that drove him to reach out. Trying to do the right thing by himself and by his friends. Vaccines has already arrived in Australia. There's been 20,000 doses that have been Australia, which will go straight into the arms of the most importantly, to administer the like Thorn Harbour Health in my electorate, who do an amazing of protecting the community and of vaccines for this, but for many other issues. There's an EOI program and thank him for his advocacy to say that more vaccines are on the thing and getting jabbed to protect themselves and their community.
Speaker, yesterday, every child in every community needs a fair go. We need to keep looking at what children and families to ensure we're working diligently to catch criminals who prey on the growing threat of online exploitation. I joined with the Centre for Countering Child Exploitation. ACE research has shown that is a stigmatised topic and is not well and build awareness. Just like we encourage ride with a stranger, stopping the about keeping children safe from sexual exploitation. Child abuse thrives in the shadows. Speaking up is difficult, where protects the innocent, gives a voice. I encourage all Australians to learn more about the work of ACE.
Chisholm with local residents and some of the services who did such a great job flood disaster in March. The gathering was at Tocco, a very popular local Italian restaurant run by did a wonderful job firing up the pizzas for had their power cut during the March flood. The pizzas were provided. The appreciation event was organised by Arturo and graceful local Martin, catching up with everyone over some delicious food. By local Senior Sergeant Mick Coulson to representatives from the children were very impressed with the fire truck. It's easy to feel many in the Moreton community who are still not back in their house. The floods this year were a tough and stressful time for so many. Supported family and friends and strangers and did so much to help others. Thank you, Arturo and Marnie and all of your staff.
For Moncrief.
Well, it's been over 100 days and this government has yet to address the rising pressures in the early childhood education. Days and there's been no movement on the ACCC price mechanism Activity Commission review the government promised at the last election. Provided on their 90% subsidy policy. It's too costly to introduce now and will place further pressures. Make the situation in early childhood education worse, Mr. They have addressing the concerns in the sector, and it's disappointing. In contrast, I've spent the last 100 days meeting stakeholders, and they've expressed disappointment in the government's lack of early childhood space. This government address workforce issues, no plans to address the skills shortage. Have already let families down across the sector. With early education under this government, Australian families deserve to know better off under Labor. It's
expired. And I give the call.
Thank you, Speaker. It's extraordinary that this say that all of the problems that face Australia at the moment for 9 long years, budget burdened with $1 trillion of debt, come into the parliament and say, goodness me, the last 100 days have been bad. Now that they're on the other side of the chamber. If only, I don't know, come to the Jobs and Skills Summit, they conversation about the plan for the future. If only they have done something about staff, be the ones that have to act now. But we are and we will.
Statements has concluded.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, Mikhail Gorbachev. Striding warmly in Mikhail Gorbachev helped set history such a hopeful new course. Behind his fresh what was an increasingly sclerotic status. He was a communist that even Margaret Thatcher was. Bob Hawke described his own 2.5-hour one-on-one with Gorbachev in the Kremlin as one of the most. It was an extraordinary time. As the leader of dissidents were freed, as were many banned books and films. As some of the darker truths of Soviet history were began to report more honestly, he tried to restructure a system deeply resistant. The nations of Eastern Europe from Soviet hegemony, working together with President while he was a man of great vision, his foresight was patched. He did not always predict the seismic consequences of his precipitate the very end of the USSR. In his resignation speech, events went. Tragically, the demise of the Soviet Union was not bloodless. It is a cruel paradox that during a time of exhilarating, people were killed fighting for theirs. I've regularly resisted the urgings from hardline colleagues in the KGB to uphold the Soviet tradition of power through. He was a man of principle, and he did change the world. In a world great shadow that lay over humanity. Earth Dialogues, a significant international energy conference. He was still very much a towering privilege to have had the chance to engage with such a world. A true giant of the 20th century, he changed the
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I join with the Prime Minister's fine words and Mikhail Gorbachev. Unlike other leaders in the Soviet Russian Revolution, Gorbachev was a child of and experienced the horrors of the 1930s and 1940s. And of course famine. Like so many of exiled and the other imprisoned for 14 months. Naturally shaped the man. Despite these hard and a prolific reader. Testimony to his early leadership. In his late teens, he spent several summers farming the land for helping to produce a record harvest in 1948. He was awarded the Order of Labour. That decoration, combined with his boy, rise from a peasant background, walked through the doors of Moscow in 1950 to study law. 1 year later, he would meet his future wife, whose family also suffered under Stalin's cruelty. Gorbachev joined the Communist Party as many others. Upon graduating from university in 1950 in the city of Stavropol, he took up his party's youth organisation. His career with first secretary of the Stavropol Bureau in 1980, and finally to 1985, the last leader of the Soviet Union. The top job, the horrors, oppression and demoralisation of the Soviet system. Then in 1986, a global disaster, with the corrupt Soviet system already to reform it through the policies of restructuring, particularly through perestroika and glasnost. To tear down a wall and to do business. Gorbachev wanted the socialist system to live up to its original ideals. Described him as a pragmatist with an extraordinary capacity to democratise Soviet socialism, to weaken the state, to strengthen made it to the top by seeming to be an ideal product of the Soviet consolidated power to transform it, or acquiesced in its dismemberment. For that achievement, Gorbachev was awarded the Nobel. He resigned as the leader of the Soviet Union, and after the who was not resigned to it and constantly looked Russia's future will have more Gorbachevs and fewer. For the opposition and on behalf of the coalition, Gorbachev's daughter Irina
to rise in their places. I thank the House. The Leader of the House.
Speaker,
Leave granted. Manager Opposition Business.
Leave. Speaker, I move that further statements on the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. All those with opinion say.
My prior to the last election, on nearly 100 occasions. Since the election, you've and it will drive up the costs of living for families. Why are Australian families paying the price for the Prime Minister's?
I call the Prime Minister.
Tactics couldn't agree.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the spraying across the range. On, so perhaps from the National Party, a bit like last week, a bit like. Some were in, some were out, but there is a common theme, which is that for to forget the fact that they've just almost a decade. They think that ground zero. They think that 21st of May was formed, but in fact. Prices. They sat on it and their approach towards transparency in government. That they didn't tell anyone because they didn't have one. Nonetheless, the people who didn't know were the Australian. They have the hide to come in here and ask a babble of a question.
The Leader of the Opposition on a point of
$75 decrease in their electricity bills,
Order.
and you have that day to this.
The manager. I call the Prime Minister. Order. The Leader of the point of order, which I heard in.
Draw that last comment.
The Prime Minister.
I'm happy to withdraw.
Order. The Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, no one is above the practice that when you're asked to withdraw, no, always actually, yeah. Very rarely, he gets asked to withdraw a lot.
Order.
Repeat what was said. You simply withdraw. It should be the should be better then.
To assist the House, I ask the Leader of the Opposition to withdraw. Thank you. I call the Prime Minister.
A coherent policy after a decade of inaction, after 20 announcements, and none of them is that there was a 23rd, and the 23rd policy was put up increase that they are responsible for, which delayed by the then government. Our modelling that we put out, we stand by. Renewables are the cheapest. Really, sort of rocket science. You don't really need an economics degree. A more expensive level of energy to a cheaper level. But that's exactly what the Australian people know. That's why they got sold.
Has expired.
Summit brought together 140 leaders from business and society to find common ground on our economic challenges.
Well, I thank the member for Cunningham for her question. I congratulate her first speech to the parliament just before question. The Jobs and Skills Summit exceeded. The fact is that it was the whole mood of politics and the way that the political spectrum, with one little group accepted, interested in creating a productivity economy going forward. All those who understood that enterprise bargaining at the moment isn't activity and it's not working to lift wages either. Cooperative approach, we came up with 36 concrete outcomes, including $1.1 billion funding for fee-free TAFE from 2023. I thank the premiers and chief ministers across the political spectrum who joined with us in visa holders to work more and clearing that this government inherited, where there is an additional 500 workers being private sector and superannuation investment. Approach. People came and didn't just try to dig a deep in the same old battlefield. People differences, they participated constructively. It will be this time round it was 50-50 representation. 50-50 representation. The summit showed that bringing people together, business unions, the business with unions, sitting down with workers is constructive. Really sees the future. It's a pity some of those opposite
Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister's Captain's Call to invite CF and Talkfest. Mr Kane has previously been charged, has described John Setka as and on Thursday said, if you're not at the table, you're thug. Or was it payback for millions in dirty
I thank the Deputy Leader of the Opposition for her question at the Jobs and Skills. We had representatives from the Australian Nursing Summit. They were the front line of the pandemic. The people about the work that took place into the pandemic. We heard from them about we heard from unions in the tech sector about the we heard
The opposition on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, it is again. The question is about the thugs at the CFMEU that go around breaking arms.
The Manager of Opposition. To return to the question.
Thanks. Jobs and Skills Summit, and I'm because at the summit, representatives they brought together union representatives, and not every here. Everyone at the summit, when you bring 140 people together. You bring people together in a Dennis Willix from AIG, Jennifer Westacott, Fiona Singh, Tanya Constable, Anna Bligh, John Davies.
And I'd ask him to state the point of order. The question was about unions attending.
Thanks, Mr Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, but as you know, the question did make a reference to Mr Speaker, I refer to the Prime Minister's captain's call. That is specific, Mr Speaker.
I ask you to resume your seat. If you wish to talk about one talkfest in your question, and I call the Prime Minister.
And they even changed.
Order. I'm asking for so I can hear the Prime Minister, and I call the Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr Speaker. That at the conference, people over 2 days. I mean, at the dinner. Small business, and it was a real opportunity for to gather in a constructive way with each other in a positive way.
And I need her to state the standing order directly. She'll be referring.
Tedious repetition, Mr Speaker, and a failure to talk.
Resume your seat. There is far too
Thanks, Mr. The opposition has given 2 different names for the gentleman. The fact is, we had representatives from the Victorian Trades Hall, the nurses and midwives, the
Prime Minister's time has concluded.
Treasurer, what were the outcomes of the Albanese government's jobs and skills
Yeah, thanks very much, Speaker, and I thank the member for Maiden for his question. From all parts of our economy, come together around some of the big economic challenges that there at the summit from right across the country. They know and they understand that it's time economy weaker and our people poorer as a consequence.
Past government, where 30 seconds in and he can't stop himself. Now you need to ask him to address the outcomes of the Jobs and Skills Summit and how will they help address Australia.
Was also about the issues and the economic challenges, and I call the Treasurer.
One of the outcomes of the Jobs and Skills Summit was to of missed opportunities and warped priorities, which have made the economy weak. Who came there not seeking unanimity, common ground, and we are now ready to move forward together to achieve at least three things. First of all, to bring. Secondly, to agree on some proposals for immediate action. Clear direction for future work, and that, Mr. Speaker. And on Friday, we released an outcomes document that came from the maintaining full employment in a way that benefits more of our people. Improving productivity growth at the end of in 50 years. We came together to deal with the labour shortages. Wages growing again after a decade of deliberate wage stagnation. Will deliver the opportunities for our. The outcomes included 36 initiatives, including boosting investment in key contributor to wage stagnation for too long. Migration target to address the labour shortages which are affecting. About, and that's what the government is about. At the summit, Australia to tackle these challenges. Employers and unions around and to have a go and not have a whinge. Position was left out, wallowing in his own irrelevance.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, there are almost 2 million stress and 2.7 million Australians in rental stress. Or homelessness. Prime Minister, will you put aside your own status for a 2-year rent freeze and an national cabinet?
I call.
I am very pleased that I'm back in public housing. It's got to be a lot better than my first public. That a range of people are certainly under stress. To pay the rent and pay the bills. And that's why we have a housing, because we recognise comprehensive plan to deal with housing issues. Social housing units. on Thursday and Friday at to encourage investment in affordable housing sector and from superannuation funds. $75 million, where we will hope from those, including the superannuation sector, returns. That is why it makes sense. Facility, and it's another initiative. On top of that, we have additional that we will put into emergency. Too many people get turned away from emergency housing, particularly victims. Women and children are turned away each and every day. So we'll take the better if they could point to one constituency or others in which actually a housing strategy, in which they place with cooperation of private sector his support in the Inner West Council, but in other Greens representatives have considered, like the project right next to Marrickville Station, even though what it did was give people in affordable housing.
Pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are Her Excellency High Commissioner for New Zealand and the Honourable Andrew Parliament. On behalf of the House, I extend a very warm welcome to you both.
The question is to the Minister for Social Services. Help Australian pensioners deal with the cost of living.
Thank you very much for the call, Speaker. And the question, I know the member for Gilmore has social security payments are facing cost of living. Important as a government, we give them every little bit of help with. Social security payments. Under this announcement from the 4.7 million Australians boost to their payments.
The member for
Of
Deakin.
course, this will be the largest increase in 12 years for pensioners. It will also apply to. This means that the maximum rate of the pension increase to $1,000, and of course for a couple it'll be $1,000. To attack the cost of living pressures and support those. Beginning of what we as a government in our short have been working towards. Of course, these are the deeming rates for 2 years for pensioners. We have a bill in front of the Senate ensuring of course at an important boost to the pension that pensioners can earn. This has been an incredibly welcome. Groups and others have those on the other side. And of course, they've been trying to some sort of idea to do this. Of course, it has taken the election of an at the Job Summit, explore ways we can much more than the rhetoric from the other side with no action to help them with cost of living.
Has concluded. Order. To the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasury that industry-wide bargaining for Australians.
These questions for the member for Hume, because asking a question about wages and the that we are working through in consultation with the broader Australian community is about seeking more decade of stagnant wages and ordinary working Australians and further behind. Our efforts at the industrial relations area or in all of the areas that we have paid such failure of those opposite and the wages for a decade barely shifted, and that means
The Treasurer will resume his... Members on my right, I will hear...
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Relevance. It was a very
For Hume, the Treasurer is in order. It was a fairly containing an bargaining, and I'll call the Treasurer to order.
for too long in this and that's because those opposite, over almost a decade in office, wages and job security and working conditions, that low wages was a deliberate feature of the failure of those opposite. We want to do what the Job Summit was about, what our government is about getting too difficult to keep up with the skyrocketing costs that we are consulting on. The changes the best way for Australians to face. Now, I understand, Mr Speaker, Dad said he couldn't go to the forum. I know that it was humiliating. The kinds of rubbish questions that those opposite were responsible for a decade of stagnant wages, and we think something has to change when it comes to wages. Ordinary working people going further country to get wages moving again. If you lot had your way, we'd have another decade of wage stagnation and ordinary Australian working people copping it in the neck.
I give the call to the member for
outcomes of the Jobs and Skills Summit, the budget, help address cost of living pressures.
I do. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the cost of living. I think we all appreciate corner of our country are doing it especially tough right now, that the cost of living pressures are acute and the cost of some of the essentials are going through the roof. Now, part of this obviously is about global pressures, particularly on energy markets, and when it comes to some domestic attributes. And I think that there is an expectation right across the board that rising interest rates are set to be pain that people can. We'll meet again, and we don't preempt, but the market expectations are for another increase, and that will be an additional cost on people who. The task for government, the task for our government, help people through these shorter-term challenges, but also to deal with cost of living where we can, standards over time. And that's why it's so important that the payments that the Minister mentioned a moment ago. It's why we successfully argued for an increase in the minimum wage in line with inflation, despite the howls of opposition from those who cut the price of medicines. It's why I've instructed the ACCC to step up and maximise their surveillance of fuel markets. And motorists are getting long-term reforms to deal with some of those prices we were left with, to lift the speed limit on the economy. And that means cheaper childcare, a game-changing investment to ease an economic dividend. It means growing the care economy, advanced manufacturing. And the Jobs and Skills Summit was a really improving productivity. We know that grows wages. Focus a broken bargaining system that has only delivered wage stagnation. Now again, Mr Speaker, while the government works on these serious families face, we invited those opposite to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. They rejected that because if they had their way, there'd be another wage stagnation that they've seen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is the Minister represents the 1 million foot and mouth disease vaccinations promised to Indonesia on the 14th of July have now been administered to livestock.
Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you very much for the question. And as you know, 100 days and has a program to actually prevent foot and mouth disease. We are able to deliver vaccines to Indonesia. Get on top of this, and it is in our country's that we need to make sure that we can actually ensure that we've got the right viral load. We know what we're actually deliver it. In terms to the Minister, in terms of the that. But what I would remind the Minister of, that on the 11th of May, this would be an issue.
She doesn't know the answer. She should sit down.
Order. The Minister. Order. The Minister. Give the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister. Work bonus incentive for pensioners assist eligible veterans. How does it vary previous policy settings?
Veterans Affairs.
Of the statements made by the member for Hume earlier today, because this Albanese Labor government is committed to improving and adapting personnel, veterans and families. Earn an additional $4,000 due to the Albanese Labor government providing a one-off the option to work and keep more of the Hume seems not to understand this policy. After all, we should err towards incompetence over conspiracy. To assist the member for Hume, if of the media release from the Prime Minister when announcing this policy, it says age and veterans pensioners. To the Work Bonus Bank.
Order.
That's the age service pension. The supplement paid to all widows or wholly dependent partners and are over qualifying age. Now, the Australian community has a clear will be well looked after. We improve the welfare and well-being of veterans and families. Veterans, recruitment agencies and ex-service organisations. Employment white paper. One of the key outcomes life as well. The policy announced on Friday to earn more money before they start losing their pension, which serves two purposes. At a time of serious skills shortage, it seems we more skilled labour. Importantly, while receiving their pension, in addition to their mental health as well, because it means they can remain mentally engaged and giving back to their communities. This is a win-win, and it is something those opposite failed to deliver at a local steakhouse, and they could
Order. Order. We had last week of Parliament by the correct title. It's happened. Order. It's happened twice. It won't. I give the call to the member for Hughes.
My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace. Reports of the Minister's letter he has intervened in the New South Wales rail dispute in support of unions and further strikes.
Right. Place relations.
Thanks very much. First of all, it's not unusual for Work Commission, not Work Commission, in order to update. Later today, coming to the House, letting them know because to do. In fact, Andrew Stewart, the professor, fellow of the Australian Academy, nothing unusual or inappropriate about the minister writing to the Fair Work Commission to indicate there are going to be some changes to the law which will potentially. That's something that actually happens quite routinely. The difference, though, between the letter of the Work Commission and what goes when, for example, the former Minister Christian Paul wrote to them to be able to cut penalty rates. That was how he wrote to them. When each time came round for I've written to them with family and domestic violence leave of agreements. Would have written. I get that, because all of them advance wages and conditions. Every single one. And the review and the aged care review did so in areas that disproportionately helped narrow the gender pay gap. With respect to the specific letter that the member asks about, first of all, I don't know what our because there isn't one on that issue. It actually doesn't exist, so I'm not exactly sure what I'm meant to be intervening on. But if you look versus the timing of the letters that went with respect to family and domestic violence leave, on each case, the Fair Work Commission government had been made. Those opposite might not be used to concepts where to them. I'm sure Josh maybe that should have happened previously and the right thing to do.
Order. I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
How has the Albanese Labor government ensured small businesses were an integral part of the Jobs and Skills Summit, and how will they benefit from the
call to the Minister for Small Business?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Bennelong for his before. Small businesses really are the engine room of our economy. Indeed, they do employ millions of Australians and contribute more than $400 billion delivering for small businesses they continue to face. We know that they've had a tough week, but they've been incredibly resilient, Mr Speaker, and it was important that they had a role to play in terms of the Jobs and Skills Summit. I hosted several roundtables and of Australia, the Small Business Ombudsman and indeed the Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the HIA for hosting those roundtables and Skills Summit. And at those roundtables, what we heard, of course, was about the skill shortages. What we heard was about the issues and the inherited $1 trillion of debt that we've got, and of course increasing energy costs and inflation and how they're impacting some of the outcomes of the small labour. We know that these small businesses have been screaming out for more skilled labour. We also know that the visa backlog has been a really important and welcome decision. Australia has been really welcomed by small businesses. Skills shortages long-term to meet those shortages. Our fee-free TAFE announcement was critical for the small businesses. 180,000 places territories in implementing that. And of course, we've heard about the aged pensioners with a temporary upfront $4,000 income bank credit to allow. Welcome the agreement between COSBOA and the employees' representatives, the unions. It's great to see workers and small business that the current enterprise bargaining system is not working for the small businesses, nor is it working for the employees. Indeed, people working in small businesses owners. Indeed, these measures build on what We're building on our Commonwealth procurement changes, our unfair contract terms, legislation that will be being introduced to Parliament.
Member for Bar.
And stand up for small business, and it was
Give the call to the member for North.
For infrastructure. In order to reach and exceed the government's 43% emission reduction target, all sectors of our infrastructure projects like the Western Harbour Tunnel and the Beaches Link in my electorate of North Sydney. Will the minister make infrastructure funding project delivering a carbon base case which would track and limit emissions over the life cycle of the project from design through to construction?
Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, and can I thank the independent member for North Sydney for the contribution that net zero. It does have a if you're interested in it. I am aware of the proposal from Infrastructure Partnerships Australia to introduce a carbon base case over $100 million, and with others who have ideas in this space to implement new ways that we can work towards achieving our goal by 2030. I understand that there is no current, accurate and consistent way across the country to infrastructure projects, and I am happy to receive proposals and also very happy to work with others in this House collaboratively in industry to explore and increase the sustainability of our infrastructure investments. And in fact, that's exactly what happened when Labor was last in office, when the Prime Minister in seed funding to the infrastructure sustainability rating scheme that was established, the first one that ever had been established, to help assess the infrastructure across the nation. And at the last on the agenda, and again we agreed to explore further how governments across Australia can carbon within infrastructure projects. Transport and infrastructure, we have a lot we can contribute to net zero. It did surprise me, maybe it won't surprise within the Department of Infrastructure and Transport, where we were actually working on net zero and decarbonising the infrastructure. I asked my secretary to establish a unit within the department to start doing that. We will be establishing that net zero unit within another of important initiatives across the portfolio, including the aviation white paper that will look at this issue, sustainable aviation fuels in this country as well. But I do thank you for the question and your interest in infrastructure.
Give the call to the honourable member.
Working to promote economic inherited.
I give the call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Well, I'd like to first thank the question and the fact that he's been a very strong advocate for TAFE and for vet sector in his community, and I'm Campbelltown and Macquarie Fields TAFE, who do a great job. And as we know, we need to provide more investment, more resources in the sector so it's fit for purpose, to provide the skills our labour market needs, to provide those skills that employers are crying out deserve so they can have secure work and they can actually have a decent career progression because they have skills in demand. Wherever you look, you see skill shortages. Quite frankly, it is a skills crisis, acute shortages in some sectors of the economy, especially in the regions, whether it's the tech industry that is crying out for more electricians, retail. So there is almost no area of the economy that is not in need of and the government is focusing on that issue. And can I say, it was a very good start, I think, when on the first announced an investment in TAFE, 180,000 fee-free TAFE places. A great announcement, and it was, of course, one that was in partnership with every well before the election by the previous government if they were focusing on these issues.
Yeah.
Now, that TAFE places in areas of skill shortage, but it will, of course, provide a pipeline, a supply, and that is, of course, critical. Can I say too that the require a post-school qualification, whether that's in universities or whether that's jobs, I should say. That's why the investment in this area is so important. But we have to get, of course, it right, and that's why we'll identify the skill shortages that are there now, but also as importantly, so when we invest billions of dollars, we can supply the skills that are needed.
Mrs. Time has concluded. I give the call to the
to the Prime Minister. The Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories has to her husband, something the Code specifically prohibits. Prime Minister, is the Minister in
to the Prime Minister?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask the Minister to supplement my answer. The Minister rang me about the circumstances, opportunity, and that's all. I'm not going to take lectures about transparency from those opposite. I didn't know who the Treasurer was, didn't know who the Finance Minister was, didn't know who the Health Minister was, who the Finance Minister who has responsibility.
Just take a break. The order. I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
It's on relevance, Mr. Speaker.
Call the
Mr. Speaker, we didn't have to worry about someone being sworn into the Department of the Arts because there wasn't one. Take lectures on transparency from those opposite. We've been upfront about our position with regard to that. Unlike those opposite, there aren't any conflicts.
Call the Minister.
Thank you, Prime Minister, and I thank myself of shares by transferring them to my husband. On reviewing the Code of Conduct, my husband and I at all times fully intended to sell the shares. However, I am very seriously. We've now divested ourselves of all the shares to ensure that there's no conflict. At no point did I intend to deceive the Parliament. I adequately disclosed
I give the call. Order. In the chamber. I give the call to the member for Bowman.
How is the Albanese government lifting permanent migration to bring in the critical
affairs?
I want to thank the member for being for his friendship and his brilliant affecting the people that he represents, as well as all of us in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, Australians from right across the country, from every possible corner of our country, to talk about Mr. Speaker, because under a decade in which nothing that really matters to us really got moved forward. Now, Speaker, some of the people, but we heard a really clear message from Australians at the election, and that is, as the Prime Minister said, they want us because the issues that are facing our constituents are bigger than any of our political parties. Now, it was contribution trying to defend and protect the interests of his constituents. The Leader of the Australian difference to this country together in one conversation. Now, Speaker, we face a skills crisis. In our community who have been pulling double and triple shifts for 2 years, they just can't do it anymore. Teachers are leaving the sector in droves because they just can't put up with the staffing shortages anymore. We've got people on vines because there is no one to go. Of course, as Labor people, our focus is always in trying to get Australians into these jobs, and we do face a very special opportunity into the workforce, and I want to thank the Minister for Social Services for her work on this. But many thousands, and that's why a decision was made at the summit that this year's permanent skilled people. Speaker, it's going to mean thousands more nurses for our health system in this year. It'll mean 31,000 workers to state and territory allocations going. What I really would have appreciated, and what I think is in the spirit of the moment, is full participation across this chamber. With them and work together to get those great 36 outcomes that we got from the summit. Thank you.
I give the
to his previous answer. Considered by the Governance Committee, or was there any advice received from PM&C?
I call the Prime Minister.
About cabinet deliberations, and the minister, the Leader of the Opposition answer a question about a cabinet.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition. She's been constantly interjecting. The Minister for Climate Change is not helping. I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it was a very tight and specific question.
The Prime Minister is answering. The member for Page. The Prime Minister's
committee, which you actually wait and you'll get that. So apparently the Westminster
opposition will cease interjecting.
The Leader of the Opposition has asked his question. He was heard in silence. I ensured that.
Apparently the Westminster system is alien to those opposite. Because I'll tell you the way that the Westminster system operates. Then you have cabinet committees. But those opposite, of course, had a cabinet so that they could have discussions and say it was a meeting of the cabinet committee with people in the functioning of government. We had the former Minister for Home Affairs who did. We had the Minister for Health, Science and Industry who didn't know there was another one. We had programs set up
Members
to
on my
fund
left.
wasn't actually the minister, it was the Prime Minister. I tell you what is occurring now. We have a proper cabinet government. A proper cabinet government that doesn't have PowerPoint presentations from Crosby text. That result in processes that we have, they are in place. And for those opposite, for statement about what occurred, the minister transferred. Seriously.
Order them.
You are ensuring.
For Hasluck.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Industry and Science. Australia science, technology, engineering and mathematics. What is the government doing to increase the diversity of Australians' participation for all Australian?
Good question. Give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thank you. Need modern skills for a modern economy. We've had, in particular through the course of the pandemic, businesses running through the course of the pandemic and beyond, and we do need to find ways to build and to be able to see a lot of that and that productivity occur through an investment in skills. Big time, because they know. And so the big thing from our perspective as an incoming government is to be able to provide the support to industry. We've got in fund that will transform and strengthen industries and look at longer-term growth for the economy, and importantly also having to deal with a few things on coming into government that are holding back the economy, notably science and technology and the type of skills that are required by modern businesses. Those investments, like for example what the Minister for Skills indicated earlier, our investments in TAFE, that pipeline of talent come in from school, either through vocational education or university, and bring those to supplement within the economy. But the other big thing is, with the amount of work that we need to do in this from all corners of the because people didn't have the faith in their ability, we need to open those doors up. We need to provide the skills and training migrant, older workers, those with a disability, that they all have a chance to participate. Last week, when you heard representatives from business, but particularly from the tech sector, is saying that those open pathways. So we will open up a review in terms of all the STEM programs that exist. Scale them up, the ones that aren't, fold them in and make sure that we've got the processes in place into human capital, skill to drive that growth, strengthen businesses and endeavour.
Call the Prime. Order. I've got a couple of things to get through. I present the following. 84, a report on access to committee documents. The annual report of the Australian National Audit Office for 2021-2022 Act 1997, the report of the Independent Auditor dated June 2022 on a performance audit of the Australian National Audit Office. The report on the Commonwealth Ombudsman's activities under 2020 to 21 and the Auditor General's Audit Reports number 2 and 3 votes and proceedings. I call the
during question time. So I'm informed 1 million doses have arrived as of the been ordered by the Australian Government. As of the 2nd of September, 2,030,000 administered in Indonesia.
order.
Thank you, Speaker. Tribute to the life of Sir David Smith.
Order. Order.
He recognises Sir David. Those iconic images of the dismissal are part of our national story. Times, one of the most respected public servants. Educated at Princes Hill State School and Scotch College. He later attended Melbourne University and the Australian National. He was Principal Private Secretary to the Minister for the Interior and the Minister for Works from 1950 of Council. Sir David became Head of Government Branch, Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet from 1971 through to 1990. During this service that he gained public attention, to put it mildly, when on Remembrance Day 1975 he read the Government. Sir David was also the inaugural Secretary of the Order of Australia from 1975 to 1990. Honours and awards system. He received numerous honours himself, being invested an officer of the Order of Australia in 1986, and in 1990 he was knighted. Several honorary visiting fellow or visiting scholar positions at the Australian National University. He in democracy, sharing role within it. He was a delegate to the 1998 Constitutional Convention, and he was government, and on behalf of the Australian Labor Party, I pass on our condolences to his family, friends and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I join with the Minister in his words in honouring the life of Sir David Smith, who was born in 1930.
1953, he became Private Secretary to the Minister for Interior and Works in 1958. He served with great distinction 5 Governors-General. He was, as the Minister pointed out, the official secretary to former Governor-General in Australian political history. He was the man on the steps, the man who read out the proclamation sacking Prime Minister. Transition from the imperial honours to an Australian honours system. He retired in 1990. After political life, he worked as a volunteer in Parliament House. He was knighted by Queen Elizabeth in 1990. He served the office and 3 sons. May he rest in peace.
As a mark of respect, I'd ask all members to rise in their places. And I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Be omitted and the following words substituted. A, during question time, priority 17th questions.
Is leave granted.
Not granted.
I move that so much of standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Goldstein A of Sessional Order 65A be omitted and the following words substituted. During question time, priority 17th questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call is the. I wish to speak to the motion. I call the member for Goldstein.
Mr. Speaker. The sessional orders agreed at the beginning of the 47th Parliament was that the crossbench get 3 Even in the short period Parliament has been sitting, this is not the way that question time has developed. Parliament, the crossbench has received only 2 questions and only 18 questions to question the government on important matters relating to the community that elected this crossbench. Begin as we plan to continue in this new parliament, rather than allowing poor habits to evolve. It is urgent because this is denying crossbenchers the full opportunity to represent our communities in Parliament. On that basis that I put this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to second and support the member for Goldstein's motion. This 47th Parliament has the largest crossbench yet seen in this House, reflecting the fact from the major parties at the most recent federal election. The millions of Australians who see politics done differently. As a new member of Parliament, I've been disappointed by the opposition and stonewalling in question time in the first sitting night of this Parliament. Pointless. The time that we have here is precious. The trust of the public that we use this time effectively and responsibly. in question time. We wish to facilitate a more productive question and with respect. This country needs an effective opposition. The interests of our individual electorates will be better served by a redistribution of questions.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call.
I informed the House that the opposition became aware of today when the member for Goldstein approached me to provide me with notice of that, and I thank the government intends to support this. Now, Mr Speaker, to the standing orders through the normal process to add standing orders of new and modified arrangements to deal with the fact that we do have a different composition in this. Section 65, Standing Order 65A, amongst other things, is predicated on work through the maths, 22 questions, because it refers to a crossbench member seeking the call. Now, as the member for Kooyong has rightly said, in fact today several question times in the last sitting period, the Prime Minister So we've had conduct from the government which is different to brought it to the House and secured the support of the House for it. Now, I make no criticism today, but what I do say is that these are matters within the Prime Minister today and in several questions after 18 or indeed 20 questions, the practical impact of what is unless the Prime Minister changes his practices, it will mean one less question crossbench. And I say to the House, and I say particularly to the government, this is the government just weeks ago set out a set of arrangements parties, government, opposition, crossbench, a whole range concerns with a number of them, but the government set out a set of arrangements and that has now been to later in terms of sitting time, sitting weeks that have elapsed. The government is now proposing those arrangements which have the practical effect of reducing by one question the question receives and increasing by one the number of questions that this is not the way that we've heard a lot about a more cooperative and consultative approach. This is the very and the practical effect of it is to Prime Minister. I say to the Prime Minister could resign 22 questions, which is the basis on which standing order will oppose this motion on the practical grounds that its substantive effect is to reduce this issue very simply by committing to have 22 questions
Leader of the to the Leader of the House.
That was a valiant defence in favour of a sessional order that the opposition voted against. Your business is right that it presumes we'll get through 22 questions, which most of the time we use. What has happened this term is because the only question that after point of order, slow everything down, and they don't lose a that you would feel if you kept the points of order going, you were going to lose a question at the other end, and that would cause opposition. Decided, well, it's only the crossbench that's at stake, so therefore, points of order, they'll do. Now, the impact of this will be get all the questions that they had every right to expect. But effectively, what this given to the crossbench that they would get 3 questions is what will ordinarily now occur. To you, very much up to you. There is only one reason we're getting through so.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
In 3 months, I got no. No, listen.
Order.
When I did get the question, and he gave me the question, and I said, that's got nothing to do with me. Question you're asking. And I said, well, hold on a minute. Do I understand a little puppet on a string for you? Is that the way it works? He said, yes. More enlightened approach than that. Now, and the Prime Minister was a bit scared of it, I know that, but he's a good bloke, The fathers of the third force in politics, they said person had ever got re-elected. They said the only questions that will be asked 3 of us on the cross benches, because they are the only meaningful questions. Tells us how wonderful they are, which bores the entire Australian. Where? Now, it sure would be nice if we gave a bit of.
The question is that a motion be agreed to. I'll put the aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. For 4 minutes.
Order. Block the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The honourable members for Werriwa and Venus tell us for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Park. Decision is ayes 87, noes 53. The result is 7 and therefore resolved in the affirmative. Goldstein.
Move that all words during question time priority shall be given to a crossbench member seeking the call on the extension of the sessional orders agreed at the beginning of the 47th Parliament was to provide crossbenchers with question time since the 47th Parliament began. The crossbench has only been able to ask 2 questions of order to waste time in order to deny the crossbench the 21st question.
Order.
Is a key tool to hold government to account. Such tactical approaches to reducing the agreed number of and indeed the opposition on questions. The agreement is not being treated with good faith by the opposition. Extension of the sessional order, that would be in line with the numbers in the House, government, opposition, Greens. But if we are to be truly representative, it'll make a big difference for the communities that this crossbench of question time. But this is a start. I commend this motion to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, and I second the member for Goldstein. Deserve better from their parliament. They want and expect better from question time. They're disappointed of order that are raised by the opposition. They want the government to answer questions rather than asking. We can do better, and we should do better.
Call the member for Indi.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Goldstein of my crossbench colleagues, but I stand united with them on this issue. It's really at its worst. We see mind-numbing Dorothy Dix's on transparency and accountability in their parliament, and question time is one opportunity to get that. If we take real answers to real questions. We are the biggest crossbench since Federation. At question time. That's not being fulfilled because of many parts of this previous points of order. Not just mind-numbing Dorothy Dix's, not just we can make a difference in this place, we can do better, and one way of doing better is to make sure that the cross I back in the member for Goldstein, and I call on everyone in this parliament to do better and to support this motion.
Petrie. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and give the call to the member for Petrie.
Yeah, thank you. If the independents get one speaker and or one question and we get 2 members as them, I mean the Greens are almost in coalition with Labor, so they've got 12. We've got Petrie, and right around the country expect us to be a very well.
Order,
the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that if we're not getting questions that I would expect better from the member for Indi and all those members that have been here for some time, because the reality is that but every member that's come in here and spoken today hasn't been order that they raise, the changing of standing orders, the motions moved. The member for Kooyong hasn't been here, or any of those opposite. If we have one question from independents and then two questions then that, the Labor Party and the manager of government business shouldn't be supporting this motion. They should have a fair share of questions. And if they don't want to do that, the Prime Minister should sit question time longer. And I remember in the last term, in the full during COVID, the member for Cook, the former Prime Minister, would quite often have questions about 20 to 4. Question time did not end at 10 past 3. It went from 2 to 3:30, often 2 to 3:40, to make sure those questions were answered. So, really, Mr Deputy Speaker, and for all Australians listening, is not good for democracy. It isn't representational of the 151 members in this parliament. I mean, I think that the Greens are more or less part of the Labor Party, and that leaves 12 independents. And when I look over there, I count about maybe 1 or 2 with our side of the parliament. The other opposition really have shown their true colours today. And their members are supporting the Labor Party and will continue to support the and that they're not really true independents.
Order.
They're not. They're not. They're also not grassroots members. Through their language, through the way they behave, and through their reflections on the opposition, wouldn't have the slightest clue of what it means to be down with the people. I'll be really interested to see how the reality is, Mr Speaker, is this is not fair.
Member for Dunkley.
It's not right. It weakens our... I mean, the Prime Minister gets up and talks about the Westminster system, but he wants to change it so the opposition doesn't get of questions. The fact is they have about 20% of what we have. They should be getting 1 in every 6 questions. And the government wants to support in weakening the voices of the opposition to suit themselves, and it's just not on. Thank you.
Order. Order. Members on my right, the House will come to order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for...
The words expressed by the member for Indi. Being in my second term, I would have to, and I do support with some of the statements that have been made by the opposition, as well as some of the statements made by the member for Goldstein. I would say that the spirit and intent of 65A was on the assumption that question time would go to 3:30, which it routinely did in the previous in this parliament to date. It was on the assumption that there is 22 questions in the parliament, which is again what parliament. Both sides of politics have on numerous occasions used during the previous parliament by the now government. There are now multiple points only be 1 point of order per question, and maybe that is a way of which returning to a prompt Representing a community. The community does want question time to be more effective. You are kidding yourselves if you don't think we are wasting the public's time and money when all it is not a genuine questioning of government. We have now had over 100 days since the election, and we've only had are here to hold the government to account and ask serious questions. It is important that we have proportional representation here in questions. I support the motion because we haven't been getting to proportional representation. Which is 22% of the opposition, and as such there is a third question. But I would urge the government to have a proper sitting of question time to ensure a full length of questions occurring. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion aye. Aye. Against no. Noes have it. Division required. The question is the motion passed to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. For the ayes and the honourable members for Grey and the result of the is required by the Manager of Opposition.
Motion immediately. That standing order time must not be concluded before 3:30 p.m.
Leave's not granted.
Call the manager.
The Manager of Opposition Business. That Standing Order 97 be amended by the addition of a new paragraph, Standing Order as follows. Question time 8:30 p.m. each day. Now, is demonstrably a matter of urgency. We have just had a change to the standing orders of a series of arguments put of the opposition. It was said in the effective number of questions that that the first time this was put to the opposition, 2:15 this afternoon. Opposition from the crossbench more seriously. Mr Speaker, more seriously, there was no consultation with the Leader of the House made no practical consequence of the change which has just been made is that there will be a effective number of questions. Standing Order 65A conduct we've seen from the government and from the Prime Minister, question time is being brought to an end after 20 questions or after 18 questions. Indeed, today, question time was brought. Now, Mr Speaker, and the crossbench have a shared interest in scrutiny. We have a shared interest in accountability. Represent the interests of their constituents. The opposition is here to represent the and indeed in a Westminster system the government day-to-day scrutiny of an informed opposition and indeed of an informed crossbench. I think we have a shared interest. Practical and effective scrutiny as there can be. If we look at what has been one of the concern that the crossbench has raised, and I acknowledge the concern, which is that 5A drafted is premised on the expectation that there will be 22 questions in question time. What we have in fact seen at least brought to an end by the Prime Minister after 20 questions or after 18 questions. Now, as has colleague, the member for Predatory, as has been pointed out by my colleague, the member for Predatory, who is a student of these matters. All on this side of the House are students of these matters, and we have seen from the behaviour of the very strong commitment to question time going for what in practical terms has been considerably longer than regret of the current Prime Minister. Say to every member of this House, on the opposition side of the House and on the cross interest in scrutiny. We have a shared interest in holding this government to account. Our constituents ask us the solution that has been put forward, the change to the standing orders that has just been made by the House, and again a consultation with the opposition. I say, particularly the crossbench, my door is always open. Our doors are open. And brainstorm these issues and find a way to make our parliament work more effectively in seeking questions from government, and seeking to do that on behalf of the Australian people and consistent with referred to for centuries as Her Majesty's loyal opposition, and of course regrettably it can sometimes be the case that Prime Ministers, perhaps new Prime Ministers, can find not about how people the system. Now, there is an urgency to this matter, Mr Speaker. There is an urgency to this matter. The made a change to the standing orders which bears quite significantly on the operation of question time of holding the government to account, and I acknowledge the concerns that have been raised by, from, for example, the member for Warringah, who in her observations noted that she felt that some of what a partial solution to a clear problem. The problem we have is there would be an allocation of those questions under a certain ratio, under a certain seriously as to whether we thought that formula or that allocation was right. But in good faith, we've worked that this government's and the opposition acknowledges that it's a novel issue. But it's unfortunate that the government's attempts to deal with this issue have in the life of this parliament, and it's particularly unfortunate that a key trigger of the reason why the government key trigger for the problem here, the reason that the government's attempted solution has not worked, himself. And so what we have put, and we put it and we say this is a matter of urgency, the second half of the solution. Let's put two halves together and make a whole. The solution has been questions being asked by the opposition and by the crossbench. Another part that we look at the total length of question time. Now, we've been pretty reasonable in what we've proposed. We could have proposed the question, but we've proposed quite reasonably 3:30. Now, that is not without precedent at all. That question time go to at all. And so, Mr Speaker, I say to you, and I say to the House, this matter is urgent. This matter have just been made to the standing orders. It is unfortunate that the opposition was put on our thinking caps, Mr Speaker. We've put on our thinking caps and we've thought with alacrity about how we can come up with a holistic solution to the issue is the one embodied standing orders ought to be suspended, so I'm able to move, and that is the motion that Standing Order 97 Standing Order 97C, which would say as follows: question time must not be concluded before a satisfactory minimum period of time for question time to occur. Of course, we would be very open. It won't, but we'd be very open to it. But this is a practical solution which addresses both the legitimate concerns that the opposition have raised. It's unfortunate that we've seen a little bit of game playing from the government, on display today, but we're saying let's join together for a kinder, gentler parliament.
The motion seconded. I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Speaker, thank you very much. Business to deal with in the House. Two speeches that we're all sitting here. Can move on. I want to deal with that the honourable member spoke of the amendment to the standard from 10 to 8 for questions that the opposition could put to the government. Now, that was quite a departure from. It was driven by the inclusion of the crossbench members, and I acknowledge that. That's fine. There Though is the first point, Mr. Speaker. The member for Petrie rightly pointed out that the numbers here are 5 times the numbers within the crossbench. So there's nothing to that argument. At about the same time that they cut all their staff, of course, that they would have an arrangement in that, and we've made that point clear today. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that we now move in effect from the government of the day. Now, if this was an above-board action, if this was something in concert with the crossbenchers was done transparently, if we had have been advised of this cosy arrangement, then that would have been a different scenario. There may have been some legitimacy to what's being argued here, Mr. Speaker, but that's not somehow being a conspiracy by the opposition to pad out question time so that those... I'll just deal with that. It is a complete nonsense. Now, I've met in good faith with each of the on issues that were important to them. Not one of them has taken up the opportunity to raise this issue with. We haven't raised points of order here to try and exclude their opportunity to ask another. We're happy for questions to be asked of the government. We think they're a bad government, and whether it's us or whether it's the that. So to somehow that somehow the legitimacy to her point here and her secret agreement with the government is to try and deal with for it. I'm not going to be besmirched in that way, Mr. Speaker, because it is not genuine, and if it was a genuine concern that the members see me, they would have raised this because I've said to them that I have an open door in relation. We hear about transparency and we hear about a new conduct and a new parliament. Today, Mr. Speaker, and we've seen a government that saw this coming. I mean, to the and what did they come with? They came with an argument that we would be able to, as an opposition, it up, Mr. Speaker. Now, what happens in the circumstance where, as today, there was a today, it extended beyond 3:10 to accommodate the time that was taken for the condolence motion in today, but that is not any. That hasn't been accommodated for in the honourable members from the crossbench in their proposition. The government must extend when a proper condolence motion is considered by this House. I think there is a lot of reflection to take place here. Now, the government's not going to allow this motion to get up. Very poor reflection on those members who have contributed in a way and misrepresented what this today.
That the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for.
Has accurately predicted what I'm about to say. Let me first of all, though, deal former coalition government during its time in office gagged debate 654 times. The two speeches that have just been heard never would have been heard. Never.
4 times. 654 times.
Order.
But allow me.
Resume his seat, and I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Instantly, Mr Speaker, I rise to make the point. He has misled the parliament, and he should correct the record now at the first available opportunity.
That the question be put. Votes 272. 382 times under the former coalition government. And mathematics, the numbers not being true. The numbers of the opposition were 5 times those of the crossbench. Multiply it by 5, that means you're in government. It means you've got 80 members in the House. On the crossbench, and the proportionality does presume we should get to 22 questions. I would simply warn one of the impacts that will definitely come from what the Manager of Opposition Business on was to have an incentive that we don't spend as much time about saying, well, as they have, with absolutely nothing to provide any extra layer of discipline. That's if those opposite on the, I know I speak to the members of the crossbench here directly, in terms of the concept. Can I just refer to page 554 of practice? Yeah. Since on duration of questions and answers, it has been about 70 minutes. That's the normal length. And proper that there be extensions whenever possible at the end when there's been significant indulgence. Really simply has the impact that you get 11 questions each side, because some questions are each side if you don't stall the whole day with points of order. So here, either way now, we get a situation where if the opposition wants to get all 11, if we do the previous days that this parliament has sat, where you get 4 points of order, that will be continued. I don't think that's consistent with the aspirations that
is that the motion be disagreed to. I put the I think the ayes have it. Those have it. Division required. block the doors. The question is that the motion be agreed. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for the division is ayes 73, noes 70. The requirements of standing order not carried. The clerk.
Today, number 1, Governor-General's opening speech, resumption of
Quickly and quietly. For Menzies, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech. For Menzies.
Children who have come back, and to everyone's patience, I really appreciate it. And a sense of duty for what we have to do. Menzies is an elected of the Liberal Party and our longest-serving Prime Minister. Few in history I thank the community I'm here to represent, 170,000 people. Small shops, places of worship, sporting clubs, scouts. Each a Victorian, each an Australian. This is, and always will, in return, I owe them my best effort and selfless judgment. I thank the people, my supporters, my friends, my family. I would not be here with words, and before this all ends, I hope to properly thank you through deeds. Neil Brown and Kevin Andrews both served with distinction as members and ministers. I thank them both for their service. Speaker, I have always loved maps. That sketch of the Lonely Mountain. To me, maps represent closely at the map of Menzies, you will see both dense development and wide open. My party is at its best when it is a voice for both. From Warrandyte to Wonga Park to Templestowe to Bulleen. Place and provider of food. The Wurundjeri people call it Birrarung. To the first find of gold, to the darker days of the pandemic. If you follow the Yarra west, you will find the Heide Museum of Modern Art. Painters flocked to Heide, including Sidney Nolan, John Percival, stands, and in the living room hangs one of Nolan's Ned Kelly paintings. It's a series under which Sarah and I were married. As you move through the suburbs of Blackburn, Nunawading and Mitcham, contours in our landscape give way to the diversity of or second-generation migrants. Each has a story that began in another country. To young and loving parents. Mum helped support us by working late nights managing the ones we liked the most were about his travels. Beauty and opportunity. It was clear to us in 1988, we landed in Melbourne with our first night at the Nunawading Motor Inn. Both my parents worked hard. Dad started his own roof plumbing business, and Mum worked for a small company My parents encouraged us to put our hands up to speak and to serve. All of those a wonderful public school. Henry Kissinger once said, "Don't be career will take care of itself." For a long time, the most important thing One night, Sandra Sully broke the news of a plane crash in New York. By a speech that the British Prime Minister delivered days later, where he said, "The pieces are in flux. Soon they will settle again. Before they..." I had already qualified as an officer in the reserves and had recently passed commando selection. Before the pieces settled again. Little did I know how long that would take. And deployed to that country 3 times. My greatest honour. They were brave, they were kind, and they did Australia proud. Period in October 2009, the members for Herbert, with you again. We have a duty here to take stock of our longest war. That young Australians of every generation are capable of the most on our war memorial is a family. In the gallery is Marcus's closest friend, Matt Rowland, who now teaches constituents. Also here are Greg You too once called Menzies home after migrating from South Africa. Next to you him and were with him when he died, including my friend Andrew James. To me after I thanked him, and he said this, "I'll never..." And in that moment, I learned something about the words, "lest we forget." Heartfelt plea, a plea to let the lives that were cut short live on. The stocktake must also preference truth-telling over myth-making. We have a duty to face up to all that happened. 21 years later, if we answer that question with humility, then we will recognise the limits of honesty. Then we will have demonstrated that ours is an open and accountable democracy. I've come here to make a career. I've come here to make a difference. Moved by gratitude, them. Moved by duty, I have not come to act in my interest, but the national interest. You are entitled to know how I will find my way. Shall I use magnetic or true north? Magnetic north is easily distracted. Time you may find yourself with a crowd, but you might be lost. True north is yourself standing alone. My true north will always To put it another way, I believe in democratising prosperity and the pursuit of happiness resides in the people, that we trust them to accident of birth will never be the dominant factor in whether a person makes it or not. To ache for control of their own lives. They are not They are values to double down on when our nation is tested. Child of the 80s, I remember a moment when the cartoon I was watching was interrupted with a new and humanity ends. It should concern us that in 2022 we have a duty to respond, to ensure our military power has the sting of one that has the structure of a hive, to honour our alliances, that students of strategy and history may ask, what about the security dilemma? If we act, they will counteract. This is not a dilemma, but we should analyse the source of that insecurity. It is not we exist. When viewed this way, their counteraction is to throw sand in the gear. Mistrust in democratic institutions. That is why the way we practice democracy is a strategic asset. We will be safer if we believe that our in need of care. Every 4 years, the US National provide a review of shared global challenges. One observation into identity affiliations. It is a paradox activity has divided us. People are gravitating to information silos. This fragmentation has in part led to a gap between what people demand we are tempted to exaggerate our own virtue and see the other as a cartoon villain. Step out of my silo. The census told us many things about ourselves. Now our largest generation. I once looked that generation in the eye I know they are called orders, but that is not why they acted. They did their duty because pay. I want to look them in the eye and say that integrity does matter. But it must always reside in the hearts of the people we send here and be reflected. I want to look them in the eye and say that when it comes to the environment, living off the dividends and not the principle. I want to look them in the eye and say that democratising prosperity is about you. It is open your own business, making firms compete for you and not rent seek with us. expand yours. I want to look them in the eye and say that home ownership is core business for my party. It was Robert Menzies who spoke in the darkest days of World War II. Home of their own, and I quote, to which we can withdraw. Return. To join more things. Join a Rotary. Run the sausage sizzle. And maybe even join a political party. Of power is not a gift from above, but the proper design of a society. And if you choose my party, you won't find a box for moderate. Welcomes you with open arms, that can be proud of its history and learn from its mistakes. Of hope over anguish. How do I possibly? To those who fought for party democracy, you demonstrated that values are meaningless unless we for placing your trust in me. To the late Hal Griggs, who showed me what it is like. My field officers, my staff, the Secretariat led by Sam McQuestion and Robert Clark. To the volunteers who bled blue and have surnames I'm proud to say reflect our. From Jurcevic to Aminigov to Jakupi, from Wooldridge to Reiner to Italiano, to Lamb, from Ryan to Roy to Rickson, from Beraldo to De Stefano to from White to Dyson to Oberoi, from Drevis to Lai to Gilmore to Connolly, from Greenstein to Mirabella to Byrne. Ours was a grassroots movement too, and I will never. Custodians of a noble institution. For over a decade, I was one of your members. And David McClure. In this place and always, I will. You took me in as a kid and turned me into a man. Thank you to the I will be a commando for life. To my brothers, Lee, with the beard, is a negotiator with Victoria Police and families. To my mum and dad, Philomena and Oliver Waller. I love you more than you know. Home in Heathmont. Later that evening, the door burst open and their daughter Sarah. So captivating. Thank you for being my partner in life and for every step of Eva. The title I cherish most is that I am your dad. My great home, knowing you will come running, yelling, Daddy, I love you. There is comfort in company. I'm grateful to have as well as my friend Senator Patterson. And if we ever lose you will see a road that draws a long line to names on a wall. These are the names that take me back to that newsflash. Instead, I saw the smoke of the Challenger space shuttle explosion. President Ronald Reagan spoke directly to the children who watched it live, looking to understand, but sometimes painful things like this happen. It's taking a chance and expanding man's horizons. The future doesn't belong to the faint. The House.
Order. I ask that the members leave the House quietly. Reply be agreed to. And before I call the Honourable and I ask the House to extend to him the usual courtesies.
I want to rise for the first time in this chamber to make a contribution to the address. It renewal and continuity in equal measure. It is a celebration of both the against the backdrop of centuries-old parliamentary tradition. While our own continuing democracies, and by any assessment, we are one of the most successful nations on delivered by good fortune or divine providence. Our success has been the product of the industrial servicemen and women. I am humbled by the incredible honour I've been given by my community, conscious of the great threat that lies ahead for our nation and the responsibility that falls on all Commonwealth's extraordinary success. Edmund Burke, one of the great intellectuals, not just between the living, but between those who are living, those who have passed. So a great debt to the previous generations from whom we have inherited this great nation. Those next generation in a position of even greater strength and prosperity. My mission is of Burke's societal partnership. The division of Bowman is named after David Bowman, 1907, 1908, 1909 and 19 household name, but any political leader who had to endure the indignity of forward the division of Bowman perfectly aligns within the boundaries of the Redlands local government area. It will be my practice to refer to my community in this place as the Redlands, the same way we of southern Moreton Bay between Tingalpa Creek and the Logan River. Islands of southern Moreton Bay. For thousands of years, this land Flinders became the first European to enter Moreton Bay, and over the subsequent decades it was played an important role in the start of Australia's century. The villages of the Redlands became centres of primary production, described as the salad bowl of southeast Queensland. Rich farmland has way to suburbs, but the small town character remains. Having grown up in an Air Force family, I've lived in many cities. Very special about the Redlands. It's more than just our beautiful environment. Redlands is a community that cares about in an aspirational and a pioneering spirit. This is the spirit that drove the first Garumpal man to paddle out across to drove the pioneers of agriculture in the Redlands, and today it is the driving force that inspires a young couple to break out and restaurant at Wellington Point, or even buy a new home in Redland Bay. Those who've moved to the Redlands seek new opportunities to life for themselves and their families. In many ways, the Redlands embodies the values of mainstream suburban Australia to represent in this place. I don't make any apologies for being a social conservative and an economic liberal, and in that I'm the embodiment of what Sir Robert Menzies sought to bring together in forming the Liberal Party of Australia. The conservative tradition, which seeks traditions and institutions, and the liberal tradition, which advances free markets, individual liberty, small government, but my beliefs have been shaped by my life's experiences and the values that were instilled in me as a product of my family's country. My family's story is a saga that seems to have placed us in the thick of some of our nation's worst disasters. I have great-grandfathers who fought in Gallipoli, one of which went on to be written up by Charles Bean as a hero of village Syria and New Guinea. My father spent 35 years in the Air Force, and other family members achieved great attainments in peacetime as teachers, authors, carpenters, and in the finest loving home. From my family, I learnt the value of work. I learnt that sacrifice is needed to get ahead. I learnt the importance of service and a strong sense the most important work being done in this country, but is within the four walls. To career as a policy, remove obstacles to investment and job creation on behalf. I've seen how they come to fruition, and I've seen the very real impact that they have on Australian businesses, Australian workers. And as I reflect today on my own experiences and the past of my family, I imagine the sort of nation that our next generation will take this opportunity, probably the only opportunity I'll have to speak in this place without being held down, to outline what I want to work over there at some point in the future. The guiding principle of my approach to public policy is the sovereignty of the individual. Here by the Australian people to serve them, not the other way around. Australia is great because her people are great, and Australia is just and at her most prosperous when individuals are allowed to flourish without the long arm of government creating unnecessary. It's too often the prescription that's offered to the problems our society faces, and too often government programs are assessed on their expenditure and their intention to their value for money and their results. The federal government collects through the laws passed in this chamber, regulation imposed comes at a very real cost. This decade, Australians have endured their daily lives and a sharp erosion in their individual freedoms. We have been left with a more divided society down for years to come. Government and the governed in this country, and core to that is respecting the inherent rights of the individual. We are all made in the image of God. Every Australian has the capacity to make a significant contribution to our economy. Interest that every Australian be given the opportunity to reach their fullest potential, but our people are being held back by heavy regulation and bureaucracies. I want to use my experience and my knowledge of industry to help reshape the economic narrative in this country. Trajectory, but to do so we have to have an appetite for some big, bold reforms and to continue to lower taxes. In tax review is a root and branch review of Australia's tax system. Like many government initiatives, that report is now gathering dust in the House. But while I'm in this place, you can consider me to be undertaking my own perpetual Henry tax review. Opportunities to cut tax, to flatten tax, to make the tax system more efficient, to create tax incentives and establish a tax system. I want Australians to keep more of what they earn, to reinvest it, to take risks and realise their full. No one can look at the ways our governments operate and say that Australia's federation is performing as intended. I want to see less and more power entrusted at the point of delivery of other jurisdictions. The Commonwealth should use its leverage to drive national reforms to our states and territories compete against each other to be the most attractive and do business. I want a race to the bottom on economic growth. I'll be working towards this to be the path to a more prosperous Australia for our communities and where an intrinsic and admirable feature of home ownership as giving citizens a stake in the country. Passage, the cornerstone of Australians to grow their wealth and achieve authority over a dream that has slowly become less attainable for a large number of Australians in recent decades. In 1971, 64% of my age. Today, that figure stands at only 50%. Has led me to apportion the cause of this generation of planning system failures and rising property taxes. Community we are facing a rental crisis and waiting longer. We need to do better as an and the answer isn't more government. Interventions which pump demand or new tax. The answer is more supply. The policy levers which control supply in bringing the states to the housing affordability, national character. It goes to the type of society to keep the Australian dream alive for future generations. Infrastructure in our suburban communities to maintain our quality. Major projects in the inner cities have received, while our suburban communities have been neglected. For my focus will be to secure more investment in our local infrastructure. The Redlands has experienced massive population growth in our roads, schools, hospital or island infrastructure. It's now less than a decade until my if governments allowed that opportunity to pass my community legacy investment in local I intend to be an unapologetic advocate for suburban Australia, where a majority of our citizens live and where the moral heart of our nation resides. The true spirit of modern Australia is not found in our boardrooms or lecture theatres. It is found around our kitchen tables, on the sidelines, in the shopping centre cafes and school pickup that matter to the people in my community, like rising energy costs, the impact of inflation on household budgets, the challenge of and protecting Australia's heritage and inspired to change our flag and our services of remembrance. But our traditions, our heritage, our way of life aren't relics of the nation's success. We need to protect what has served us well and take a natural Australian scepticism to big symbols will deliver so little. Empty symbolism distracts the attentions of government, the media, affect vulnerable Australians, and delivers a false sense of achievement. Your people have been here for 8 generations, 80,000 years, and 8 days ago. I believe that every Australian citizen is anyone's guest in this country. Arguments over our national identity at home threaten to undermine our capacity to external threats. The realities of this danger. This will be the greatest public policy challenge. It has been to never kowtow to tyrants and to never live. And equally, we should never stand by and watch our by the actions of local elites. Australia threats as, when and where they emerge. And while I sound this warning, the future of our region, I believe authoritarianism will seek to cast off their yokes. It is not just the West that yearns for liberal and open society. in every human being. For central committees to control. And history is key to igniting the embers of internal to play in sparking the flame of liberty and pressure to defend against expansionist aggression, hope, aspiration and mateship. Say what I believe is the truth without fear or judge than just our voters, and if he is for us, who can be against us? Of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, I supporters on my journey here. Gallery and have been in the gallery for... Bear with me, there are a few of them. Reeves, Marcel and Paula Dudens, Bob Niche, Greg Jamison, Rhonda Gladwell, Savannah Labuschagne, Carl Sharples, Rajiv Saha, John and Gail Howie, Ian and Ella Marshall, Kent and Joe Wilcox, Alistair Coe, Matthew Graham, Ben Damiano, Sam Jackson Hope, Tom White, Jimmy Kiplocks, Nathan Percy, Santo Santoro, Cheryl Boyce, Alan Mason, Andrew McEwen, Peter and Von Hosking, Peter and Linda Grieve, I told you there were a few of them, Noble, Vicky Sloman, Adam and Amanda Stoker, Senator Matt Canavan, Zed Seselja, David Goodwin, Rohit Patak, Phil Richards, Councillor Jacob Heremiah, Linda and Robert Boot, you have made, the loyalty you've shown and the friendships that we've enjoyed. Thank you to the Liberal National Party pre-selectors who values in our community. To the voters of the division of Bowman, I say thank you for the faith you have shown in me. I will my ability. But most of all, I want to thank my family who've done more than anyone to get me here today. My mother and father, Tony and John, example of service and sacrifice taught me so much. You set me up for success and have always been there to support me. Thank you for all you have. Kate, who has dealt with the pressures of being a political spouse with what I ever did to deserve her. And finally, my children, Laura and Christian, often referred to on I could not be prouder of the two of you. You are my greatest joy and greatest achievement. You. Mr Deputy Speaker, if I remember I've had some influence in setting our Commonwealth in a stronger position for Laura.
Is now that the debate be adjourned until a later day. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the
Government business. Amendment, paid family and domestic violence leave.
a second time. And Bradfield.
Thank you. And Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2022. This bill provides an entitlement to 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave and a 12 employees. The bill builds on the measures put in place by the former coalition government following the Independent Fair Work Commission's 20 family and domestic violence leave to employ decision after carefully considering extensive evidence and submissions from unions, employers and other interested parties. 2 million Australians on awards would be eligible to receive 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave. This Australian businesses, particularly small and medium businesses that have award-reliant employees. Entitled to 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave, while a worker in the same organisation who is on a collective agreement, unless it is provided in that agreement. Recognising this, in December 2018, the former coalition government passed family and domestic violence leave in the National Employment Standards, which sets out 11 minimum employment entitlements to ensure a consistent. The former coalition government's reforms matched the decision of the Fair Work Commission for award-reliant employees. This new entitlement entitlements for employees in the national system and reduced complexity for businesses. Reducing this complexity was welcomed by and has been the time businesses spend having to ensure the appropriate allocation of leave. Legislating in the National Employment Standards an important step and part of the various measures put in place by the former coalition government to support family and domestic violence victims and to Mr Deputy Speaker, the Coalition has a strong and proud record of investing in measures to support women's safety. Invested over $2 billion in women's safety, including a record $1.1 billion to prevent and respond 2021-22 budget. Our investment in women's safety was a key part of a $3.4 billion package of new, along with investment in economic security, leadership, health and well-being. Key measures in the 2021-22 budget included partnership with states and territories to boost local frontline services and trial new initiatives during the transition to the next national plan, 164 violence payments to provide up to $1,500 in cash and a further $3,500 in fees or other items. $416.2 million to build on existing support in the family law system, including through and increase legal assistance funding. $129 million to ensure that women can access support for a range of legal issues, including $101.4 million to enhance existing and establish new children's contact services, which provide a safe, reliable and neutral place for minimise conflict between parents and reduce safety risks for families. $85 million to expand the geographic coverage of the family advocacy to ensure that the service is accessible to all family law litigants who need it and is responsive to their needs, and $17.1 million services to women across Australia. The coalition government built on these measures, including $87.9 million over 4 years to expand the important Lighthouse project and for improved culturally responsive support. An additional $52.4 million which provides victim survivors of family violence, which protects victim survivors of family violence from being directly cross-examined over 5 years to support a nationally coordinated approach to education and training on family, domestic and sexual violence for community frontline workers, health. I now turn to the 2022 Fair Work Commission decision on paid domestic and family violence leave. In its March 2018 family to very modern awards to provide employees experiencing family and domestic violence with an entitlement to 5 days unpaid leave and propose be made for paid family and domestic violence leave in June 2021. In May 2022, the Fair Work Commission handed down its decision on domestic violence leave for award employees. The question of what workplace leave should be available to victims of family and domestic violence was considered in the Fair Work Commission in its 2021 inquiry. These considerations included whether leave should be paid, how much leave was appropriate, how should it accrue, who should have access to leave. The Fair Work Commission reached its decision after consideration of evidence and was based on the input and advocacy of representative bodies. Submissions were made and hearings were conducted for every single step of the process. In its employees and on a pro rata basis part-time employees should be entitled to 10 days paid family and domestic violence and domestic violence leave per year should agree the same way as personal and carers leave accrues under the national employment standards. The entitlement should accumulate from year to year, but subject to days at any given time. Should be accessible in advance of an entitlement between an employer and an employee. Fourthly, the paid family and domestic violence leave entitlement should operate on the basis that it is paid as defined in Section 6 2 of the Fair Work Act and the employee's household who is not related to the employee respects the model family and domestic Section 106B of the Act, the current unpaid family and domestic violence leave provisions. Consistent to unpaid family and domestic violence leave, this entitlement should be enshrined in the national employment standards to ensure as far as possible in the national system and to reduce complexity for business. The Coalition respects the integrity of the fair and balanced decision, taking into consideration the bill before the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, Fair Work Commission, and implements much of the claims made by the ACTU during the hearing into the matter. There is a need to recognise the Fair Work Commission's decision have raised concerns further than the model proposed by the Fair Work Commission. Firstly, it provides 10 days for casual employees. Secondly, in relation to 10 days of paid family and domestic of 1 February 2023, rather than having it accrue like other leave entitlements. Thirdly, it provides for employees at their full rate of pay for the hours they would have worked had they not taken the leave. Fourthly, it extends the definition of family and domestic or former intimate partner of an employee or a member of an employee's household. And fifthly, extends the full paid entitlement when the International Labour Organisation Convention No. 190 concerning violence and harassment comes into force for Australia. The Fair Work Commission found in consultation, the Fair Work Commission considered forward by the ACTU. clear that it did not support the breadth of the ACTU proposal. The full bench stated, quotes, term provides better employment with the existing NES entitlements and will have less impact on businesses. Close quotes. In relation to the accrual of leave, the Fair Work Commission said that the entitlement to 10 days paid accrue progressively during a year of service in the same way as for personal and carers leave under the NES, to a cap whereby the total accrual does not exceed 10 days at any given time. This will have the effect of operating as a phasing-in mechanism month after the entitlement takes family and domestic violence leave in a 12-month period for the Fair Work Commission also said precedent nor a model for employees. There are significant operations acknowledged by the ACTU during the hearings, with the ACTU saying, quote, the ACTU accepts that there are some operations in domestic violence leave to casuals, including in relation to those casual employees whose hours of work are genuinely uncertain. Close. The Commission said in relation to casuals is fundamentally changing the way the casual employees. As the Fair Work Commission said, the Fair Work Act provides no precedent nor a model for a worker of any type to casual employees to compensate them for the lack of entitlement. Casual loading is extra money paid to casual workers over and above the normal hourly rate that full-timers or part-timers. Even the ACTU acknowledged that ending paid family and domestic violence leave to casuals, as noted by the Fair Work Commission. In relation to the rate of pay, should be based upon the employee's base rate of pay, not their full rate of pay, in the same fashion that the National. The Fair Work Commission also contended that it would be overly disruptive to the integrity of the safety net if it were to leave entitlements which the National Employment Standards provide. The Act applies this rationale leave. Business and their support to the terms set out in the Fair Work Commission's model for paid domestic violence leave. They agreed to the enshrining of the into the National Employment Standards. They have, however, raised significant concerns with the government's departure from the Fair Work Commission's proposed model, which I've indicated. I now turn to the positions as advocated by the major employer groups. AI Group carefully considered approach proposed by the Commission in various ways that undermine its workability and reasonableness. It says that in the TU proposal that the Commission had rejected. AI Group further states that the bill should be amended to reflect the sensible and considered views of the approach adopted in the proposed legislation. The Commission envisaged that the new 10-day entitlement should apply to permanent employees rather than casuals, part-time workers, and should occur unless an employer agreed to grant it, that employees should be paid their base rate of pay when accessing the leave. This is the approach taken when an employee accesses. The bill would instead require employers to pay allowances when they access the leave. AI Group went on to say, quotes, this bill will be much more costly for employers There are significant questions about how the rate of pay that must be provided to an employee could even be calculated in practice." Close quote. The Chamber of Commerce and Industry supports the inclusion of paid family and domestic violence leave into the National Employment Standards. As a party to the Commission's 2021 review, ACCI advocated for family and domestic violence leave to accrue progressively. ACCI submitted that providing paid leave up front will have practical consequences, particularly for small and medium businesses with limited. The Fair Work Commission itself quotes, "We are persuaded by the that the paid family and domestic violence leave entitlement should not accrue up front in the way proposed by the ACTU. This will produce upon the Commission. In particular, we accept, as ACCI contends, that the provision of paid family and domestic violence leave up businesses with limited cash flow or cash reserves." Close quotes. ACCI also opposed the ACTU to be paid at an employee's ordinary rate of pay, noting that annual and personal carers leave are calculated at an employee's base. The Commission agreed with these concerns, stating at paragraph 860 of the decision, quotes, "However, we consider that it would be overly on an across-the-board basis a new paid leave entitlement which operates on a radically different basis to the paid leave entitlement." Close quotes. Finally, ACCI raised concerns regarding the extension of paid family and domestic violence leave to casual employees. The Independent Fair Work Commission agreed with Organisations of Australia in consider the needs of all micro and small businesses as it introduces the 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. The government to recognise that the circumstances make regulation in this area complex. Reaching out for help. We need to be mindful of how small business owners will work through the compliance required in the and support. COSBOA says that this support should be accompanied by funding to support the trusted advisors and trusted business owners already turn to for help. COSBOA also has concerns that sole traders and micro business owners have not been considered. 1,000 sole proprietors in Australia. If they themselves are a victim of domestic violence, under the current bill before Parliament, they have. This is a crucial consideration for the government. How will the government support women who are sole traders or managing a small business? How, particularly in sensitive situations where an abuser may have control or access to the business? Inquiry and observations were made by Coalition Senators Committee in the report tabled on 1 September 2022. Coalition Senators noted the model of the Fair Work Commission decision, particularly small and family businesses. The paragraphs 1.27 and 1.28 of their additional comments Coalition of paid family and domestic violence leave will have on businesses, particularly the small and medium business sector. They advise that given the government decision of the Fair Work Commission in relation to paid family and domestic violence leave, and that the government needs to urgently clarify how particularly small and family. Coalition Senators noted that the proposal employers. This ambiguity only creates further uncertainty and guesswork for small business operators who are already experiencing a challenge. In this regard, sole according to COSBOA, and accessing paid family and domestic violence leave will not assist them if a sole trader. Coalition senators also noted at paragraph 1.26 of their additional comments concern around the ambiguity of family and domestic violence accessing the new entitlement. During the committee hearings, they noted that departmental officials indicated that the family and domestic violence, whether deliberately vague or not, the government must clarify its intent within the actual legislation. Coalition senators in their additional comments made the following recommendations. First, that the government provides greater leave model on small and family businesses, particularly regarding casual workers, and provide additional assistance to ensure these businesses of the scheme or made worse off financially. Secondly, the legislation to paid family and domestic violence. Family and domestic violence cannot access the proposed new paid entitlement. Fourthly, a 12-month seek both qualitative and quantitative research on the impact for small businesses, and fifthly, a 12-month review on sole businesses or sole proprietor businesses. Coalition senators also urged the government to continue to implementing strategies to prevent family and domestic violence and support victim survivors of family and domestic violence, and called on the government on sole traders and small businesses. I conclude, Mr Deputy, provided by the Fair Work Commission in handing down its model for 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave. To the provisions of the bill that go beyond the Fair Work Commission's recommended model. Has opted to legislate a scheme potentially more costly than the Fair Work Commission and industry previously contemplated. These in particular are small business employers prior to the commencement of the operation of this entitlement.
Business and give the call to the member for Kingston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm pleased to rise today to speak on the Violence Leave Bill, and I am personally incredibly pleased to be supporting this bill. This bill will deliver on employees with access to 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave per 12-month period under the first. Does proceed will start from the 1st of February 2023 and provide this provision to people that may need it. Of course, from the 1st of August 2023, there is a provision to their process. All employees, regardless of whether they're employed in a small, medium or large business, regardless, will be able to access paid family and domestic violence leave. This will mean more than 11 million. Now, I am pains to say that I hope not that many people, because this is extraordinary circumstances where someone will need to take paid family and domestic violence. It is to escape, relocate, to obtain counselling, a range of issues that comes as a result are extraordinary. We hope that the take-up of this is low. It is important that Australians can with violent home lives, family and domestic violence. This is an important safety net. The new they will be only entitled to pay the paid entitlement for shifts that they are rostered to up to 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave in a 12-month period when the new entitlement comes in. To hear those on the opposite side talk about this as if it was that was a problem. Usual circumstances. These should be extraordinary circumstances in which we are providing support for those most employees' full rate of pay worked out as if the employee worked the hours in a period for the period they were of leave entitlement and will receive payment for the shift they would have worked at the rate that would have been paid. This is to make sure that casual workers are included in this scheme because domestic and family violence, whether women should be, whether they be casual workers, whether they be part-time workers, family and domestic violence should not find themselves having to choose between paid employment or indeed. According to the 2016 ABS Personal Safety Survey results, women are more likely to take time off work than their previous partner. The various impacts on victim survivors arising from family and domestic annual leave and personal leave. This is especially pronounced for casual employees who may also entitlements to draw upon. Access to paid leave, greater accessibility and importantly more financial security. Important entitlement for years. Business Council of Australia support this work, as well as Women's Legal Services. And of course, the Australian Council of Trade Unions have been campaigning for this for over a decade. Not community assumptions that domestic violence was something that should be dealt with in the privacy of people's homes, that openly. But we know this isn't true. We now need to look past the home in protecting people experiencing violence, mostly women, but also enabling them. At the moment, when it hit home, the intersection between workplaces and domestic violence. It was 61-year-old Carol Shea was shot dead as she worked in the handbag and shoe section. Organiser for the SDA incident. I vividly remember Carol's funeral and the impact not just on her family and her employers as well. Carol's tragic death brought home to me that we cannot separate domestic violence and family violence ripples throughout our community. There is a very important role for workplaces, employers and unions mostly women and children. Approximately 68% of victim survivors financial independence and social connections can be key factors to. In Australia, 1 in 6 women and 1 in 16 men have experienced gendered violence by One woman dies every 10 days in Australia at the hands of their former or current statistics, but they are in cause. These experiences of violence can result in victim survivors requiring time away from work for a variety of accommodation, attending police or court services, attending counselling or medical appointments. Ordinary. They're not circumstances that we can accept to be dealt with in the normal extraordinary circumstances, and we need to treat them that way. No one should have to This entitlement will provide an important additional practical support within a broad heal, as well as promote their economic security. As Minister for Social Services, domestic and family violence, and of course I have worked very quickly in our time violence payment is also meeting the needs, and of course other measures that are so important, including training for workplace employers. This entitlement will ensure and children, and further clearly demonstrates that our government stands with victims of national leadership that is needed to end family, domestic and sexual violence. Of family and domestic violence in the Fair Work Act to cover family and domestic violence perpetrators, threatening or other abusive, including sexual violence. Close relatives includes immediate family members and relationships according extension of this definition of family and domestic violence includes conduct of a member of an employee more diverse and different arrangements. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill also aligns with the objective of violence against women and children. This has been a priority of mine to finalise this plan. Incidents of this violence in Australia, and it does support the response, making sure we are investing in women's safety, as well as delivering on our election for women and children experiencing domestic violence, and $100 million for crisis. Establishing the new Family and Domestic and Sexual Violence Commission to act as an advocate. Family and domestic violence and community. And I think there are many businesses that already recognise this by offering paid. Part of a government that is working to end violence against women and children. However, all parts of Australian society have a role to play in addressing this. Let's work together to aim to ensure that the
I thank the member for her contribution. The Minister. Oh, sorry. The question is that the debate be adjourned, and all of that opinion say aye.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I declare that the Fair Work Amendment, Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 20.
The clerk.
Education and Compensation and Other Legislation Amendment, Incapacity Payments Bill.
Give the call to the...
And we continue on with this. This is part and parcel of an amendment 2004 and the safety rehabilitation. It's in the past we had a step down that after 45 weeks Civvy Street was reduced to 75%, and this is we currently have in Australia about 340,000 people who have done service and back out on. Was bringing forward. It was in our budget. It was $7.1 million that we allocated to it in the budget. The government has brought it forward. It's a shame that the government didn't sit earlier and we back paid, but it's something that the Parliament, I don't know, it's 7 weeks. But it's good that this comes forward. Now, it's incredibly important that someone who has served our nation their requirements of a life that will be long-lived after they have left the service of the member for Herbert, who I'm sure will have a lot more to say about this in a lot more formidable way than and the member for Braddon, who's here and no doubt will have something to say. Even my own father, after his time in the services, he was repatriated. An anti-aircraft gun was dropped on him. He always reminded me about this by the American troops when they were loading us. He never got to, thank God. That's why I think I'm here. And after warning people and something breaks, someone's going to get badly hurt. Something broke and the person who was badly hurt and put in path back into society was to study very, very hard. And he got left school when he was 14. So, and he telling me that as he was studying, talking about irons, he actually thought they meant irons, to iron clothes. So, home they're at a place called Naringa Hostel, which is at Wahroonga, where a lot of ex-service in the Air Force, the Army, university. That's where they stayed. They were being repatriated and they went back to university. People who, especially, he reminded me of ex-fighter pilot. Service, and they had been mentally affected as well. Insisting the government get this through as quickly as possible. I've had discussions with the minister and I together so that we look after people who have served our nation and we show for our nation right now, which means that unfortunately once more we have to build our services up on the television most nights. So to do that we have to show people not only that we look after and we bring them back into society in a way that allows them to be within sight of those who have not it's the issues, of course, of those who have paid the supreme sacrifice, those who have issues that are pertinent to that as well, those whose families, by reason of being away, have broken up. And naturally enough, as people are away for long periods of time, people's lives, in some instances, further hurt, especially to people on both sides of that marriage. People go away, other people go on with their lives and become successful in business or become successful in. People come back and say, I've served my nation, and you became very wealthy. And this is not gave that person the right and the protection to take the career path that they took. The capacity to be educated in this bill the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004. Also mean that it stays within the international covenant of, I think it's economic. Also speaks to this issue to make sure that we are complying with that. People who are waiting for this payment have been delayed long enough. I thank everybody for their attention.
Now be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Or, in fact, tripartisan support, as it may be. We all support our veterans of this place and indeed the other place who have served, and I see the member for Braddon is here today. Speaker, and we of course value the ongoing commitment. Too many of them continue mentally, and it's up to us in Civvy Street to do all that we can to make sure that their lives. Deputy Speaker, these are people who have sacrificed everything that they have. Can do is make sure that we are there for them when they come home. This is a pretty simple. Said the coalition had this in their budget, and I can't, because this is this has consensus support, but you can't have a go. We're 100 days into government, just over 100 days into government. They're on the benches for 9 years. Government, but they didn't, because, and I'm sure it wasn't because of malice or anything else. It was just sheer incompetence for themselves. They just didn't do it. So it's no good having a go at us. We're onto this, and the first is sitting here showing his commitment to this process, and this will extend unduly affected by them being cut. It's vital who are currently experiencing a payment reduction due to the inaction of those opposite. We're absolutely committed as a government to delivering a comprehensive employment program for veterans. As I say, the former government introduced this as a pilot program to support veterans, and it was a good to extend it, and they didn't get around to doing it. So that left too many people cares about the 370 people affected by this. We couldn't simply let it end if it's not fixed. You know, we can't leave these people hanging. So this bill will amend the Compensation Defence Related Claims Act 1988 to provide for all eligible veterans an eligible course of study to access the beneficial arrangements for an additional year to 30 June. 100% of the veterans' pre-injury earnings. So that's important. Rate of payment can receive back payments to cover the period from 1 July 2022. Of a physical or mental injury sustained while serving, incurred as a result of protection. And we all deal with them as constituents in our electorates. Too many veterans come home speeches and contributions on this matter. I think in the last parliament we and during the progress of that, the member for Braddon made a very fine speech. In words, I've not served in uniform except for a very brief stint as a 14-year-old. But we owe them everything. They are willing to put everything on the line. Happy and productive life once they're back home in Australia, and this bill will
for his contribution, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you. Reading on the bill. Can I start by acknowledging my colleague, the member for Braddon, chamber, and it was a particular privilege and pleasure to listen of how lucky and honoured those of us that haven't served this building when we're making these decisions. I think it's vitally important that we have their first-hand experience. These decisions all the stronger for it. So thank you very much for your service. This is a pilot program that's been in place for around 4 years that did come to an end. For that to happen, but of course the political election timetable meant until now. It's a little bit disappointing that challenge and appreciate that this will compensate those affected by it not pocket that is affected, but it's regrettable that bill through this House and through the Senate, so we can get on with this. I deal, as we all do, with our veterans' communities. And some of them have, well, all of them have served the country. Some of them have to contribute from finishing their service. Times it's important to make sure we're supporting them through education pathways, etc. Next from the career that has already been such an immense service to our adversely financially affected from their incapacity payments that they of study in order to provide that next opportunity. And we're no different to any other country. We haven't always had the best understanding of how to support that service, and that I think has been the case for the entire and it's the case in most nations that we haven't always properly understood particularly from a mental health point of view. I think that we're lucky to live in an era of challenges, and then more importantly acceptance and support. Generations gone by, not out of intention, but we certainly haven't the support that they should have in the period beyond. To keep doing better by our veterans who have served. Support them so that the service they've given to this one of those opportunities. It would be regrettable if I don't know what the new government's plans are beyond this financial bill. I know that it's got the support of the entire chamber. It's a great example of I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and I give the call to
I rise tonight to wholeheartedly support the bill that makes sure we support veterans for our communities. I'm on the record in this place time and time again about the support that we must over the past 10 years. I'm not going to labour on the point, but the actions of the previous government and shame on this parliament in the previous parliaments in our nation. Fair. We are seeing a breath of fresh air in the way veterans are being treated and the respect that they're given. And we both know there is a lot that needs to be done. In this bill and in others soon to be debated, we know that there is a solemn duty of government to support our veterans. In this bill we are them to continue their commitment to service in civilian life. That's not an easy transition. Who are injured, there are additional challenges, and that means support. Year pilot, which is supporting eligible veterans in a full-time state. The dissolution of the last parliament, resulting in an inconvenience and uncertainty for 300. And I've seen that firsthand. I've seen where veterans have told me not sorted, not done, but just to get their claim heard. And I'm going to say that Darren Chester, the member for Gippsland, was very good. But, you know,
just remind
the member for Burt, the minister.
Exactly.
But I will And one that really strikes me, and it's something that pains me. A service with a young fella named Jeb Summers, who runs an organisation called Save Our Services. Won't mind me saying he's a Middle East veteran, but he came up to me and said, "I'm so disappointed. People that know me know that I hold Anzac Day and Remembrance Day as the most important day." Really just got to me. I did not want to take his hard-earned, but I had to make the commitment that I would stand and continue to fight with him and for him and everyone else as hard as I can. And I continue to work and support veterans through programs in Victoria for veterans to help get them in theatres of war and in disasters. Of course, we know whenever there's a disaster, level of angst amongst communities that had lost everything. I mean, we were meeting with get in, couldn't get out because of that disaster that unfolded. But no sooner had the you could see the level of angst physically drop. People took a sigh of relief. Our serving personnel, ADF personnel, we respect for the work that they in the service. The difficulty is then, how do they train? The previous members talk about their short time in cadets. Well, I did 6 years in cadets and I swore I would never ever. That starts to make sure my shirts were all clean and tidy. But it did give me some. I think the key to our ADF, and that's integrity, and how you value that. And that's why it's important that we make sure that when veterans, people leave the ADF, we do the mental scars we can't. Some physical injuries can be repaired, but mental scars. I know many members in this place on all sides will meet with veterans who do have mental scars and help them. And that's just so important that we do that. There's been many occasions where we always hear about that make decisions on young men's lives, or young men. I do praise the Minister for bringing this problem and putting it together. And that's something that getting veterans back into employment. It's work that is being supported means an end to this program. And that's something I don't want to see, because I think our faith and trust in. The extra financial support is vital for focused on gaining sustainable employment in civilian workforce, and I think that's the key. It's not about total variety of things that veterans do, that our ex-ADF personnel. Most contribute a lot. Yeah, well, that's something we've got a question later on, but that might be an inquiry. But no, jokes aside, I say that a lot of values on this stuff, and one of the things is the way we work together on it. But this, it's supporting veterans, and it means that we've got people getting more and more opportunity to fit in society. That we need them all trained up, ready to work, and we can get this nation, its initiative. That programs like this not only support a veteran financially, but result in the most important bit. These things are so important. They should be sacrosanct to us to make sure that we do that. We ensure that ultimately increasing their capacity and opportunity for success. We're acting with the previous. I think if we continue to work together on these things, we're going to see far greater outcomes. So I don't think there'd be anyone in this place that doesn't support our veterans, and I don't think there's anyone in this place that doesn't taken with our veterans. I'm not just having a crack at you guys, I'm talking over years and years. I mean, our Vietnam vets need to fix this, all of us working together, and I think that's what's going to happen. So I look forward to the Minister support our veterans, support our families, and I commend this bill to the House, and again I say thank you to the opposition for
McEwen for his contribution and also his contribution to the nation as a cadet. Can I now offer the member for Herbert, please, and acknowledge your contribution.
Thank you.
In the Defence Forces.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this that we started in the coalition in support of veterans. As has already been outlined, this bill taking approved full-time study as a part of their return to work rehabilitation program. Payment dropping to 75% after 45 weeks of study. There is nothing more important than meaningful employment. This for those who unfortunately find themselves in a position where they have to leave the ADF through injury. Time to reflect on my journey, which is similar to a lot of my friends. And, you know, Afghanistan in 2009 as a 21-year-old. I was blown up by an IED that was in this really turbulent time. I felt like I failed my friends. I felt like a coward. All my tribe being still overseas, and I'm at home. Non-visible. You can't see a lot of my injuries. But I have a traumatic brain injury. And I remember sitting at home being told I don't have to go to, which in hindsight was probably the worst thing that could have happened to me, because my accountability that I loved, my there. So 21, got these injuries, upset that I'm not overseas with my tribe, don't have the friends to lean on and talk to. Got my best friend who but I felt like she didn't understand what I was going through because she hadn't served. And then I had my hierarchy going, you must go to an appointment. It was at a time when our Defence Force didn't have complex injuries, didn't have people coming back unwell. my meaning. And this spiral went for a long time, years it went. They would throw ideas at me like, do you want to be a security guard when you leave? I don't want to go back to Cochrane. I got in the Defence Force not to be in Cochrane because I wanted to have a purpose, something to get up and love, something to do. Anyway, so and it wasn't until my wife or back gave me a big kick in the backside and said, you know, is this who you want to be? Do you want to be the person that just blaming of how I was feeling, what I was going through? You know, can't hear in your right ear, you've got a brain injury, and you've got a mental... do that. I want to be better, and I want to do something. And I felt and someone that, you know, had suicide ideation, have gone down that path, and education, you know, from a troubled kid, rat bag barrack soldier, to someone that causes trouble, found some solace in education. And this wasn't around then, but education kind of opened my mind to what else could be there. So I decided, you know what, I'm going to do a degree in psychology. Well, that didn't last very long. It was way out of my depth. And then I said, oh, you know, I want to do a bachelor's in something else, and that didn't last long. And then a diploma fell over, and then I did a Cert 4 in training assessment. I was like, you know what, I can do this now. And that Cert 4 then turned into a diploma. And that diploma, then I got another one. And I found education as a way to give me a meaning to get up in the morning, give a meaning to a life that had a black hole in it, and gave something that, you know, you want to get up and do. And I think that in the big scheme of things, our veterans go through a very complex journey through their military career. But not all veterans are broken. But even veterans that are, that's okay. You can still punch through and find something meaning in their life. Now, I don't think that, and nor should anyone think that veterans who've served or transitioning wounded and ill from the service are all going to study. Let's not think that. But let's think all veterans and everyone should have meaningful engagement and/or meaningful employment. Something to get up in the morning, something to love, something that you want to do, something that gives you that drive. Because in the absence of that, creates a negative well-being in our society. And to be very frank, it means I'm probably going to attend another funeral. So having some meaning, which I believe education is fantastic, and you know, there's many groups that have that promote the educational side, and the soldier now is different from when I was there. But the must is the meaning. The must is the something to love. Otherwise, it really, really can end in tragedy. And as we've heard through the Royal Commission into ADF and veteran suicide now. And one veteran told the Royal Commission, my honest opinion is there needs to be some form of territory education or proper employment program so soldiers within Combat Corps have a chance to find meaningful employment and not just become a labour hire for the rest of their lives. Meaningful employment, genuine gratitude for veterans is, I believe, the key to solving veteran suicide in this country. If you take that, that's the most purest comment that you can get from a veteran who just looks at the world and goes, territory qualifications. I often get labelled a little bit of an officer hater because around the country there's different pathways for senior officers to RPL a degree, get gifted something, become, you know, an easier pathway into university. Well, as a private soldier, there's definitely not that option for me. I tried to join the APS. They told me I'd be an APS 2. So it was much less than what I was getting when I was serving, but the experience was much greater. So there's always been this view that when you hit a certain officer level, you can RPL a degree or get a degree or find it easier to find employment, and as the soldiers find it harder. And the majority of our wounded, injured and ill are our lower ranks, our lowest ranks, my rank. So having the ability to be able to get an education, whether it's at a tertiary level or whether you go through a pathway where you, like I did, and you get a Cert 4, but having, not gifted, doing, because then that's how you grow. Getting gifted something's not how you grow. And I think that that's a really positive step in the right direction. And you know, I think that, and I acknowledge the return of active service badge over in the corner, and I appreciate your service. I appreciate the Minister being in here. I think it's fantastic, and the former Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs here as well. Because this isn't politics. This is the furthest thing from politics. There's a time when we debate and disagree, and as Shane kind of moves around, probably might be some politics in his speech, but the key to this is putting the veterans first and their families, which are the backbone, and allowing a veteran to receive 100% of their income or their pre-injury wage is the most positive step that we have to be getting people into a tertiary education or into getting an incentive to learn, an incentive to grow. Not an incentive to do nothing, an incentive to explore a different world, to find something that they'll be able to do when they leave. We've got people like Curtis McGrath. He found his love and his meaning in sport. He's gone to the Paralympics, he's won gold medals multiple times, lost both of his legs, got abs and stuff. Like, this is a guy who's had all the bad things happen, and he found his love and his want and his meaning in sport. Paul Warren lost his leg. He was an Australian champion Thai boxer. So his profession was his legs. Gets into defence, quickly goes over to Afghanistan, 2009, 18th of July, Ben Renato dies, is killed, Paul loses his leg, transitions out into this big unknown. He's worked for defence industry. He found a want, a love, a meaning, and now he's going to be taking on study. These are fantastic things. But not all veterans get blown up by IEDs. Not all veterans go and see frontline combat. And not all veterans have the same injuries, and we are all not broken. And I think that's something that's extremely important, is this whole broken veteran narrative, this whole feeling sorry for our veterans needs to stop. We empower our most bravest, and they have done us proud overseas, on the battlefield, but as well as at home. Now, in Townsville, there's more than 30,000 ADF members, veterans, and their families. Largest garrison city in the nation. And we have plenty of veterans that are doing awesome stuff. We have veterans who are running businesses. And one of those really good businesses is the Australian Expedition Vehicles, and it's run by Michael McMillan. He was also the winner of the Most Outstanding Veterans Employer of the Year in last year's Prime Minister's Veterans Employment Awards. Mick is a veteran himself and doesn't just employ veterans because they're good workers, doesn't just employ them because they know how to operate military equipment or vehicles. He employs them because of their heart, their want, and his passion for supporting our ADF men and women. He knows the value of a veteran and the mutual benefits that come with being a veteran. Almost all of his employees, veterans, and their work family is just that, a family, a tribe. So when I started and I felt, when I spoke, I told you I felt that I lost my tribe. These businesses, these awesome companies that are employing veterans are creating the tribe again. It's like all these ex-service organisations. They all come together because they want to create the tribe. We just need to go that extra step, and I believe this does it, which offers the tribe the ability and the opportunity for education. You know, the hole that is left when you leave the military, especially medically discharged, is a hole that, you know, never gets filled. It's an itch that can never be scratched. And I miss being in the defence. I miss my mates. I miss, you know, going overseas. I don't miss the field. I don't miss the food. I miss the good times. But stories like Michael McMillan's, it shows us that we can actually find hope. We can find hope in our defence tribe and in businesses that want to support people in their next stage of life. Because as the doors open and close in your military service, another one opens. And given that opportunity to get into employment is extremely, extremely important for the well-being of our brave men and women. And a lot of these jobs require an education, and particularly from areas like mine, where none of my mates that I served with had degrees. This changes that. This provides that encouragement, that purpose to study. And I think this bill is overdue, and I think this bill brings us as a parliament closer together, but it brings our Defence Force into a new realm. We've got the Joint Transition Authority that's going to help people transition better, because we know that's a hole. But a part of that process is meaningful engagement, meaningful employment, and the way to get there is by having a bill that encourages people, supports people in that education journey, so that their support, while they have families, while they have people there, isn't dropped. And that's why I'm a big supporter of this bill, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently I caught up with Sam Kavanagh, his partner Annette, who run Bootstraps, a wonderful veterans organisation based in Gatton and the Lockyer Valley. I caught up with them in Gatton, but also before that I caught up with them in Ipswich at Cunningham at the Heritage Centre. Sam was in the military since 1994, and he set up a wonderful charity to help people living with disabilities who are veterans, or even indeed those people who are not suffering from mental incapacity or physical incapacity. But it's about helping them, and in a great way in terms of the service they provide. There were many people in their open day there, from Mates for Mates, RSL, local media were there, many organisations, including councillors and the like. But Sam and Annette have done a great job, and I came across a variety of people from my electorate who were there learning leathercraft. It was about dealing with the incapacity that they'd experienced and how they had transitioned out of the military. I am pleased to speak on this bill to support people living with incapacity who are veterans, people who are indeed part of the charity of Bootstraps in the Lockyer Valley, and who also help people from Ipswich who transition as well. And we owe a debt of gratitude to our Defence Force personnel, veterans and families, and we have a solemn duty to look after them. The recent Australian Institute of Health and Welfare report on veterans' wellbeing shows former defence personnel are a tremendous asset to our society, and it's our duty to provide the necessary support, like Bootstraps in the Lockyer Valley, to veterans and their families, and leave the Defence Force and enable them to contribute to our community in many ways indeed. Now, this bill extends by 1 year, a 4-year pilot which is supporting eligible veterans in full-time study from the 1st of July 2022 to the 30th of June 2023. And we're doing this really because of the ignorance and the idleness and the inertia of the former coalition government, who, not just this bill but other bills, failed to bring them into the House of Representatives and the Senate in time to be passed in the 46th Parliament. So the Minister for Veterans Affairs is sitting there on the benches, and he's got a big job to do, because he's going to have to pass bills that have been sitting from the last Parliament that the coalition didn't pass and should have passed. And this was a budget measure. Let's not forget about that. So I accept the words from the member for Herbert, and I believe he's genuine in what he said. But the truth of the matter is, the Minister for Veterans Affairs in this chamber is today dealing with a budget measure from last year, which created uncertainty in the lives of veterans and their communities. Hundreds of them, 370 veterans participating in a program, left in the lurch and out of pocket, and are copping an immediate cut to their payment of 25%. If the previous coalition government under Prime Minister Morrison had got around to actually doing their job and passed the bill, they would not have been out of pocket since the 30th of June 2022. And I recall, as a local MP and also as a former Shadow Minister, receiving representations from concerned veterans about this measure before the last election. And I'm pleased the Albanese Labor government is now in a position to fix up the mess created by the Morrison government in this area. And this bill reinstates a program and allows the calculation of incapacity payments to these veterans once again to be based on 100%, not 75% of their pre-injury earnings. It's imperative the legislation be passed, and it's a matter of urgency to financially support veterans. And it's really due. We're here today because of the failure and inaction of the former coalition government, and we're about giving veterans certainty and financially supporting them. This bill actually complements, can I say, the work that the minister will do in the 24 million Veterans Employment Program, which we announced in the last campaign. It was a comprehensive veterans package. Too much of what we've done in the past has been about awards and not enough about actually concrete work on the ground to help veterans in the transition to civilian life. And we know many veterans struggle to find work when they transition to civilian life, and that can lead to other problems, mental health issues, homelessness, incarceration, even suicide. And we've got a Royal Commission which Labor strongly supported and had to drag those opposite kicking and screaming into doing. And we saw the interim report, and those recommendations, if picked up by this government, I'm very confident they will go a long way to supporting veterans who are living with incapacity and who need to be transitioned into civilian life in an appropriate and supported way. I note that the Housing Australia Future Fund has $30 million really geared for Veterans Homelessness Service, and 1 in 10 people who last night slept rough or slept as a homeless person was a veteran. It's not enough to give platitudes and honour people on Anzac Day. We've got to support them in practical ways, and that's why it's important. The legislative framework, I note that the Royal Commission picked up that, said that legislation that deals with incapacity, deals with veterans' compensation and rehabilitation, needs to be coalesced into one usable form of bill, a code, shall we speak, that the VEA, the MERCA and the DERCA can be as well. And that's why helping those veterans living with incapacity, those veteran advocates, in my electorate, for example, in the Ipswich Railway sub-branch or the Ipswich sub-branch, or whether it's Kilcoy or indeed in Lowood or elsewhere, they do a great job, those veterans advocates, but they're dealing with a piece of legislation that's challenging. So today we've got a bill that will help veterans in incapacity, and we should pick it up and support it in the chamber. It's really important to do this, and it's important that our bills that we pass in this chamber are not tokenistic. Too much of the legislation that was brought in by the previous coalition was tokenistic and lacked clear goals and targets and evaluation, and provided little incentives for employers, and they really relied on goodwill and PR. And there were not enough practical supports for employers and practical supports for veterans to transition into community life and in serious employment. It's very, very pleased. I am very happy to see the Minister for Veterans Affairs convene a series of roundtables on veterans' employment in the lead-up to last week's Jobs and Skills Summit. And there were some great outcomes, can I say, and I commend the Minister for that. The great outcome for veterans from the summit, including a one-off income credit, so that veterans on a service pension over retirement age can earn more before their pension is reduced, while working-age veterans, there will be additional digital apprenticeships in the Australian Public Service targeted at disadvantaged groups, including veterans, providing more jobs and training opportunities. And that's really critical, particularly if veterans are living with any form of incapacity, physical or mental. The reality is that veterans and defence partners are a highly skilled yet relatively untapped workforce, and don't we need them now?
We need to do more things like we're doing today, boosting recognition of their skills and experience and getting them into good quality jobs, and that's absolutely critical. And it's supporting them in the veterans' hubs that we will also do around the country, including in my electorate, in the Ipswich to Springfield area, which was sadly neglected, and Labor's been pushing that for year after year after year, and the coalition refusing to do so. Even the Prime Minister, then Prime Minister Morrison, coming to my electorate but refusing to announce one in my electorate, even though he's announcing them around the state and around the country. So that's just another aspect of supporting veterans living with incapacity. So I know that the minister will be discussing with veterans ministers in states and territories the recommendations of the Royal Commission. I urge all those people to make submissions to the Royal Commission. They should be encouraged to do so by the 13th of October 2023. I note the final report will be handed down on the 24th of June 2024. And it's fantastic to see the willingness on veterans ministers around the country and states and territories to get on board with programs to support veterans' education and training. I saw personally myself at the launch of the Australian Catholic University's Student Veteran Support Program at ACU Brisbane campus on the north side of Brisbane, how important that was to help veterans in that transition, and tertiary education is really critical. In closing, Deputy Speaker, it's initiatives like this pilot program that we're debating today that will support veterans financially, boost their capacity and their mental health as they transition from the military. There are a lot of things we need to do. The previous government dropped the ball, and we saw the Royal Commission to $430 million that was cut from veterans' entitlements and out of the budget. And the previous ministers, Minister Chester and Minister G, failed to disclose those types of cuts that they had to disclose at the Royal Commission. We saw the former minister wanting to resign before the last budget, threatening to resign. These things, you talk about transparency and accountability. We need to do better, and we will do better, and I'm very confident that the new Minister for Veterans Affairs has veterans at his heart. The legislation is part of a suite of policies which this government will take, including 500 full-time frontline staff, ending the privatisation, outsourcing and labour hiring of the Department of Veterans Affairs that was perpetrated and perpetuated by those opposite. It's very important that we get those full-time experienced public servants to assess those claims. So this legislation is important as part of the suite that this minister will deliver that will help veterans around the country. We need a better future for our current serving ADF personnel and a better future for former defence personnel and their families. And that's why this bill is so important today.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Braddon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In speaking to this bill, which, by the way, I'm very pleased to speak in favour of, what I don't want to do is politicise the issues at hand. I think this is far too a serious issue for any political gain or political snipe. However, what I want to do is understand and to give a better understanding of the implications and the background, the underlying issues from many of the paradigms talked about within the legislation. This legislation, of course, talks about our MERCA, our Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, and our DERCA, our Defence-Related Claims Act. And as the technical parameters of the bill detailed in previous speakers, of course, it allows our defence veterans to be paid their full compensation while still studying. Now, we teach, as a former military instructor myself, I've taken young kids off the bus and turned them into soldiers. So it's from that perspective that I speak today. And these aren't just any kid. These are our best. They are chosen through recruiting and tested, and these are our top 2% of Australia's youth. They're motivated, Deputy Speaker. They're motivated because they put their hand up of their own fruition, and they took themselves into a defence recruiting office whereby they raised their hand and swore an oath to our country, to its Queen, to its people. They swore an oath, and once they go then to their recruit training establishment, in my case I speak of Kapuka, the 1st Recruit Training Battalion. Once they come to us, we then take them and turn them from that civilian way of life into a very different way of life, Deputy Speaker, into a way of life that is unique, and it's very difficult for those that haven't served to understand and to contemplate the changes that goes on within a young person's mind and their heart, to change them from a civilian into a soldier. We must remember at all times that our role in the military is to keep Australia safe using lethal force, to seek out and close with our enemy, to kill or capture him. And these are the lessons that we teach our young people, and they're very difficult lessons to get across. We also teach our young people that the person on their right and the person on their left are the most important, and that the value of the team is far greater than the value of the individual. And again, Deputy Speaker, this is a very difficult subject, a very difficult concept to get across to average Joe Blow on the street. But once that's made, and once that transition's made and that trust is placed in that person on their right and their left, then that's a very valuable bond, and that young person's life changes forever. Many people ask why. Why would you trust that person so much? Why would you give your life for that person on your right or your left? And the answer is very simple. It's because that person on your right or your left, Deputy Speaker, would give their life for you. And so that I can't help but think of the member for Herbert when he talked about the tribe. He used the word tribe to describe what we have as an organisation, and that trust and that bond and those changes that I talked about earlier that we have in our military. And it's right across the entire ADF. But once those bonds are made and someone leaves defence, then they have to leave that tribe. Sometimes, in the member for Herbert's case, he had no choice. In my case, I was medically discharged after 20 years' service. But once you leave after compulsory having to leave due to a medical issue or to leave the big tribe that you've grown so accustomed to and you think so much of, then that's a very different transformation. And that's the transformation that this bill plays a very important part in. Now, this bill, I mentioned before that knowledge is power, knowledge is key. And knowledge builds confidence. The same way I talked briefly about the change in those young individuals that we get off the bus at Kapuka. You can see them after their recruit training course. They're a different person. They stick their chest out, they pull their shoulders back. They're confident. They're confident in their team and their mate. They're proud of being in the army. They're proud of serving the country. They're proud to protect that person on their right or their left. And you can see it in their eyes. And you can feel it when you walk into a training area and you've got young recruits. After a while, you can feel that culture, and it's very strong. But once that tribe is broken and that individual leaves the tribe, then they feel as if they're an outcast in life, and that's where the problems start. And that's why bills like this, which help give that confidence through training, through rehabilitation, through taking that purpose and changing and shaping that purpose into a different purpose, that's where we can unlock the future of that young person's success. Now, there are a number of other elements, I think, that come to play when we talk about transitioning. And I talked briefly about the importance that training and knowledge brings, training like what we're talking about within the confines of the bill. But I also want to make the very succinct point that families play an important part in this. A veteran's family is going to be the mechanism, the conduit by which that veteran makes that transformation. And I think we need, as a government, as a nation, I think we need to embrace the entire family unit. I think that soldier, sailor, aviator's spouse and their child, their children, their family is going to be their future. And I think when we start talking about transition and rehabilitation and training, I think we should involve the entire family unit. Because at the end of the day, that family unit is going to be the new tribe, and it's going to be the connector between the military service and their new service, which of course will be meaningful employment. Now, we often hear the case, and I've heard it here today, anecdotal stories about veterans who do it tough, and sadly, Deputy Speaker, many do. But the vast majority, and this is being proven time and time again, the vast majority of our defence personnel transition very seamlessly, very smoothly. And in fact, they enter their new world, their new role, their new job, their civilian employment. They transition that world that they excel. They have a skill set that is second to none. They have, over the duration of their service, built up things like teamwork, things like leadership skills, communication skills. They understand what integrity really means. They understand what it's like to work in big teams and small teams. They understand the commander's intent and the importance of understanding what your boss wants from you. They are very proud people. They take pride in what they do. They like to see a good job done, a proper job done, a professional job done. So my point is, Deputy Speaker, my point is to all prospective employers out there right across the nation, my point is that employing a veteran is good for your business. It really is. And if you can understand and if we can better translate those skills, knowledge and attitudes that they've learnt into the big tribe of the military, and we can translate those into the industry-centric language that most bosses would understand, then they'd have a veteran in a heartbeat. Now, in the state of Tasmania, where I'm from, I'm pleased to say that we've delivered $7.5 million for veterans' wellness centres. $2.5 million of that money was spent on the North West Veterans Hub. And we talk about success stories and making a transition. Well, the guy that runs this particular Veterans Hub is a guy that I serve with. He was an ammunition technician, a major in the Army, an officer. And for retraining, for resettlement, he decided that he would stick his hand up and he would become a general practitioner. He wanted to be a GP, he wanted to be a doctor, he wanted to help people. And so he did. And now he's one of the finest GPs that we've got in the great state of Tassie, and he's helping us out with this North West Veterans Clinic. He's teamed up with other great organisations like Open Arms, like Soldier On, like Mates for Mates, and many others. Many others. But what that organisation does is provide a way of life and a mechanism by which veterans can preempt the rigours of that change, and they arm them with the skills, knowledge and attitude that they need for their new mission, for their new role. They give them purpose again, and in doing so, they encourage that confidence. And the results, Deputy Speaker, speak for themselves. The incredible amount of positive feedback that we get from that organisation really makes us proud that we can provide that support. And it's given by, as I said, veterans. Veterans helping veterans. And what better scenario could you'd never find? I want to refer also to another organisation which, by the way, works with the North West Veterans Hub, and that is Disaster Relief Australia. It's run by a young bloke called Jeff Evans, and he's an ex-engineer in the military. And he's got a volunteer organisation which helps out in many areas: floods, fires, disasters. In fact, we had a terrible storm in Tassie some months ago, and they were down there, 60 of these volunteers, helping people in communities, cutting limbs and trees off houses and helping people that ordinarily couldn't help themselves. And the teamwork, the camaraderie, the esprit de corps that existed within that group it took me back to my army days. And by doing that, the mentorship and the peer support that existed was therapy in itself. And the end result was that the community was that proud of the help that they received from Disaster Relief Australia, and I can't speak highly enough of them. But it also put pride on the faces of those defence personnel, those ex-defence personnel, those veterans that were doing the work. And that's what it's all about. So I guess what I'm saying, I guess the main points that I want to get across today is that family is going to unlock the future for our veterans, and everybody needs a family. I think that knowledge is key, and I think that knowledge is empowering. And I think that the more training and the more knowledge that we can give our veterans, then the better their success or their chances of success will be. And finally, as a nation, I want to reiterate exactly what the member for Herbert said, and that is the time for feeling sorry for veterans is over. We should not pity our veterans. We should be proud of them. There are veterans that, yes, will tug at our heartstrings, the extreme nature of some injuries that still exist. But for the most part, our veterans transition very well, and they're an asset. So give them a go. If a veteran comes knocking on your door, at least give them a go, because they come highly recommended and they come with a set of skills that is second to none. And finally, I want to say that the Royal Commission has been difficult, and I want to thank every single last witness that has given evidence to that Royal Commission, and I want to recognise the hardships that they would have had to endure, the gumption that they would have had to build up before they went and give that evidence, and relive that trauma would have been unbelievably difficult. So I want to recognise that formally. I want to recognise that from my own perspective and from the Parliament's perspective. I want to thank you for that, and I want you to recognise that the work that you've done in doing so will save lives. And I can't thank you enough for that. Deputy Speaker, this is a great bill. It comes at the end of a long road, and I'm pleased to see it's finally been put into fruition. We can't fix veterans' issues overnight, and I think the Royal Commission will identify that. But we're moving in the right direction, and with everybody's help, and I want to look across the chamber today at the minister, and I want him to be reassured that if there is anything that veterans from this side can do, then you have our support. And at the end of the day, our aim is to look after our fine community of veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm, of course, speaking in support of this bill, and I'm glad that this is receiving bipartisan support. Unfortunately, the previous government let veterans down in a number of ways. They resisted the calls for a Royal Commission into veteran suicide, and of course we know their pointless staffing cap on Department of Veterans Affairs has meant that we now have a crisis in terms of the backlog of compensation claims that exist in the department that are causing serious mental health issues for a number of veterans throughout the country. And the great shame about that crisis that we've developed in Veterans Affairs is it could have been avoided. It could have been avoided if the previous government hadn't let ideology get in the way of the management of the Department of Veterans Affairs. By putting a staffing cap on the number of people that could work on resolving compensation claims for veterans, they artificially ensured that we have a crisis develop. And it will now be up to the Albanese Labor government to try and fix that crisis, and that is what we're trying to do. And it's a commitment that we have to veterans that should be shared by all of us in this place, because we all have a duty to look after those who have served our nation. And that means being there for the occasion when it counts for Australian Defence Force personnel, veterans and their families. And this particular bill resumes access to the beneficial calculation of incapacity payments for eligible veterans. For veterans undergoing rehabilitation, we know that ongoing financial security can be a concern, and a lack of financial support can impede their rehabilitation, particularly when they're working towards long-term rehabilitation goals such as engaging in tertiary education. The Maintaining Incapacity Payments for Veterans Studying pilot program was launched in 2018 to enable incapacity payments to continue to be paid up to 100% of normal earning for veterans undertaking full-time study as part of the DVA-approved rehabilitation plan. Normally those payments would have stepped down to 75% after 45 weeks. And the aim of the pilot is to ensure and enable that the veterans who are undertaking full-time study as part of a DVA vocational rehabilitation program receive that ongoing financial support equivalent to the income that they would have earned had they remained in the Australian Defence Force. Provision was made in the 2022 budget for a one-year extension of the pilot program until 30 June 2023. Unfortunately, under the previous government, the necessary legislation wasn't passed in time to extend the pilot before it expired on the 30th of June this year. The department has attempted to contact all of the veterans in the pilot program, and there's around 417, to discuss continued support by DVA following the expiry of the pilot. The Defence Veterans and Families Acute Support Package Bill was introduced here on the 3rd of August to improve the existing family support package as recommended by the Productivity Commission. And this package will expand eligibility for families and widowed partners under all three acts, including the removed requirements for a veteran to be participating in rehabilitation and have rendered warlike service, to provide greater flexibility by introducing an annual financial cap on services rather than a limit on each category of support, and including a more practical services that help a family to function well. And these practical services include activities such as childcare, counselling and financial counselling, household assistance, as well as meal preparation and cleaning, services to build capacity such as relationship skills and mental health first aid. We've already seen, Speaker, significant progress in helping to build this capacity. Last month, I was proud to announce a partnership between DVA, Department of Defence and Phoenix Australia Centre for Post-Traumatic Mental Health had led to a world-first research project on the development of an innovative new treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder. The research explored a new form of intensive exposure therapy, and results showed it to be as effective as a standard treatment, whilst offering greater lifestyle choices for veterans. And the improvement comes, Speaker, in the length of the rehabilitation course. Ordinarily, a veteran undertaking PTSD therapy and rehabilitation would enter into a 10-week course, undertaking a session once a week over 10 weeks. This study looked at the benefits of compressing that course into a 2-week period of attendance every day over 10 days. And the results were significant. They found that the outcomes were the same, but importantly, the dropout rate from this particular form of therapy was much reduced by the compressed course. So up to 40% less or fewer participants dropped out of the course when they undertook the 2-week intensive course compared to the longer 10-week course. And we all know that our veterans experience PTSD at higher rates than the general population. And that's why we're committed to offering veterans experiencing PTSD the best range of treatments possible. And this rapid exposure supporting trauma recovery, or RESTORE trial as it's known, investigated a new method of delivering that PTSD training over a 2-week period. The RESTORE trial found that the intensive exposure therapy is equally effective as the standard therapy, and the dropout rate was lower, as I said. And the innovative new therapy, which has been developed in Australia, is now being offered to veterans and their families through Open Arms, the Veterans and Families Counselling Service. Open Arms provides these high-quality, evidence-based, accessible and tailored healthcare packages that respond to the unique nature of military service and its impacts on veterans and their families. And it's another example of how the Albanese government is committed to veterans and their families. And this package in the Defence, Veterans and Families Acute Support Package Bill will deliver more flexible support in the nature of that Restore trial quickly to vulnerable families. The bill goes further than the one introduced by the previous government by providing review rights and extending support to former partners. We have an obligation, Speaker, to ensure all of our Defence Force personnel are kept safe here and abroad, mentally and physically. The same goes for when they come home, and the same goes for when they retire from the service. And these changes will help to deliver more positive outcomes for many defence and veteran communities, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I wish to sum up this debate, if I may speak briefly. Firstly, I'd like to thank the members who have contributed to the debate on this bill this evening, and in particular I'd like to thank all parties in the House for their support of this bill and for its prompt passage. And I thank the honourable members for their commitment to supporting our service personnel, veterans and families, especially the contributions that we have heard tonight from those who have served in our Defence Forces. I'd like to acknowledge the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, the member for New England, who spoke about the service of his grandfather and his recently deceased father, and also about the national obligation that falls upon us to our veterans. And in particular, he picked up on the point that it's the way that we treat our veterans and support them after their service that will be reflected in our capacity to recruit to our Defence Forces as well, especially at a time when we are seeking to significantly grow the size of our Defence Force. The member for McEwen made the very interesting observation that despite his service in the cadets, it proved to him that he did not have a future career in the Defence Force because of his desire to avoid having to continually polishing boots. But he did speak very favourably of the organisation that he is aware of, Vets in Construction, and that organisation's support for the employment of veterans and their support in the construction industry and the importance of employment generally for our veterans. And he too wanted to see better support for our veterans, particularly to make sure that they don't feel, as veterans had spoken to him, that they did feel that they were and had been in the past ignored. And of course our government is committed to making sure that no veteran feels that they are being ignored by their government. I want to thank the member for Herbert for his contribution to the debate this evening. He spoke about, and not for the first time in this House, the bad time, as he described it, that he had from his injuries, both physical and mental. And he spoke about the importance of connection to and continuance of having purpose in one's life and in what one does post-service with the Defence Force. It was why he joined the Defence Force, and it was what he was looking for after, and it was that showed for him the importance of education and being able to see a different future that would also provide purpose. And he made the very astute observation that was repeated by many, and that we do need to reinforce and remember that not all vets are broken. And indeed, the report last week from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare did highlight the many positives for our veterans and our veteran community and the way in which they exceed the general Australian population when it comes to their rates of employment, their home ownership, their income levels, and that is a good thing. It is a very good thing, and we should celebrate that and continue to promote that. But, of course, that doesn't mean that we can ignore those that do need special and additional assistance. The member for Blair spoke about veterans' charity work in his own electorate and the great work that they do in supporting the community there, and the very important aspect of making sure that what we talk about here and in other places is not where it ends, and that we have practical supports put in place to support our veterans. And I very much want to acknowledge the work of the member for Blair
as the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs during the last term of Parliament in putting together a policy suite that we took to the election and that I now have the honour of seeking to implement, that is all about providing practical support measures for our defence personnel, veterans and families. The member for Braddon also spoke of his own experience in the Defence Force and the work that he did in training soldiers and the special bond that exists between soldiers, repeating the words of the member for Herbert in describing them as a tribe and the difficulty of transition, of leaving the tribe, and the need to undertake a transformation for the soldier as they transition out of defence. And he also referred to something which we absolutely embrace on this side as part of the government, which is embracing the family unit and its importance to a successful transition out of defence. And it's partly why we have made the decision to refer to what were previously wellbeing hubs as veterans and families hubs, because it is about supporting not only the veteran but also families, because getting that right is so vital to seeing a positive transition into civilian life and an ongoing successful transition to civilian life. He also spoke about something that's very close to us over here, which is about the importance of highlighting to business the skills that veterans bring to the private sector, skills that they've developed in the Defence Force, soft skills like leadership, teamwork, being able to work under pressure, having agility, things that we do want to make sure that our employers are very well aware, as well as the hard skills that they've developed in defence, whether that's in a trade or in some other technical area. And it's why we have committed in the last election $24 million to developing a veterans employment program that is partly about highlighting these very important soft and hard skills that our veterans bring and are able to provide to businesses who may employ them. The member for Kingsford Smith, and I want to thank him for his great work and commitment to our veterans as the Assistant Minister for Defence and the Assistant Minister for Veterans Affairs, and he did speak about an excellent program that Defence, the Department of Veterans Affairs and Phoenix have been working on, a new PTSD treatment which is now available through Open Arms, the mental health and counselling support service for our veterans. And that is a new program. We're very happy to support it. It's proving to be very efficacious, and in particular, as he referred to, the dropout rates from the program, because of the way it operates, are much lower. And so all of this feeds into how we as a government are making sure our veterans and their families are well supported and looked after as they transition from the Australian Defence Force, and this is an important task and responsibility of government. Indeed, it is a solemn commitment that we must make. Now, while the previous government did not introduce legislation before the dissolution of the 46th Parliament to deal with the issues that are being dealt with by this bill, which resulted in financial uncertainty and distress for some 370 veterans, the Albanese Labor government has prioritised this important legislation. This legislation will ensure our commitment to veteran employment as it supports education opportunities to upskill veterans who currently have reduced ability to work. The Military Rehabilitation and Compensation and Other Legislation Amendment, Incapacity Payments Bill, will resume access to the beneficial calculation of incapacity payments for eligible veterans. This means that eligible veterans, those undertaking approved study under a rehabilitation plan, will again have their incapacity payments restored to 100% of pre-injury earnings. The lack of action on this pre-election has meant that veterans receiving such payments had them unnecessarily reduced from 1 July, but this bill also backdates payments for those veterans, making good on the loss they've sustained because of the inaction of the previous government. We're committed to delivering a comprehensive veterans employment program, as I referred to before, to support personnel as they transition to civilian life. This program that we are debating in this legislation is a key part of that. It's initiatives like this that not only support a veteran and their families financially, but can support a veteran's mental health as they undergo their transition from service. We have an obligation to ensure all our defence personnel are kept safe here and abroad, mentally and physically. The same goes for when they come home. This pilot program will ensure that veterans can continue their education as they transition from service, ultimately increasing their capacity and indeed opportunities for employment, which is a key predictor of success as they return to civilian life. It will ensure they are best placed to succeed. It will help address some of the issues that have been presented to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide and that are referred to in its interim report of only a few weeks ago. Our serving personnel put themselves in harm's way to protect our national interest. We want our service personnel, veterans and families, to know that Australia is proud of them and that our country will always be there for them. And so I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading a bill for an act to amend the law relating to military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave's granted.
Call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading a bill for an act to amend the law relating to military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Jobs and Skills Australia National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill 2022. Are there any objections? There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Jobs Skills Australia National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill of 2022. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As a constructive opposition, we will assess proposals on their merits, but we will not be giving the Albanese government a blank cheque on anything, including this bill. Whilst we accept that Jobs and Skills Australia will be established, we are sceptical of the new arrangements, given there is still no clarity on how the organisation will be structured, nor its full remit and responsibilities. The government introduced the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022 and Jobs and Skills Australia National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill 2022, the JSA Bill, in the last sitting. We note this legislation gives effect to one of Labor's election pledges to establish the Jobs and Skills Australia JSA agency. The government's stated objectives are to drive vocational education and training, VET education, and strengthen workforce planning by establishing an organisation that includes employers, unions and the training and education sector. It is important to note that this is the first of 2 tranches of legislation regarding JSA. This bill merely establishes the agency within the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. It's unfortunate that the Labor Party were not able to outline the full remit and scope of this agency, nor how it will operate, before they pressed ahead with establishing a new part of the bureaucracy. As a result, over 100 days into this new government, we still don't know how this purportedly vital organisation will function. There are also some worrying signals coming out of the government when it comes to the role of the unions in the JSA. While delivering better information, coordination and leadership of Australia's workforce and skills needs is a noble aspiration, this function is already being provided by the National Skills Commission, established by the former coalition government in 2020. Currently, the NSC, under the leadership of National Skills Commissioner Adam Boynton, monitors, reports, researches, analyses employment dynamics across different groups, industries, occupations and regions. It considers how changes in the labour market will impact jobs and how those changes will impact the economy's education and skills needs. It also has an important role in simplifying and strengthening Australia's VET system. The Minister for Skills and Training has actually stated JSA will build on the NSC and has, given the resource profile, indicated that NSC staff will come across to JSA. In fact, we are told that JSA will be cost neutral because the existing funding for the NSC will cover the work for JSA. So, is the new agency doing more than the old one, or is it doing the same amount of work? Either Labor are just rebranding the NSC, or they've discovered a magic pudding that will pay for all the new work the agency will apparently be charged with. We will be watching, because we do know that the NSC has already done exceptional work. The NSC was a key part of how the Liberal and Nationals got the Australian skills sector on an even keel. The Liberals and Nationals cleaned up the mess caused by Labor when they were last in government across our skills sector. Over 100 days into the Albanese government, and what has become increasingly clear is rather than not wasting even a single day when it comes to skills, they've in fact wasted every single day. The Labor Party inherited a booming skills and training sector from the coalition government. There was real momentum in skills and training thanks to the Liberals and Nationals. And what have Labor done? They've introduced uncertainty into apprenticeships. They've signalled they may cut skills funding for apprentices to pay for their pet projects. The few announcements that they have made have been delayed to align with the much-hyped Jobs and Skills Summit, where the Prime Minister announced an additional 180,000 fee-free TAFE places for 2023. It sounds good, but belies the truth. We've since learnt the Prime Minister misled the Jobs and Skills Summit. His much-vaunted training blitz is nothing more than marketing spin, with the vast majority of funded positions not new or additional at all. Reports in The Australian suggest of the 180,000 committed places, over 66% already exist and will only be further subsidised. Just 45,000 will be new, and all of them were already announced as part of Labor's fee-free TAFE pre-election commitment. Most incredibly, 15,000 are aged care places announced in the coalition government's March budget through its Job Trainer Fund. So the Labor Party have re-announced 15,000 new places that we announced when we were in government in March. The Prime Minister's big skills reveal at his summit was a facade, which is fitting for a summit that was ultimately run by unions, for unions, with predetermined outcomes. What is also concerning is the Prime Minister's explicit statement that funding will go to public training providers only, and this has sent a shiver through the industry-led training providers, because we know private RTOs do 70 to 80% of training across our vet sector, and they're estimated to train 79% of all women across the skills system. We need an even-handed approach to the entire skills sector that provides choice for our next generation. We would be extremely concerned if JSA embedded a bias for any part of the skills sector, so we need to safeguard and prevent unions from dominating this agency and turning it into an entity that only backs public providers. We want this agency to succeed because if it hits the mark, Jobs and Skills Australia will play an important role in the skills system. We know this because right now the NSC plays a vital role. And if Labor are intent on abolishing a body doing good work for another body that could do good work, any failures, any bad outcomes, any delays to the progress we were making will all be on their heads. Labor's record on skills is embarrassing. Everything the Labor Party has ever touched on skills has made things worse. When they were last in government, Labor delivered system-wide policy failures. Apprenticeship numbers took a nosedive. The reality is, when it comes to skills policy, Labor failed. When they last left office, apprentice and trainee numbers were in freefall, with the number in training collapsing by 22%, or 111,300 between June 2012 and June 2013. This was a direct result of funding cuts by the Gillard Labor government in 2012. They oversaw widespread rorting of training incentive payments that were supposed to help apprentices get a skill, but instead just subsidised existing workers' salaries. Labor's vet fee help disaster saw the reputation of the Australian skills system hit rock bottom as tens of thousands of Australians were loaded up with debt for doing courses that would never land them a job. and the taxpayer is still picking up the tab for this enormous public failure, a tab which is now over $3.3 billion. The scheme, established by the Labor government in 2008 and expanded in 2012, was plagued by system-wide rorting, with some training providers exploiting loose rules and charging students substantial debts for training that they never undertook or benefited from. It also targeted people with disabilities and substance abuse issues, public housing residents, non-English speakers and others, with offers of free laptops and other incentives. The stories are harrowing, such as a young single mother who travelled to Cairns to enrol in what soon became apparent was a dodgy diploma taught by a teacher that didn't have a clue. She racked up $12,000 in debt with nothing to show for it. There are literally thousands of stories like this. And who presided over all these failures? None other than the former and now returned Skills Minister, the member for Gorton. So what could go wrong, Mr Speaker?
Order. It being approximately 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. Yes, leave will be granted. And give the call to the member for McEwen.
Thank you, Speaker. 75 years ago, on July 1, the first Australian Lions Club was formed in Lismore, New South Wales, under the guidance of William Martresize, who was appointed the founder of Lions Club International. Melville Jones as Provisional District Governor with power to form Lions Clubs here in Australia. Right now, 22,500 women and men who serve as Australian Lion members across 1,153 clubs are celebrating this most important anniversary. Over the last 75 years, Australian Lion members have come together. They're ordinary men and women within their clubs and aligned to their motto, "We serve." And they've done extraordinary things with their local communities across the states and territories. Australia, and with their fellow Lions from across the world, support those in need whenever disaster strikes. In the last 12 months, we've come out of lockdowns. Australian Lions members have served 3.8 million people across 35,000 completed service activities, volunteering 1.1 million hours and donated $9.3 million back to their communities. To most of us, we know all about Lions, that they are great at cooking up and serving a sausage and bread, but there is also much more that these men and women that serve throughout our community. Lions across Australia have come together as members who are passionate about volunteering and making a difference in their community. Every Lions member in Australia and across the world pay a membership fee to cover the cost of running the association. This ensures that every single dollar raised through fundraising efforts donated by the community goes to the cause, which is a tribute to every member of Lions. Lions members are always there to support their communities when disaster strikes. Australia's first Lions Club in Lismore was there on the ground in its 75th year, supporting its community during the floods, along with other local clubs, whilst Lions clubs across Australia ran fundraising events and tin rattled, raising funds that went directly to those clubs serving those in need during the floods and beyond today. Since Cyclone Tracy, Lions established the Australian Lions Foundation, which has donated many millions of dollars towards disaster. My own Lions V5 District Club supported the community of Calamara and the Dandenongs in June 2021 after the disastrous windstorms destroyed 1 in 3 homes. In my own electorate of McEwen, immediately after the Black Saturday bushfires in 2009, the Whittlesea Lions set up a camp area for displaced families to stay, and for Lions members cooked many meals for them and with the assistance of local and distance Lions clubs across the state and country. Those families were provided with desperately needed clothing and other vital essentials. As the weeks went on, Lions members set up tool trailers and fencing equipment and mobile tool libraries, which my good friend Alan Hayward was central to. This provided valuable resources that allowed affected community members to start the process of clearing, rebuilding homes and families and communities. There are countless more stories where Lions members and clubs have and continue to step in and serve those in need. Lions members support a number of important youth programs. Lions Club sponsors Leo clubs that comprise of either school children as Alpha Leo members or young adults as Omega Leo members who serve and develop community service and leadership skills. The Lions Youth of the Year program is another fantastic program that is designed to foster, encourage and develop leadership qualities of our youth in conjunction with other citizenship qualities the age where they're about to enter the fields of higher education or employment. Lions from across Australia and internationally have 5 global causes. These global causes present significant challenges to humanity, and Lions members believe it's their turn to meet them. Children's cancer, diabetes, vision, hunger and, of course, environment. As well as these global causes, Lions from across Australia have contributed to our country in so many ways, like the involvement in the cochlear ear implant and the Gardasil vaccine. The contribution of Lions from across Australia have and continue to make with our communities has and continues to be significant. Their 75th anniversary campaign is based on the theme Always. Lions have been there for our communities as they stand ready to help and will always be there in the future when needed. It's important to Lions members that the diversity of their club mirrors their community, and are so proud to have a number of growing specialty clubs ranging from young volunteers in the Leo clubs, virtual clubs, ethnic clubs, autism clubs and a range of other special interest clubs being established. I would like to thank and acknowledge this wonderful group of Lions volunteers, past and present in their 75th years of service, for their work over this time and for always being there now and into the future and support those in need. As I wear my Lions tie, I truly remember they truly serve.
Order. The question is that the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Page.
Thank you for the call. You're very kind. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take the liberty tonight just to use this adjournment debate to acknowledge 2 very special things that are happening in my community at the moment. The first being that the East Lismore Hockey Club are celebrating their 75th this year as a club, established in the late 40s to form a breakaway hockey team to enter the Far North Coast reserve grade competition, and the women's side joined a year or 2 later. Today, Easties, as they are known, is one of the strongest clubs in the Far North Coast competition. Several current and former members have played for Australia, including former Kookaburra Grant Smith, who won bronze at the Atlanta Olympics in 1996. To celebrate their 75th year, they've had all games from junior levels to seniors. Reserves in both men and women played on their home field in Gunnellabar on the 5th and 6th of August. They called it the Festival of the Easties. They've had many contributors to hockey in the region, but the standout, a wonderful community contributor, is Clint Mallett, who was inducted as a life member into the Far North Coast Hockey Incorporated for his work on and off the field, particularly for his role in 1987 as the founding secretary of Far North Coast Hockey Incorporated. A great lover of the game is Clint. And congratulations to the committee, President Daniel Hughes, Secretary Sonia Buchanan, Treasurer Joe Mackney, Vice President Andrew Helmer, June Blund, Clint Mallett, Roxanne Tickle, Demi Flynn and Jane Parrish. Great club. They do a lot of good work in our community besides teach people to play hockey, but they're a great community organisation and I thank them. And secondly, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge a lot of sporting finals at the moment. The grand final winners from the weekend Senior Rugby League competition. The North Coast Group 2 Rugby League competition was played on Sunday, and the South Grafton Rebels, go the Rebels, played the Orara Valley Axemen. Rebels came out on top 36-8, and I want to congratulate the team coached by Ronald Gordon, Kieran Heron, Luke French, Nick McGrady, Tom McGrady, Brian Quinlan, Huey Stanley, Jordan Gallagher, Lewis Cooper, Cooper Makins, Jack Pitkin, TJ Walker, Grant Brown, Grant Stevens, Ryan Binge, Luke Walker, Tyrese Brown and Ozzie Cooper, and the reserves Damon Kirby, Waylon Caldwell and Keaton Stutt. Interesting story about this, Speaker, is while the Orara Valley Axemen missed the day, they had taken out the minor premiership, and they're coached by the former NRL player Sam Burgess, who came to the club after retiring from the NRL in 2019. He helped resurrect the Axemen. They'd had a few bad years. He built a great team. They won the minor premiership, energised new fans, got great crowds to the games as well, which is a great celebration for them this year. So the team, Liam Dunn, Ronan Singleton, Luke Beaumont, Lathan Hutchinson Waters, Stephen Setnich, Buddy Hart, Dan Robinson, Kane Bunt, Zach Makelum, Matt Wakefield, Ryan Gill, Macaulay Dawson, Justin Hull, Judea Cattell, Harry Davey, Vikram Atwell, Oscar Watson, Alex Bunt and Jared Hall. I congratulate the Rebels on their win and for the Axemen for having had a great year. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Paterson.
Thank you, Speaker. Reflecting on my father's wisdom yesterday for Father's Day, I remember him always saying, "Don't worry about the fog. When it clears, it'll always be a beautiful sunny day." That wasn't the thought that I had last Thursday as I sat at Newcastle Airport, looking out into a real pea super where you couldn't see much beyond your arm, and waited to get on my flight here to Canberra, which was also enveloped in fog. I was desperate to come to Canberra to be part of the Jobs Summit. Well, the fog started to clear enough and we took off and I was able to land and get to the summit. But that analogy made me reflect on the summit itself. It seems to me that, particularly for the last 10 years, we have been enveloped in a fog of industrial relations. And even those people who attended the summit, and there was a great variety of business titans, of union leaders, of community advocates, and of progressive forward thinkers. And whilst there's still disagreement on some elements of the Jobs and Skills Summit outcomes, one of the key things that was agreed upon was that our system needs to change, particularly our system relating to industrial relations. Looking at wages, looking at bargaining, and looking at the outcome for Australian workers, everyone in that room agreed largely that we could do better, that we must, in fact, do better. And as promised, the Albanese government isn't wasting a minute. It was a very special and productive feeling in that room. And I think that unless you were there, it was very difficult to get the feeling that everyone had. It didn't come across necessarily on the live broadcast, but in that room there was a real willingness to make change. I jokingly said to a couple of the participants, what a shame we can't draw up a vial of the willingness that's in this room at the moment and use it to inoculate people perhaps when that willingness dwindles in future months. But it was there, it was palpable, and I did consider it a great privilege to be at the Jobs Summit on Thursday. As we bring industry, unions and the government workers together, we are seeking a more cohesive future for Australia. And as a union member myself, I was extremely proud to see 20 union representatives in the room. And I was also so pleased to see people who come from very diverse backgrounds talking to each other. As someone was talking about in one of my meetings today, there were people that should be working together that didn't even have each other's phone number. So I feel that that summit meant so much more than just a talk fest, as it's been labelled by many. So I am looking forward to seeing the outcomes that are going to result in the summit. And one of the immediate wins that we had, and I was particularly pleased to see it, was the initiatives coming out of it on the Friday, allowing seniors and pensioners to earn $4,000 more this financial year. I think that they are an enormous well of largely untapped potential in a very tight jobs market. These people have a lifetime of experience and skills, and as we know, 70 is the new 50, 80 is the new 60. They're energised, they want to contribute, and we know that they can contribute, and it's great to think that the Albanese Labor government is tapping in to that capital, that labour, that we can put people who want to be working and earning a few dollars more in their latter years, we can put them to productive use, and I think that's just a great thing. And obviously we see sometimes too, when that happens, the interaction between older workers and younger workers can be really fantastic. The summit was a success. I really am so pleased to have been a part of it.
Time has expired. The question is now the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The demographics and health trends in Mallee region are disturbing. In terms of disadvantage and need, we have 3 times the Indigenous population of Victoria. We have an older demographic. Our weekly income is 2/3 of the average Victorian, and health needs are higher. We have 50% higher asthma sufferers, higher numbers of those with cancer and heart disease, and 25% higher mental health needs than the average Victorian. And yet, we have less GPs. We have almost 20% less doctors per 100,000 people than Melbourne. Mr Speaker, I have a disturbing story to tell and will be using my parliamentary privilege to do so. TriStar Medical Group was established by Director Khalid El-Sheikh in 2003 and offered bulk billing at its clinics. The ABC reports that at its peak, TriStar operated 59 clinics across Australia with 440 employees and 165 doctors. But in the past 5 years, 35 clinics have shut down. In 2019, TriStar was under significant financial stress and had been so for the previous 18 months. At the time, Dr Khalid El-Sheikh stated, "However, I am guaranteeing you that payments and all monies owed for services rendered are secure now and into the future." A credit report into TriStar's main operating company by Equifax shows it was deemed a high credit risk. A payslip for a TriStar doctor obtained by the ABC shows they have been paid under a separate company name with a different ABN. This reporting included that doctors had gone weeks and even months without pay and that staff on temporary visas were nervous to speak up for fear of repercussions. Some of those doctors contacted me, desperate for support, which I gave. TriStar Medical Group was placed under voluntary administration, McGrath-Nicole restructuring, on May the 24th this year. Many of the doctors in Mildura were not paid for up to 10 weeks, and $6.3 million was owed to TriStar employees across their 12 clinics. All TriStar services ceased on the 19th of August this year, when the sale of TriStar Mildura was unsuccessful the night before. The doors closed without warning. Just last week, the ABC reported a Fair Work Ombudsman investigation is now underway. Thank goodness. The Fair Work Ombudsman is investigating TriStar for potential breaches of the Fair Work Act for the second time after inquiries were made in 2019. The administrator's report says TriStar was likely insolvent from 2019 or earlier. The report goes on to state TriStar's records detail $1.9 million of unpaid payroll tax, $4.4 in unpaid superannuation, outstanding tax payments of $5.1 million. TriStar had not lodged any tax returns since 2019. Some unpaid service fees owed to doctors date back to July 2020, and balance sheet accounts had not been maintained since 2018. The critical outcome here is that the sudden closure of TriStar with less than 24 hours' notice has left 15,200 people in Mildura without a doctor. There is no capacity at other clinics. All clinics have already closed their books. 15,200 patients cannot access scripts, test results or medical records, and there is no phone number. There are people who are unaware they have a serious diagnosis. I was at the TriStar clinic the week after it closed and people were still turning up not knowing it had closed. Dr Khalid El-Sheikh was a director in the company when he owed $6.3 million in wages. I've been told that he has been reported to ASIC. This also is good. However, the process normally takes 12 to 18 months. I wait to hear what the FWO and ASIC find. I hear his brother is now going to run 2 new clinics in Mildura and Redcliffs with his brother, Khalid El-Sheikh, practising. This plan had undoubtedly begun months ago. Dr El-Sheikh is today advertising his new practice on Facebook, called it the Cure Clinic, which is now open, where the previous TriStar doctors are joining him. This kind of business behaviour ought never to happen in Australia. However, the current dearth of doctors in regional centres means unscrupulous business practice can follow.
And I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. Ted Dixon has kept the wheels in motion at Valley Heights Locomotive Depot Heritage Museum for nearly 3 decades. He not only helped establish the museum, but gives up more than 20 hours of his time every week to maintain and manage the important historical site. That unwavering effort has seen him named Blue Mountains Volunteer of the Year in the 2022 New South Wales Volunteer of the Year Awards. As a patron of the museum, I was especially proud to present him with his award, which he accepted with humility and maybe a tear in front of his peers. The Zonta Club of the Blue Mountains has a terrific team of 18 volunteers who've played a huge role in women's advocacy and support during the pandemic. They've supported 7 women in their educational journeys and provide practical and emotional support for women in crisis accommodation. Congratulations to this relatively new club, the Blue Mountains Zonta, for their exceptional work and for being named the Blue Mountains Volunteer Team of the Year. Andrea Lang has been named the Blue Mountains Adult Volunteer of the Year. She gives up her time to keep more than 500 RSPCA staff and volunteers up to date with information, policies and procedures to promote and protect animal welfare. Congratulations to all the nominees and award winners, and thank you to the Centre for Volunteering for supporting and recognising our magnificent volunteers. Speaker, when a flood comes and then it goes, it isn't actually over. It's often just when a lot of the really hard stuff starts for the community. The Hawkesbury community has suffered through multiple floods, and we know the cumulative effects that that's having on people's mental health, particularly young people. We're certainly seeing higher levels of anxiety, and with the forecast weather for the rest of this year, that's just enhancing it. It's why the Albanese government will deliver $1.1 million early to fast-track a headspace for the Hawkesbury. It means better access to mental health services for young people aged between 12 to 25, something that's been sorely needed in the Hawkesbury for so many years and something I've been fighting for more than a decade. It's also why our government will deliver $4 million to make Head to Health a permanent service in the Hawkesbury. And that means adults in our community will be able to get free help when they need it close to home. Flood has followed flood and they followed fire in the Hawkesbury for the last few years, all of it coming to a head with the pandemic. The trauma of natural disasters has a significant direct and indirect impact, from homes being inundated to businesses feeling the pinch because roads are blocked and customers and supplies, ironically, dry up. I've fought for improved mental health services for our community for years, and I'm very pleased to see this government delivering. Speaker, the arts is sometimes seen as something nice to do, but anyone who knows someone who works in this sector knows that they are driven, they're passionate, and they work as hard as anybody else in any other job. As Special Envoy to the Arts, I've been really privileged to do community consultations in regional areas on our new national cultural policy over the last few weeks. I've listened to artists and creators from the New South Wales Central West to the Kimberley in Western Australia, from regional Victoria in places like Bendigo through to North Queensland and Darwin, and also done First Nations forums for Northern Queensland and Northern Australia. Alongside the Minister, between us, we've had more than 800 people attend around 14 or 15 town hall consultations and online events, and there's been more than 1,200 written submissions. Now, this is all to ensure that we really get a terrific national cultural policy by the end of this year. Typically takes Labor governments about 4 years to do a national cultural policy. I'm not going to talk about how long it takes the other side to do it, but we like to do it well. This time we've decided that we really need to move fast, and the Minister has very wisely picked up the policy we had when we were last in government that had barely 6 months of implementation. It's going to have 5 pillars where First Nations are at the heart. The artist is recognised as a worker, and we want to look at how we can extend extend the reach for Australian artists. I'm looking forward to working on this in coming months.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Petrie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I'd like to take the time to honour a man that was loved by all who had the privilege of knowing him. That man was Samuel Gunther. He was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of man. He lived a life that impacted countless others, and those that knew him were forever changed by the impact that he left on their life. Sam was born on the 1st of March 1977, and sadly, on the 14th of April this year, at the age of just 44, Sam lost his 14-month battle with cancer. I first had a sit-down meeting with Samuel Gunther in 2019. He came to my office to see me as his federal MP, and I remember being struck by his wisdom, his compassion for people, for the community, his integrity, his love for his family, and the positive attitude that Sam brought when I spoke to him. I had a lot in common with him. He was truly a humble man, Sam, and he was a wonderful problem solver. But if he didn't have the answer, he always knew a person that would. So despite only knowing Sam for 3 short years, I really felt to me that he was a friend of mine, a friend, and you don't get a lot of friends. So just a remarkable impact that he had on me and other people that he met. Sam is remembered by his wife of 19 years, Carolina, and their 4 children, Maya, Lola, Judah and Jesse. His children were his pride and joy. Yesterday was also Father's Day, and at his life celebration service in April, Sam's 13-year-old daughter had this to say of her dad: "I have never met another person who had all the time in the world for other people, yet still managed to make it home in time for dinner every night." The fact is, Mr Speaker, that Sam's children know that their father loved them, a sign of a great father. Family was the bedrock of all Sam did, and he loved them wholly and completely. He only ever spoke in a positive way about them to me. Sam's wife, Carolina, has said that Sam helped her to become more than she could ever imagine, and that he loved her more in 20 years than many do in a lifetime. Sam and his wife, Carolina, are both pastors in the Petrie electorate on the Redcliffe Peninsula, and helping her become her best and building her up is an attribute of a great husband. And I remember saying to Sam, after hearing his wife Carolina speak, that she's a wonderful speaker, and he said, "Yes, I know." Mark Eslick, a local business owner within the Petrie electorate, spoke about Sam, saying he was impactful, he was intentional, he moved people individually and collectively, and Sam loved God and he loved people. Sam faced many battles in his final year, but not once did I hear him complain. He had a saying that it was all good, and he had a peace about him. Sam was a leader in the community, and he was always thinking of ways he could help others because he saw the bigger picture. If I asked local people who knew Sam to describe him, they would truly say that he was a good man, a man who left a legacy. Deputy Speaker, cancer is a leading cause of death by disease in adults and children in Australia. 1 in 2 Australian families will be affected, and I'm sure that there wouldn't be a family in the Petrie electorate that has not been touched in some way by the disease by a friend or family member. My own uncle in 2020 also passed away from cancer, Ken Bryant. He died at the age of 68. He was also a great man. Despite being 20 years older than me, he was a groomsman at my wedding. And like Sam, he was committed to his wife, Tonya, my auntie. I remember as a teenager when they celebrated their 20 years of marriage, I said to my uncle, 20 years, wow, that's a long time. And he said, Luke, it's a good start. Both men were great men. They knew where they were going. They had an inner strength because of their Christian faith. Mr Speaker, a re-elected coalition government was committed to an investment of $375 million plus to build a state-of-the-art cancer centre in Brisbane, a place specifically designed for the early detection, treatment and prevention of this horrible disease. It would create new jobs for Queenslanders, provide support for families carrying hardships and fund more scientific and medical research. I know the government is committed to that as well, and as a member representing the people of Petrie, any additional funding that we can spend on research, scientific research and medical research, so our loved ones that are diagnosed with cancer have a little bit more time with their families would be welcome. Thank you.
The House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.
Yeah.